Donald Goines' completed manuscript of Inner City Hoodlum was discovered shortly after his tragic and violent death, making it the last known work by this talented black author. Had Donald lived to see his book reach publication, he would have, as before, dedicated it to family, friends, and associates, but the bullets of an unknown killer cut Donald down. Therefore, we take the opportunity to dedicate this final reflection of Donald's life to him and his efforts to express the rage, frustration, and torment of a black man in America. The Publishers. Chapter 1. Johnny Washington drove his old Chevy up the steep bank of the 4th Street exit, turned left, and moved down into the deserted cavernous canyons of downtown Los Angeles. The streets were empty and dark. Everyone had fled the urban center the moment their working day had ended. Very few would dare to stay in the downtown district after dark. It's like the whole f***ing place is ours for the asking, Buddy laughed. His large belly shook and his deep black face glistened. Most people looking at Buddy for the first time would have written him off as a teenage fatty, one of those kids who everyone would pick on. But those who knew him better and were able to detect the fact that he carried nunchaku sticks beneath his shirt knew a whole lot better. Johnny Washington knew Buddy's strength and Buddy's desire to inflict harm with that club, and that's why he had him with him every time he went on a job. Listen, my man, Johnny replied, turning his gaunt black face toward Buddy. This here shit downtown's for the f***ing winos, man. We got better shit to hit at the yards. Johnny Washington was tall and lean, and he sat higher than either Buddy or Jay, who was in the back seat. Naturally, when the man driving spoke, both young men in the car listened. Someday? Huh, Johnny? Someday? Jay spoke in a nervous stutter. He was 16 years old, the youngest of the trio by a year. Short and thin, his future was written in dark black etchings across his worried face. The streets of Watts had gotten to Jay a long time ago, and no matter how hard he tried to fight back, they were taking their toll. Yeah, Jay, someday us three'll be sitting just a little higher. We can't miss. We got the brains, the brawn, and the worried man. Now, how could a trio like ours ever blow it? Johnny spoke through clenched teeth, his cigarette bobbing wildly as he spoke. We gonna take this whole f***ing jive-ass town by the motherfucking throat and make it ours. Ain't no doubt in my mind about that, Johnny. Ain't no doubt. Johnny glanced across at his young companion, remembering the days when the neighborhood kids had picked on the poor little fat boy and ridiculed him in public. Buddy had nowhere to turn until Johnny came along and taught him all he knew about street fighting, and especially about the use of the deadly nunchaku. 2 long wooden sticks, the nunchaku, if handled properly, could penetrate a man's skull in one swift motion. Buddy had learned to use the instrument of death too well. The first time his neighborhood bully had tried to ridicule him, Buddy had violently cracked a 6-footer's shoulder blade. The dead silence that followed the surprise beating indicated to everyone that Buddy was not to be teased anymore. Johnny Washington had taught the teenager how to earn his self-respect, and Buddy would never forget. Always be Johnny's man, a loyal and devoted subject to whatever cause Johnny served. As Johnny thought about Buddy, he noticed a squad car cruising slowly north on Main Street. Quickly, he turned south and passed the 2 policemen casually. He saw their white, suspicious faces peering at him from the interior of the black and white. He wasn't worried because he knew that if you gave them the least amount of accessibility, they wouldn't bother you. No cops wanted to stop a group of blacks in the middle of a deserted city late at night for no good reason. Motherfuckers, Buddy cursed under his breath, gripping his sticks tightly.
Hey, Johnny, they're slowing down, man.
Jay was turned around and peering out the back window. Jay, baby, Johnny began, starting to laugh. If I had your nerves, I would have been fried out by this time. Man, you just got to learn to be cool, okay?
Hey, they made a right turn. Beautiful.
Jay slumped down in the seat, pulled out a pack of Pall Malls, and passed the cigarettes around.
Fucking way to make a living.
Johnny laughed. It ain't so bad, man. We just work our way through school, then become astronauts, you dig? We can make a fucking mint on those moon rocks. The three young men broke up laughing as Johnny turned onto 8th Street and headed towards Santa Fe Avenue. From glass-enclosed skyscrapers into dingy, decaying hotels and warehouses. Here, a few late-night winos staggered along the filthy streets, trying to find their way home. Home to them was normally nothing more than a flea-bitten sleeping bag and cot, the smell of piss and the liquid in the next bottle. Johnny Washington looked at the remnants of what once were men and felt his stomach begin to churn. He thought of his father, sitting at home broke and jobless, and felt the anger boiling in his blood. Suddenly the joking and laughter had fled. Now it was down to the business at hand. Jay, Johnny began in a voice that was cold and direct. You saw how many trains pulled into the East Side Yard this morning?
3. All of them from the harbor, too.
That means we'll have the good shit at the south end. The fucking guard won't even know we've been there till morning. Yeah, Buddy replied. No sweat, my man. No sweat. They rode in silence along the darkened freight yards of the city of Los Angeles. The huge boxcars waited in silence until they could be pulled up alongside the loading docks and emptied. In them were every variation of consumer goods known to society. Televisions, radios, watches, clothing, calculators, foods, cameras, goods that none of the three young black men's families would ever be able to afford. These were prizes given to the white man for services rendered. Rewards, Johnny thought, as he crossed the multiple series of trucks toward the east side, for being white. Wilbur Mann watched the little television screen go blank. He stared at the test pattern for a moment, then angrily shut the thing off. No more television that night, and that meant the little guard shack at the northeast end of the yards would be closing in on the white man until dawn. Wilbur said out loud, then lifted his large, flabby frame off the stool, ran his hand across his balding head, and hitched up his pants. He glanced at the photograph of the naked blonde sprawled spread eagle on a tiger rug, and his mind drifted back to the afternoon when his pitiful wife had laughed at him. Wilbur had wanted his heavy-set wife to like he had seen the woman doing in the book that Alonzo, the swing shift guard, had brought to work. The photograph showed a huge black man standing above a young blonde white woman. Both men had teased each other about the size of the black man, but neither had taken their eyes off the picture. After a sleepless night, churning thoughts of and the photograph burning through his brain, Wilbur had awakened with the urge. It had been late afternoon, and his wife had been sitting in front of their new color television set, eating her second bag of potato chips. Wilbur had walked up to her and pulled her against the bulge in his bathrobe. She had screamed, then had laughed, telling him how ridiculous he looked. She had thought it was all too funny, then had turned back to her chips and her soap opera. Wilbur then went into the bathroom with his girly magazine and satisfied himself. Now, as the dark hours of the morning surrounded the little shack, Wilbur cursed. He cursed his wife, he cursed his job, and he cursed himself. The paunchy white man was still cursing and mumbling to himself as he pulled on his jacket with the gold security badge and checked to make sure there were 6 cartridges in the barrel of his .38 police special. The feel of the cold steel, the heavy weight of the gun, its very presence brought him relief. He held the gun in both hands and fondled it, stroking the barrel slowly and lovingly.
That
Wilbur exclaimed softly.
I got everything I need.
With that, Wilbur stepped out into the damp Los Angeles morning. He pulled out a Camel and lit it, inhaled deeply, patted his gun, and started walking slowly toward the south end of the yard. Johnny cut the lights as he pulled up between 2 diesel transports and stopped. The fence loomed 10 feet high in front of them, with 2 feet of barbed wire on top of that. Get the trunk, Jay. Johnny lit a cigarette and waited as Jay scrambled out of the car, opened the trunk, and ran toward the fence. The small black teenager held a large woolen blanket and tossed it across the barbed wire. He then pulled both ends of the blanket down and tied a huge knot to secure it. Okay, Buddy, my man, let's move. Buddy and Johnny climbed out of the car and each cupped his hand for Jay. In one lunge, Jay was rolling across the top of the fence and leaping down to the other side. Buddy followed next, then Johnny. The jungle of boxcars would have presented a problem to anyone unfamiliar with the trains, but Johnny had been looting for 3 years already, and he knew which carriers to hit. The Southern Pacific lines were always the best. Coming out of Long Beach and down from San Francisco, they carried imported goods. The watches, the radios, the cameras were the easiest to handle and brought the most money. Johnny moved briskly between the boxcars, going more on instinct than anything else until he came to a Southern Pacific car that looked good. The door was facing them, away from the city side of the yard. The car was solid, not a refrigerator, and not slatted for livestock. This is our baby, man, Johnny said. Man, let's get the fuck up, Buddy whispered as he held his nunchaku between the bolt latch and the frame of the door. Johnny watched as his chubby black friend with amazement. It always astounded him to see Buddy transform into a silent and muscular bull when there was work to be done. The muscles in Buddy's shoulder seemed to emerge magically from beneath his layers of fat. His entire body seemed to solidify into one massive power. Buddy held each end of his sticks, took a deep and silent breath, then yelled out in a high-pitched scream as he drove all of his energy and concentration into the club. With a solid snap, the huge bolt lock spun off the frame and fell to the dirt. You are something else, Buddy, Johnny whispered softly. It's nothing, just knowing where to put it at the right time, no sweat. Buddy grinned broadly, his white teeth sparkling against his black skin. Jay was already up into the car, searching with his flashlight. Buddy and Johnny waited below.
Hey, babies! It's a motherfucking gold mine! Watches! Man, this place is crawling with watches!
Jay brought one carton containing 100 Swiss watches to the edge of the car and proudly showed them to his friends.
Motherfucker, Sam will give us a damn $150 for each box!
Let's get it on. Johnny knew what the risks were and knew that they didn't have too much time until the security guard made his hourly pass. If he spotted the Chevy parked between the trucks, he would investigate. They had 20 minutes left to get the boxes out of the car and over the fence. The 3 worked silently and with teamwork. Jay piled 3 boxes into his partner's outstretched arms. Each man ran the boxes to the base of the fence and returned for another load. Johnny figured that they would have enough room in the car for 20 boxes. Alone in the dark jungle of the boxcars, Wilbur Man felt like a hunter. The strength that had been sapped from his body by too much booze and too much food seemed to return with each step he took. If only that chick in the photograph could see him now, he thought to himself.
She would go in on our ass right away.
But then Wilbur's heart froze. In a flash, he saw two shadowy figures run between the space of the boxcars and disappear. Looters! 9 months ago, Wilbur had confronted looters, but they had escaped. He had spent the rest of the night trying to replace the boxes and fix the door to make it look as though nothing had ever happened.
But not this time,
the paunchy guard thought to himself.
That shit's all over with.
The hunter returned, holding his .38 and moving quietly between the cars. He crept up to the side of the boxcar where Jay was and waited. He heard the noises of Jay moving the boxes around inside the boxcar. Wilbur cocked his pistol and moved along the edge of the car to the doorway.
All right, hold it!
Wilbur screamed as he leapt in front of the open car. Jay stood at the edge of the doorway, holding a box of Swiss watches in front of him. His eyes bulged at the sight of the white man with the gun pointed at his head.
You f***ing little boy!
Wilbur felt his hand begin to tremble. He brought up his other hand to steady his grip.
Get down off of there, black boy! Don't shoot, mister! Please, don't shoot!
Jay was shaking wildly. His body was paralyzed with fear as he tried to obey the man's order. But he couldn't move. His nerves had gripped him as tightly as if he were caught in a winch.
I said,
Wilbur continued, feeling his words strongly and gaining confidence at the sight of the trembling youth.
For you to get your fucking black ass out of there!
Jay stared down the barrel of the gun, opened his mouth, and tried to speak, but nothing came out. Suddenly, he fell to his knees. He began to cry, hysterical sobs of panic that sounded more like laughter than pain. Laughter was what Wilbur heard also. His head began to spin, and he felt the first rush of madness shoot through his body like adrenaline. The shot was fired directly into Jay's tear-stained cheek, tearing away the entire left side of his skull. The second shot entered his neck and ripped through the muscles and cords out of his body. As his skinny little body flew backward into the dark recesses of the boxcar, Jay's skull and throat were being splattered against the boxes of imported watches. Buddy and Johnny were standing on opposite sides of the fence when they heard the shots. For a moment, neither man knew what to do. Suddenly, Buddy turned and ran back into the boxcar jungle. Johnny climbed the fence a moment later and dropped to the other side. Wilbur stood with his back toward the approaching youth. He held the pistol in both hands and still pointed it at the dismembered body of the black youth inside the boxcar. Buddy pulled up behind the white man and stopped short. All he could see was the blood and pieces of skull inside the car. The little guard was, at that moment, seething with a kind of angry joy at what he had done. For those brief moments, he had come to be the man once again. The kid inside the boxcar was dead, and he, Wilbur Man, had killed him. The kid was and that had made it even better. Wilbur felt something at that moment that he had not felt in a long time. He wanted a woman. The image of the naked woman on his little shack wall was the last thing that Wilbur Man would ever see. At that moment, Buddy was arcing his nunchaku towards the white man's skull. Wilbur did not even have time to register the shrill, eerie scream before the hard wood struck him. Buddy knew it was the most powerful thrust he had ever made with his sticks. Every part of him was there, adding to the strength of his swing. The sticks came down directly at the center of the guard's cap, and the sickening sound of the man's skull being crushed turned Buddy's stomach. Oh my God! Johnny ran up at that moment behind Buddy. The nunchaku was embedded in the dead man's skull, and Buddy was struggling to pull it free. Johnny watched in horror, then saw the remains of Jay. Jay! 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 Buddy was in a state of shock. With each tug of his stick, he cried out the name of his friend. Finally, he pulled the stick free and walked slowly toward the boxcar. Nobody, come on. There's nothing more we can do. We got to get the out of here, man. Johnny grabbed Buddy, then turned him around and slapped him twice across the face. No, man, Johnny said, his voice filled with panic. We can't do nothing more. But Buddy just stared at Johnny, his eyes blank and his mind uncomprehending. For Jay, Buddy. We got to get the out of here for Jay. We owe them now, Buddy. From the other side of the yard, Johnny could hear the approaching siren. He wondered who called the police, since no one was around to hear the shots. The sound reached Buddy also, and suddenly the cold glaze left his black eyes. He looked around wildly, then grabbed Johnny's arm. For Jay, Johnny. The two youths ran like hunted animals through the maze of cars. They both leaped the fence without regard to the barbed wire on the top. Falling to the ground, bleeding from the multiple stabbing inflicted upon them by the wire, they ran to their car. As Johnny Washington turned onto Olympic and headed toward Alvarado, he noticed that the back of the car was filled with boxes. There were at least 17 of them. That, thought Johnny, will pay for Jay's funeral. They drove in silence to Johnny's home. Immediately after pulling into his parents' garage, Johnny saw the squad car cruising down the street. He let out a sigh, shared a smoke with Buddy, then fell into a heavy, numbed sleep. Chapter 2. The deputy coroners were putting what remained of Jay into neat little plastic bags. They sealed each one, then marked them for later identification. The body of Wilbur Mann lay beneath a blanket on a stretcher. Detective Thomas Baker leaned over the prone figure of the security guard and raised the blanket. The sight of the man's crushed skull hit him hard. Jesus, I've never seen anything like this. The kids use them. They're called nunchaku sticks. Wicked motherfuckers. Baker turned up and looked at his partner. Detective Jim Spence stood well over 6 feet with broad, athletic shoulders and a slim waist. His looming black presence, plus the cold, deadly tone of his voice, sent shivers through his white partner's spine. Yeah, Baker said as he replaced the blanket. King barbaric. About as barbaric as that .38 he used on the kid inside the boxcar, Thomas. Baker followed his partner over to where the coroners were kneeling with their assortment of plastic bags. For some reason, he felt more secure with the other white men around him. He knew deep down inside that the killing of the black youth had been uncalled for. But at least the conventional weapons had been used. A gun and its aftermath was something that Baker had seen so many times that he had grown immune to the sight. A man with his head blown off was somehow easier to take than the sight of a man with a crushed skull. And now his black partner, and that cold, deep voice nonchalantly telling him the weapon used and where it came from. It made Baker's flesh crawl to think of it. A white police officer approached Spence.
"The boy's name was Jay Newton,"
he began.
"He lived on Alvarado, just south of 57th Street.
Spence took the wallet and thumbed through it quickly. He found the driver's license and pulled it out. 16 years old, man. 16 and running around with a gang of thugs that bash old men's brains in. Baker was angered. He was upset because the case was not clear-cut enough. He knew the gangs in the ghettos and what they were capable of doing. What bothered him was the fact that a white security guard had brought it down on himself. "It appears," Spence began, lighting a cigarette, "that the guard shot the kid here first. The kid was unarmed, Tom, and didn't have a damn chance in hell. Whoever did in the guard got up from behind him after the shooting." "Yeah, Jim, I know. I guess I must be getting old or something." Spence regarded his longtime partner for a moment, then patted him on the shoulder. Both men had been working the ghetto for 3 years. At first, there had been a lot of hatred between them. The white man did not trust the black man, especially when the black man was on his own turf. But after a while, Baker had begun to realize that his black partner meant business and had a strong feeling for the law. "Come on, man, I'll buy you a cup." Spence led the way back across the tracks and through the boxcars. The dawn was breaking over Los Angeles, and both men were relieved to see the light appearing. It had been a long and grisly night, the kind that wore Spence down and brought forth a paranoia in Baker that was sometimes frightening. They were both relieved that it was over. Spence drove quickly to the all-night coffee shop on Figueroa. The tired detectives ambled inside and took their regular boot. They both ordered coffee and waited until the old, weather-beaten waitress brought it before speaking. "Shh, Jim," Baker began. "I've been through this before, you know. Some kids get together, loot, get shot, and that's that. We try to protect it, to keep it from happening, but it's impossible. These f***ing kids just won't learn." Spence watched his partner as he spoke. The man's face was pale, and his blue eyes almost washed. Spence knew that Baker felt uncomfortable down here. At the moment, Baker was the only white man in the coffee shop, and Spence knew that he was uptight about it. "Listen, man," Spence began. "We got our jobs to do, and we can't let things get in our way. I mean, there's a f***ing reason why this shit comes down in the ghetto more than it does in the suburbs. There's people down here, blacks pushing the powder and hustling the chicks and using their own people to pat down their pockets. Those are the dudes we got to nail." "How? By working on a bunch of teenage gangs? We're not even close." "I know, man. It's bad." Spence looked around him at the black faces living in the black world and once again felt the bitterness of his inability to break it down. The men upstairs, the city bosses, were more worried about their f***ing merchandise than they were about the kids in the ghettos. The looting of a train, the robbery of a dime store, those were the kinds of things that Spence and Baker always seemed to find themselves hooked up with. While they searched the city for a bunch of young punks, the real men, the syndicate people, were walking around stone free. It was always that way, and Spence hated it. Coming out of his own thoughts, Spence smiled bitterly at his partner. "Drink up. We'll go file this thing away. It's 1 for 1, and that's probably as far as it'll go. By tomorrow, we'll be tracking some loser who steals televisions." Baker laughed. He knew that Spence was right. There were just too many killings and beatings to worry about. You could never get a dead man back, but you could retrieve a stolen television set. "Gentlemen, I want you to listen very carefully. Detective Sergeant Louis Bellison chomped down hard on his cigar and stared directly at the two men sitting in front of him. "We're going in after this one, and you two are going to handle it." Spence felt himself suddenly come awake. This was a chance, a way of getting down in there and trying. It had been a long time since the opportunity had presented itself. "Now," Bellison continued, easing his bulky frame onto the edge of the desk, "the yard people, the shippers and freighters are blasting about this one. They want the man who did it. Already they've had 12 guys quit on them, and that's bad for business. I spoke with the mayor this morning, and he demanded us to break it open." Spence glanced at his partner and saw the tension in his face. His jaws were clenched as he was gripping his thighs tightly. Bellison moved off the desk and walked across the room toward the city map. In red pencil, he drew a square, one point of which began at the railroad yard. Now, the kid who was killed there came from around here. Considering his age, they got to be a neighborhood gang. I want all of this area between here and here checked out. Spence almost had to laugh. The man was telling them to search the entire district of Watts. The underground down there will be hard enough to penetrate as it was, but with the area he wanted, it would be impossible. "We'll start with the Newton kid and work from there," Baker spoke quickly, sitting on the edge of his chair. "Fine. Get his parents to tell you everything they know about his friends, what he does or did." Bellison looked from man to man. He was intense and he was shaken. The murder that morning had caused more than one reaction from men higher up in the institution than himself. Now, we got a reign of terror that the newspapers and media will latch onto if they can. Get those little bastards and let's put a stop to this. "Right, sir." Baker stood up erect and walked out of the room. Spence nodded to the sergeant and followed his partner out in the hallway. They finally met again at the elevator. "We got it, didn't we?" Baker said. "Yeah, we got a chance now. We got a little freedom, a little bit of space to move." Baker looked at Spence, at the man's cold brown eyes and his chiseled face. He saw determination there and forcefulness. They were qualities that he wished his partner did not possess. "You're not after the fucking kids at all, are you?" The elevator doors opened, and Spence walked into the cubicle. As Baker entered, Spence smiled at him ruthlessly. "Tom, you got more insight than you deserve." As the doors closed, the two detectives began laughing, one a little more nervously than the other. Chapter 3. The gray early morning sunlight was streaking through the wooden slats of the dilapidated garage. It was a cold, cloudy morning. A damp chill hung in the air like a sodden blanket. Johnny Washington tried to stop himself from shivering. He had never been as cold as he was now. His entire body seemed to be without blood or flesh. His legs were numb and his breathing strained. He stretched his lanky frame outward, pushing his feet against the floorboard and trying to get the circulation moving again. Reaching for the cigarettes on the dashboard, he felt a twinge of pain in his arm and found himself shaking as he put the match to the tip. Then the events of just a few hours ago began pouring through his exhausted brain in a flood of nightmare images. The security guard lying face down with his skull shattered. The remains of his longtime friend Jay splattered throughout the cold and dark boxcar. The images had been with Johnny throughout his troubled sleep, but at least he was able to tell himself that it had been only a dream. "Buddy, wake up, man! We got things to take care of!" Buddy opened his eyes. Before saying anything, reached for a pack of cigarettes. He lit one, then inhaled deeply, feeling the warming smoke invade his deadened limbs. "Oh, man," Buddy said, his voice hoarse and strained. "I need something, like a drink. Your pop got anything inside the house?" "No." He takes the juice to bed with him, keeps it right there under the covers. That's shit, Johnny. The whole f***ing night's shit. Yeah, but we got to get moving with this stuff. We know they're gonna be coming after somebody down here, and they probably found out where Jay lived, so they'll be all over the place. Johnny took a long drag on his smoke before continuing. We'll take the shit to Sam's before it gets really hot. After that, we'll decide what to do. Why that motherfucker shoot Jay? I mean, Jay wasn't about to hurt nobody. Buddy's voice cracked as he spoke. The emotion surprised Johnny because he had always thought of Buddy as cold and heartless. Obviously, there was a lot more to his friend that he could see. No need to answer that one, Buddy. Those don't need no excuses. Johnny started the engine with a roar. The anger that had been so long in coming was finally surging through him. But at least, Johnny continued as he backed out of the garage, at least they're all scared shitless. Every one of them guards is probably shaking in their damn boots. As Johnny turned onto Alvarado, he glanced over at Buddy. The bulky black youth was staring straight ahead, not seeing, and with his jaws tightly clenched. The rage and the anger were evident. Listen, Buddy, Johnny began soothingly, seeing that his friend was rapidly approaching his boiling point. We'll take care of this shit. Get ourselves out of sight, then sit down and discuss matters. Keep yourself cool, and we'll work something out, alright? Yeah, I dig where you're coming from, Johnny, but it's f***ing hard to keep it easy. They reached Compton Boulevard, and Johnny turned into an alleyway behind the 209 Club. The alleyway was deserted as it was still too early in the morning for street action to begin. In another hour or so, the pimps and their girls will be coming out trying to pick up on the white businessmen taking an early lunch break. The junkies will be doing life or death battle for their first score of the day, and business would go on as usual on the ghetto street. Johnny stopped the car behind an old rotting building next to the 209 Club. He honked the horn once, then watched the greasy, dusty window for some kind of movement. Soon the curtain was pulled back and the moony, black face of Sam appeared. The old man nodded once and left the window. You wait here, Buddy. I'll rap with Sam and get us some breakfast money. As Johnny left the car, he glanced back at Buddy. The stocky boy was sitting straight, staring ahead and not moving. You okay, my man? Johnny asked, leaning in through the window. Buddy turned toward the driver's side, stared at Johnny as though he didn't know him, and nodded that he was okay. Johnny didn't believe it. He could see the coldness, the deep churning within his friend. He was beginning to worry about Buddy's ability to handle the events of the night before. Johnny stood at the door and waited for Sam. His mind was racing towards the possibilities of the meeting. If Sam had already heard about the killings at the yard, he would try to get the price down as low as he could for the watches. In that case, Johnny decided, he would have to go with the chubby brown complexion man for one reason. There was no one else he could unload the stuff on without raising suspicion. Finally, the door opened, and Sam stood there grinning his huge, silly grin. Hey, baby, what's happening? Got some shit for you, Sam. Watches. Over 1,500 of them. Johnny watched the older man carefully, trying to detect some flickering of knowledge in the man's face. But Sam just stood there, smiling. That many, eh? Not bad for a young dude like yourself, baby. Let me have a look. And with that, Sam pushed by Johnny and walked over to the car. Johnny followed, noticing that Sam stopped when he saw Buddy sitting in the front seat. Johnny knew that Sam didn't like having the quick-tempered young black around when he did business. Sam's game was selling watches in the lots of supermarkets around town, shuffling up to the white customers, pulling back his sleeves, and revealing his watch-studded arms. It wasn't a bad way to make a few bucks, but it was soft, and Sam, with his bald head and his round physique, was naturally built for soft work. Buddy's coldness and size shook the little man, and everyone knew it. "Open the trunk, Johnny. Let's see what's happening here." Johnny got the keys from the ignition and opened the truck. There were at least 10 boxes stacked inside. Quickly, Johnny ripped one open and unwrapped an inexpensive yet pretty Swiss watch. Sam took the watch and fondled it, then turned it over and over in his hands. "Cheap Johnny. The stuff's worth about $2 on the market." Johnny watched the little man and felt himself growing angry. His fists were clenching and unclenching. Jay was dead because of these watches, and this cheap little bastard was telling them how cheap the merchandise was. "Give you, say, 500 cold cash." Sam stepped back and waited for Johnny to respond. "1,000, my man, and you'll have a deal." "Bullshit. Ain't nowhere else gonna take the shit but here. Either take what I'm giving or go someplace else if you can." Sam wore his complacent smile, the one that most aggravated Johnny. He had seen it on his father during those times when the bottle was nearly empty and the old beaten man would begin talking about the end. Johnny thought for a moment and remembered his promise to himself. There was no way out now. Both he and Buddy would have to get off the streets. There was no doubt that word would be out soon enough, and they, along with the watches, would be hot as hell. "Okay, let's move it out of here." After they finished unloading the car, dumping the boxes inside Sam's spacious, rotting apartment, the older black man pulled out 5 $100 bills and handed them to Johnny. "When's the next shit coming in?" Sam asked. "Don't know, Sam. Maybe in a week. Try for some cameras, Johnny. That stuff goes down real good." Johnny looked silently at Sam, then turned on his heels and walked out of the room. He knew at that moment that it would be the last time he would ever deal with this little soft black man. From here on out, thought Johnny, things are going to be different. The fucking scene has ended and there's no place to go but up. A wave of relief flowed through the young black as he took his seat in the car and waited for Buddy. He had always hated this little deal, and now, because of what happened last night, he was out of it forever. There was no way he or Buddy could ever go back to the yards and deal with people like Sam. It had been good for a few years, providing Johnny with a means of laying some money on his parents and keeping his little sister in school. For Buddy, it had meant that his mother was eating. But now they were men, and they had killed. The rail yards would be for other young blacks coming up trying to etch themselves a place in the jungle. Johnny realized as he drove down the alley that he and Buddy had graduated the night before. Outside his house, Johnny spotted his little sister walking down the sidewalk. Leslie, and her body was fine and slim. Her pert breasts, already rich and full, were shaped nicely against the tight-fitting sweater she wore. Johnny, alone now after having dropped Buddy off at his home, pulled up next to the sidewalk in front of Leslie. "Where you off to, girl? You're supposed to be in school." Leslie peered into the window with a wide smile, revealing perfectly formed white teeth. Her ivory skin, her soft, doe-like eyes were irresistible, and Johnny found himself smiling.
"I'm going downtown for a while, Johnny. There's a job, part-time, at the dime store."
"You don't have to work less. I got some bread for everyone." She looked down at her brother with accusing eyes. Even though she loved him more than anyone else in the family, she found him exasperating. Her parents never seemed to care much where the money came from, as long as Johnny dropped some on the kitchen table when he came in. But Leslie had been on the streets, and she knew what was going down, and she suspected that Johnny was involved in something bad. The thought frightened her because she knew she couldn't go on without him. "Well, girl, what you say?" Johnny tried to make his voice as stern as possible. He was the only one who ever disciplined her and seemed to care enough to make it his business.
Part-time, Johnny. I only took today off so I could check on it. If I get the job, it'll be at nights, so I'll still be able to go to school.
Johnny watched her closely. Her manner was always deceiving to him. Anita, his did the same thing to him, making it impossible to tell exactly what she was saying. Okay, baby, but you quit that school and I'll kick your black ass high, dig? Leslie laughed.
Johnny, you're too much. You always worry about everything. Nothing's coming down that I won't tell you about. I always tell you everything, don't I?
Exasperated, Johnny shook his head. Okay, see you tonight, all right?
Sure, Johnny. See you later.
Leslie leaned down and kissed him on the cheek, then swaggered off toward downtown. Johnny watched her in his side view mirror and felt a twinge of remorse. The girl looked fine. Her hips were small and tight, and her long legs were beautifully shaped. He wondered how many dudes were trying to put the make on her, and if she had ever let them do it to her. The idea angered him, and he slammed his car into first and drove quickly up the driveway and into the garage. Johnny's home was one of those small wooden houses built during the 30s. 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a kitchen provided the family of 4 with cramped and messy quarters. The backyard was laden with tall weeds, and the front yard was nothing but dirt. The grass had been allowed to die 2 years ago, and since then, no one had bothered to replant. Inside the kitchen, Johnny heard the television set blast away. He heard the raucous laughter of some idiot game show where contestants were trying for the big money. It was no different now than it had been every day for the last 2 years, ever since his father had been fired. On the stove, Johnny's mother had made a potato pie. Johnny took a huge mouthful and felt the food as it warmed his insides. He hadn't eaten since the night before, and he was starving. Gulped down 4 more forkfuls before going into the living room.
Johnny!
The old plump woman sat sprawled on the couch, her face aglow from the television set directly in front of her. Sitting on the dilapidated old chair in the corner was his father. The man was thin and old, his black face drawn with the lines of age and defeat. The old man looked for a second at his son, revealing liquid, bloodshot eyes. He said nothing to Johnny, then turned what was left of his concentration back to the game show. Hey, Mom, what's this about Leslie?
Oh, that girl got it in her little head that she wants to work. I see nothing wrong with that, though, considering the situation.
Her voice trailed off as she found herself drawn closer to the television. A contestant, a little plump white woman, was about to answer the question that could win her $5,000. Johnny watched his mother for a moment. Then when the audience went wild as the woman answered the question correctly, he bent down and kissed her on the cheek. In his left hand, Johnny held $200. He dropped the money into his mother's lap.
Thank you, son. We sure needin' it.
It's okay, Mom. Buy something nice for Leslie, okay?
Sure, Johnny, sure.
He patted his mother soothingly, then turned toward his bedroom. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his father. The man showed nothing, neither emotion nor boredom. Instead, he sat there deep inside his black self, lost in his own misery. Johnny wanted to go across the tiny room and kick his aged father, wake him up, and see him move. As he thought about it, a tremendous exhaustion overcame him, and he felt himself begin to spin with fatigue. He needed sleep, and he needed escape from what he had been through. Johnny walked into the little alcove where his bed was and flopped down on the moth-eaten mattress. Within moments, he was asleep. The last thing he heard was the voice of the game show master of ceremonies awarding a young man a new car and $10,000. Chapter 4. Elliot Davis, known to his associates as the Duke, watched the short, fat black man count out the bills on the kitchen table.
8, 85, 9.
The little black man worked slowly, fingering each $50 bill gently and lovingly. The Duke leaned his tall, muscular frame against the window and continued to stare down at the pile of bills being stacked on his table. As the black man put each bill down, the Duke silently calculated where the money had come from, what numbers house had been involved, and what the net take was going to be. His cold black eyes never wavered, and his brown skin seemed like marble, set in suspended concentration.
There we are, Mr. Duke. 10,050.
The plump man stepped back from the table and seemed pleased with his neatly stacked bills. His name was Amos, and he was the Duke's accountant. His job involved knowing where each penny went and where it came from. Duke's calculating mind made Amos almost unnecessary, but one reason why the Duke was the most powerful man in the area was due to the fact that he left nothing to chance, even his own mind. The Duke stepped up to the table and touched each stack of bills lightly. "That's good, my man."
We're down about 12% in the Adam and Crenshaw area houses, Mr. Duke.
Amos trailed off. No one enjoyed giving a tall black kingpin information that was bad. 13.5%, Amos. Those f***ing old people out there ain't doing shit for us, but we got to hold them up as long as they're turning a profit. The Duke's flat, sharp voice stung the smaller man as he just nodded his head in agreement. The Duke had this effect on most people because of his massive build and size and his sharp, cutting tone of voice. People rarely argued with the man. The two men stood in silence in the small, clean kitchen. The room was part of an apartment that the Duke kept above his bar. The Paradise Room was the center of activity for the man who controlled the numbers, prostitution, and the heroin flow in Watts. Located at Manchester and Compton, the little bar was perfectly positioned for the Duke's needs. The sound of an upbeat rock tune invaded the little apartment, and both men seemed to relax. "Amos, my man, don't worry about nothing. We'll take care of that business later. Why don't you just make it on down and take some liquid refreshment?" Amos breathed easier, knowing that at least for this day he would escape the wrath of the Duke. The little black man quickly gathered up his briefcase and moved out of the kitchen through the plainly furnished living room. On his way out, Amos passed the hulking black presence of Joe, the Duke's bodyguard. The huge, bald man glared at the smaller man, enjoying the latter's hastened exit from the apartment. "Hey, Joe!" Duke called from the kitchen.
"Yeah, boss."
Joe leaned against the doorway and lit a cigarette. Duke was putting the last of the bills into another briefcase, and when he finished, he handed the bag to Joe.
"I'll try to refrain from ripping you off, Duke. You dig where I'm coming from?"
Joe spoke slowly, as though each word was a struggle to get out. Once in a while, some fool will be stupid enough to laugh at his problem. That would usually be the last time the poor soul would ever laugh. Duke walked into the bedroom, which was the most luxurious room of the apartment, and began undressing. He threw his clothes onto the circular bed and spoke to Joe. "Listen, Joe, we got problems. We got problems with Amos. I want you to check him out for the next couple of days. Find out what's happening there. You dig?" Joe nodded, then patted the briefcase slowly to show that he understood. "Right, my man, you got the idea." Duke pulled the towel around himself and started for the shower. "Now listen," he said before entering the bathroom. "If there's anything happening with Amos, just come to me. We'll decide things after we know a little more."
"Okay, Duke."
Joe turned around and lumbered through the apartment and out the front door. Duke waited until he heard the voices of Red and Pete, his two other permanent bodyguards, out in the hall. When he was satisfied that his men were on duty, he stepped into the shower. It was only 11 in the morning, but Duke was making himself ready for the only kind of action he really enjoyed. She was lean in the legs and pert and budding upstairs. He had seen her walking home from high school and had stopped to chat with her. At first, she had been frightened, but then Duke had turned on the charm, and she had finally agreed to come up to his place and talk with him. Duke smiled to himself as he thought about her perfect body and how it would be for the remainder of the afternoon. It was always like this when a new one came in. They were never over. Always fresh and innocent, and always very willing to fall in love with the big, good-looking black man who called himself the Duke. "Yeah, baby," Duke sang to himself as he stepped out of the shower. The excitement was already building inside, and he was beginning to turn on. He envisioned the young black, then tried to remember her name. After struggling through a couple, he finally hit it. Leslie. The name was Leslie. Leslie Washington stood outside the Paradise Room and took a couple of deep breaths. She could hear the loud blues emanating from within the darkened bar, and she could hear the talking and the laughter. She had never been inside a bar before, and she was frightened and nervous. Meeting her brother Johnny on the way over hadn't helped her feelings much. She knew her brother and what he felt about her. She knew that if he found out where she had been going, he would have forced her back into the house. A month ago, a week ago, Leslie would have broken down and told her older brother about meeting Duke outside of school and how the older black man had come on so strongly. She would have told Johnny about the black Eldorado Cadillac the man drove and the fine threads he wore. But that was before, when Leslie had still believed that something good would come out of her mother and father. But after 2 years of watching her parents sitting around the house, decaying and virtually disintegrating, Leslie had reached her breaking point. The first thing she had noticed about the car was the driver, a big, bald black man who stared ahead without even glancing at her. Then she saw the handsome, smiling black man in the back seat, the one who opened the door and called out to her. She hesitated for a moment, then had cursed herself. She figured the man was looking for a but as it turned out, he wanted to talk with her and invite her up to his apartment above the Paradise Room. At that moment, Leslie had felt the thrill of being wanted by a man. A wealthy, handsome black man had asked her up to his apartment. In her naive, childlike mind, Leslie imagined the beginning of a relationship, a love that would solve all of her problems. Even though she had heard all the warnings from Johnny, Leslie had decided to accept the man's invitation. She didn't know what was in store for herself, but she did know that, whatever it was, it would have to be better than ending up like her parents had. Now the young black girl stood outside the Paradise Room, gathering up the courage to take that first step inside. As she stood on the crowded sidewalk, a car pulled up behind her and the driver honked the horn. Leslie spun around and saw the chubby little white man waving at her.
"Hey, honey, how about a little lunch break? I only got 45 minutes, so hop in."
The little man grinned, the gold in his teeth glinting against the noonday sun. Leslie froze for a moment, then felt a surge of nausea grip her belly. She began backing slowly toward the entrance to the bar, the laughter and music inside becoming more and more like a warm retreat.
"Come on, baby,"
the white man called, his pudgy hands gripping the passenger's door.
"Let's go do it. $25 up front."
The darkness of the Paradise Room enveloped her as Leslie moved backward through the red velvet curtains into the bar. She could hear the high-pitched voice of the white man swearing at her from the street outside.
"Hey, baby, what's happening?"
The words came at her as though in a dream. It was spoken so slowly. Leslie turned around and looked up at the huge black figure of Joe.
Listen, he's upstairs, waiting.
Joe smiled down at her, then pointed to a stairway at the back of the club. Leslie nodded and walked past Joe and into the room. The long bar on the left was filled with black men talking loudly amongst themselves. The other side of the room contained 12 booths and a dance floor. Leslie noticed 2 or 3 couples sitting quietly in booths enjoying their drinks. The young girl could feel the stares of the people as she made her way to the stairs. When she reached the wooden stairway, she glanced back. All of the men at the bar were staring at her, sly, almost menacing grins etched on their faces. As she turned and climbed the stairs, she heard someone at the end of the bar say, "We're gonna have a long, long way for that one." The men at the bar broke up laughing. The 2 bodyguards sat outside the doorway of the apartment playing cards. As Leslie entered the hallway, they both glanced up. She could feel their eyes undressing her as she walked through the length of the corridor toward them.
"You here for the Duke?"
the smaller of the 2 men asked.
"Yes,"
Leslie answered. Pete jumped up, knocking 3 times on the door, then opened it and waved Leslie inside. Had Amos seen the apartment now, he wouldn't have recognized it. It was dark in the living room, with only the light of a few candles giving out illumination. An Oscar Peterson record was playing softly in the background. The door closed behind her, and now Leslie stood alone in the Duke's apartment. "Leslie, baby, I'm glad you came by." The Duke stood in the doorway to the bedroom. His voice was soft and comforting, and Leslie felt instant relief upon seeing him.
"Hi,"
she said softly. Duke walked across the living room and across from his... He held her shoulders and looked down at her. "Baby, you're about the most beautiful thing these eyes have ever beheld." Leslie felt herself blushing. Her heart was pounding and chills were shooting up and down her spine. The Duke's expensive cologne was like a sweet nectar to her. She had never in her life smelled anything that good. "Listen, honey," Duke began, leading her by the hand to the couch. "I want a couple of things clear between us. I don't know what happened when I saw you, but something sure enough did. And I haven't been able to think about no one but you since." The Duke sat Leslie down on the couch and faced her. Intense seriousness was written across his black face. "Now, I don't know why you came down here, but I hope it's 'cause you think the same way I do." It had worked so many times before that the Duke sometimes had trouble keeping himself from laughing. Girls, just over finding an older, wealthy man in love with them, were usually defenseless. Now, as Duke gazed serenely into Leslie's large, doe-like eyes, he knew that it was working again. "Well, girl, I just opened myself to you."
"I don't know yet, Duke, honest."
Leslie felt herself growing hot. The man was taking her over completely. She was losing all sense of herself. "Listen, don't call me Duke. That's for other people. You call me Elliot, all right? You dig where I'm coming from, Leslie?"
"Yes, Elliot, I do. I really do."
As he began stroking her fine brown cheek, Leslie knew that she was going to go all the way. She had never done it before, and the prospect frightened her. But as the big, strong black man took her into his arms and kissed her hard on the mouth, she began to relax. He was smooth and powerful and knew exactly what to do. The bedroom was lit softly with small lamps at either corner of the room. The large circular bed sat in the center. "Don't worry, baby. Daddy'll take care of you. You gonna be alright." His soothing words floated toward her. She watched him as he slowly undressed her. When she was naked, she felt herself blush with embarrassment, then felt a tremendous excitement flow through her as Duke stood back and examined her nude flesh. "Baby, you are the finest."
Thank you.
It had been a long time since anyone had noticed her like that. Leslie watched as Duke undressed. She felt herself choke slightly as he revealed it to her. "No need to be afraid, baby," Duke said softly as he took her in his arms and lay her across the huge bed. "I'm gonna be real nice and easy with you. Real nice and easy." Even so, Leslie screamed out her house in an unexplored valley. She moaned and gasped, feeling herself for the first time in her life. The Duke loved her screams and cries. The ones were the best, and this one was the finest he had ever had. As he Duke knew that he would hang on to this one for a long time before sending her out into the streets. Chapter 5. J. Newton's mother lived in a small house that rested just beneath the Harbor Freeway near Manchester Boulevard. Around hers were other small homes, quickly decaying with age and the inability and desire of the residents to keep them up. Only Mrs. Newton's home proudly displayed a perfectly green front lawn and a beautiful rose garden on either side of the badly cracked cement sidewalk leading up to the front door. Detective Jim Spence stood at the end of the walkway and admired the little white frame house. The roar of the freeway rush hour traffic was deafening. The smell of carbon monoxide and lead exhausts of the thousands of automobiles that passed only yards away was sickening. But even with that, thought Spence, the little house seemed to transcend the blight around it. Before approaching the black-wreathed front door, Detective Spence glanced back at his partner leaning against the hood of the car. Thomas Baker smoked a cigarette and nodded to his friend. It had been decided that since J. Newton had been dead only 12 hours, Spence would only question the bereaved mother. One detective was enough, and Spence knew that because he was black, he would be the one to approach the mother. The front door opened after his first knock. Detective Spence presented his badge to the young black man staring out at him with confused, painted eyes. "Detective Spence, L.A. Homicide. I'm sorry, but..." The young man stepped aside.
"Come in, please."
Spence was relieved that the young black was present and was cordial. "Are you related to J. Newton?" Spence asked as he walked into the tiny, immaculate living room.
"I'm his brother," the young man replied, then added, "Excuse me, I'll get Mom."
The house was clean and orderly. The furnishings were ancient. Nothing in the small house was newer than 10 years old, but beyond that, there was a terrific sense of pride in everything about the place. Spence sighed to himself. Someone, he thought, tries to hold their head up, and they get this. Damn.
"Detective, I'm J. Newton's mother."
She was older than expected. Her gray hair was tied in a tight knot behind her head. Her body was thin and wiry, and when she tried to smile, Spence noticed most of her teeth were missing. "I'm sorry to bother you at this time like this, Mrs. Newton, but we're trying to find out what happened last night, and we..."
"That's all right, Detective,"
Mrs. Newton interrupted.
"Noah,"
she said, turning to her other son.
"Turn that music down."
The roar of the freeway penetrating the thin walls of the house had deafened Spence. But now he heard it. A sweet clarinet playing the old Negro funeral song, A Closer Walk. Spence had not heard that song since the funeral of his grandfather when he was a little boy living in Macon, Georgia. The image of the small band, his parents and brother and sisters walking down the streets with that song being played, flooded his mind. A bitter anger rose inside his gut as Noah switched off the old, battered record player.
"That's better,"
Mrs. Newton began.
"Please, come into my kitchen. I have some drink."
Spence followed the old woman into the tiny room. An old stove and icebox sat on one side with a small table and 4 chairs in the center. On the table was a half-finished bottle of Jack Daniels.
"I know this don't look right, Mr. Spence, but it's all I've got. Would you care for some?"
Her hands were trembling as she poured herself a half glass of the whiskey. "No, thank you, Mrs. Newton." Spence pulled out a cigarette and lit it. "I just wanted some information about Jay. I hope that maybe you could help me."
"Jay,"
Mrs. Newton began,
"was a young black man, Mr. Spence, trying to grow up in the world that didn't want him to. He got killed last night 'cause he was too weak."
Who were his friends, Mrs. Newton? Who did he hang out with? Spence knew he was being cold, but it was scenes like this one that always flashed through his mind and drove him on.
"No friends, Mr. Spence. No friends at all."
Mrs. Newton took a long, slow drink from her glass, stared at her hands. She played with the cheek turquoise ring on her left pinky, her gnarled hands moving slowly. Spence could feel the tension in the room and the way in which the old woman was being pulled. He had handled situations like this before. The black people did not trust the police, and they did not trust each other. There was little, if any, communication between the victims and those who could help. The only ones who ever came out on top were the exploiters, those men, both black and white, who played on their fear. It always infuriated Spence, and this was no exception. "Please, Mrs. Newton, your son was killed last night looting a boxcar at the freight yards. There were others involved, and unless we stop them, they're going to end up the same way." Noah stepped away from the wall and took a seat across from Spence. His black face was set and determined.
"Listen, man, my mother told you the damn truth. Leave her alone."
Mrs. Newton looked up at Spence. He saw the meaning in her eyes. The aged black woman was going to live by the rules that protected her own people. Even if she understood that those rules were no longer acceptable, she would not break them. Spence rose from his chair. "Okay, I'm sorry, Mrs. Newton. If you hear anything else, please." Detective Spence dropped his card onto the table, turned and walked through the small house and out the front door. He was greeted outside by the roar of the freeway, the smell of poisoned air, and the setting sun. It had been almost 13 hours since the shooting, and Spence was beginning to think that this case would be another in the long line of unfortunate ghetto deaths. Just another wild black youth killed, he thought bitterly to himself as he climbed into the car with his partner. "How did it go?" Detective Baker asked as he turned the car around and headed out toward Manchester Boulevard. "The same, Tom. Always the same. She don't want the other ones to get in trouble with the law. She thinks she's protecting them." "Yeah," Baker replied, then fell into a silence. He knew what his black partner was going through, and through the years had come to understand the workings of ghetto life through his partner's eyes. The two men rode in silence down Manchester Boulevard toward Compton, watching the street hustlers emerge from the old, dilapidated buildings as the night fell over South Central Los Angeles. The two detectives were virtually lost in their own thoughts when the message came over the radio. It took a moment before the contents of the police call dawned on them. Then both Spence and Baker reached for the microphone. "This is Alpha 2. Over," Spence said in a hurried, excited voice. Hold suspect at point of apprehension, over.
Compton and Slauson? That's only a couple of blocks away. Baker turned the car around in the middle of Manchester, then sped toward Compton Boulevard. We got some fucking sharp dudes out there to find those watches. Spence was visibly uplifted. The scene at the Newton home moments before had shaken him, but now, after the call reporting that the watches stolen from the train had turned up on the arm of the parking lot vendor had come in, his spirits were rising. Hold on, Baker warned as he turned up Compton, past the Paradise Room, and headed towards the shopping center where the suspect had been arrested. We don't know yet. I mean, it could be anything. No, Spence replied, lighting a cigarette. The dude who fenced those watches doesn't know anything yet. The killing was kept out of the papers. It's strange, though. What? What's strange? Baker glanced quickly at his partner. I mean, those kids. Whoever was there, they sure must have had a need to unload those watches so fast. A real need. Judging from the house we just came from, that need was money. It always is down here, Tom. Always. Spence picked himself up and sat upright as Baker pulled into the Manchester shopping center. A supermarket, a dime store, and a couple of other businesses sat in a straight line down the edge of the parking lot. Directly in front of the market were 3 squad cars, 5 uniformed officers milled about in front, one of them speaking with a short, bald black man. Baker stopped next to the pair, and the detectives jumped out and approached the young black cop who was talking with Sam, the fence. You spot it? Spence asked excitedly as he examined the 12 watches lying in a row of the hood of the squad car. Yes, sir. I read the sheets this morning, and they sounded like the same watches. Baker stepped forward and wrote down the number of the young policeman's badge. Nice work, he said, meaning it. Real nice work. Thank you. The young policeman was obviously taken with the compliment. He smiled as he handed Sam's wallet to Spence. Sam Dole, 841 East 54th. Is that you? For the first time, the little black man was confronted by Detective Spence. Just the build and demeanor of the black plainclothesman had inhibited Sam. Now, he was forced to speak with the man directly. Yeah, that's me, Sam replied, trying to sound gutsy and hard. These your watches? Spence held up one of the Swiss pieces and placed it about 2 inches from Sam's nose. Yeah, man, but what's all this shit about? Fuck, man, I ain't even do nothing. Sam's voice betrayed him. It was rising quickly into a strained falsetto. Where'd you get these, Sam? Silence. The little black man lowered his head as the larger black man glared at him. Baker leaned back against the fender of the squad car and waited. He knew that if anyone was going to succeed in getting that information out of this hustler, it would be his partner. I said, brother, Spence began again in a tone that defied Sam to ignore it. Where the hell did you get these watches? Sam scraped at the asphalt. Off a dude down in Mexico, man. Really? And how long ago was that? Spence's voice was becoming colder and darker with each question. A tension was rising, and everyone was feeling it. Oh, man, Sam answered after a little thought. About 2 weeks ago. Yeah, 2 weeks ago, brother. I got him off a dude in Mexico. Sam smiled up at Spence, thinking that he had finally convinced the detective. You sure about that, Sam? Yeah, sure, man. Now what's going down here, man? I'm just a little guy making a buck. No fucking crime in that, is there? Spence took a long drag on his cigarette, then slowly ground out the butt beneath the heel of his shoe. Finally, he looked up at Sam with glowering eyes. Sam, you are under arrest for murder, what? These watches were stolen last night and a security guard was killed. That makes you our prime suspect, dig? Sam's mouth fell open and he struggled for breath. He would have revealed instantly his source had it not been for the image of Buddy and his deadly nunchaku flashing through his mind. Buddy and Johnny, they would come after him. Somehow, somewhere, they would track him down and crush his damn skull with that fucking nunchaku stick. He'd seen Buddy put the piece of wood through a door once, and it had looked like he hadn't even tried. You about ready to tell us where you got these watches, Sam? Spence watched the little man carefully. He knew already that Sam was weighing his alternatives. I told you, man, Mexico. Okay, Spence said, turning to the uniformed officer. Take him downtown and book him. We'll finish this little conversation in the interrogation room. As the young black cop drove Sam off into the dark night, Baker and Spence climbed into their car and began driving to the police station. You think we've got something, Jim? Baker asked after a long silence. Yeah, Spence replied slowly. I think it's coming at him from both sides. No sweat, though. We'll break him before the night is over. The old brick building that housed the South Central Police Department was jammed with policemen and apprehended suspects. The first floor of the headquarters housed the main desk, where each new suspect was registered before being led away to the booking room. Most of the crowd were blacks, young blacks, old blacks, and a large array of young black women brought in on prostitution charges. Looks like a slow night, Spence mumbled as he and his partner walked quickly through the reception room to the old wooden stairway. Wait till summer, my friend. Everybody congregates here. Spence laughed. The two detectives climbed the stairs, made their way down the crowded hall, and were finally alone in the tiny, windowless interrogation room. The interrogation room was chosen specifically because of its cell-like quality, small in space, with no windows and only one door leading to the outside hallway. In the center of the room was a small table with chairs on opposing sides. A rickety old bench rested against the far wall, and a light bulb with a metal shade provided the only illumination. The atmosphere of the room did serve the purpose of giving the suspects brought here the unmistakable idea of what it would be like to be confined to a jail cell. The impression was not lost on little Sam. He was brought into the room by the arresting officer and left standing next to the doorway. The young black policeman returned Spence's nod, then closed the door behind him as he left. Spence leaned casually against the far wall, while Baker sat easily on the old wooden bench. Both men smoked cigarettes, and already the room was filling with gray smoke. Well, Sam, Baker began, startling the suspect because it was really the first time the white cop had spoken to him. What's happening? Nothing, man. Nothing. Except I'm in this joint for no good fucking reason. Sam's words were weak. His voice trailed off noticeably. Baker rose from his position on the bench and leaned across the table toward Sam. Now listen, Sam. You can get yourself out of here and back to whatever it is you do for a living. You know that, don't you? Sam looked first to Spence, then back to Baker. There was confusion in his eyes. The white man was being soft-spoken and almost kind. The black detective had practically threatened him with the gas chamber back there in the parking lot. It didn't make sense to Sam. After all, a brother was a brother. Well, Sam, Baker asked again. I told you where I got the watches, sir. Nothing else to tell. If there was, I certainly wouldn't be in here protecting a bunch of little creeps. Sam cut himself off. He saw the tall, muscular detective lean his black frame forward. Little creep, Sam? What do you mean by that? As Baker spoke, he passed a newly lit cigarette across to the fence. Sam accepted the smoke and inhaled quickly and nervously. Nothing, man, nothing. Sam sat down slowly in the little chair behind him. Beneath the harsh light, Baker and Spence saw the beads of sweat rolling down the man's bald pate. Baker stepped back from the table, turned to his partner, and shrugged his shoulders. Jim, he began quietly, I thought he would cooperate. All the way over here I was telling you how he would cooperate, and now he's just copping out. Baker glanced quickly back at Sam, then slouched down into the bench. Detective Spence took his cue and stepped out of the corner and approached Sam slowly. The little black man could not take his eyes off Spence's hulking figure as the detective moved closer. "Now, Spence began in a low-keyed yet threatening tone. "I listened to you, partner, and I thought we had ourselves someone who would cop out. And I was right. Wasn't I, Sam?" Sam winced slightly as Spence stopped directly next to him. He could feel the detective's hot, threatening breath on his neck. His armpits were drenched with sweat, and little driblets were running down the front of his shirt. As Spence glared down at the little black man, he felt the rage that these sessions always created inside him. It was the fury of watching another black man trapped between the law of society and the law of the streets. It was a no man's land, an empty space of real estate where only a fool would tread. Yet here was a brown-skinned brother caught in the web of the law and dealing with the law on its own turf. The man would not speak because he was more terrified of the street vengeance than he was of society's. It infuriated Spence to realize that the streets held more weight with his own people than did society. If society was corrupt, then the streets were downright evil. At least that's what Spence believed. He felt he had to believe it because to him it was his only salvation from madness. "Damn it, you motherfucker! Give us those damn names!" Spence's sudden outburst, his voice booming almost directly into Sam's ear, almost sent the little man reeling off his chair. Even Baker jumped. "Please, man," Sam began in a tone that was more whimper than voice. "Don't please me, you little shit. There's some kids out there in trouble, you bastard, and we're going to find them." Baker has seen his partner go through changes like this inside the interrogation room many times. But as many times as he had seen it, he still had not come to the point where he was used to the rage and bitterness he heard in Spence's voice. The tall black man's actions inside the small room still sent chills down Baker's spine. "Please, Mexico." Sam was barely whispering when Spence grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and pulled him up right out of his chair. Sam stood frozen before the big detective, his eyes wide with fear and his mouth hanging open. "You claim police brutality, you little curse, and I'll fucking blow your brains out. Dig?" Sam nodded quickly. Spence held him a moment longer, then slapped the little man almost gently across the face. A squeak of pain shot from Sam's lips before he fell back into his chair. "You ready, man?" Spence demanded after Sam had settled down. But Sam was going to wait a little longer. Whatever Spence had done to him, he knew that it couldn't be worse than that nunchaku being whipped above his head by a revengeful buddy. Nothing, thought Sam, could be worse than that end. "Okay, let's get the hell out of here, Tom." Baker rose to his feet and walked to the door. He held the door open and waited for his partner. Spence watched the relief work its way across Sam's face. He reached the door, stopped, and spoke one more time to the hunched-over figure sitting at the small table. "Hey, baby," Spence called out. "You ever hear of a place in this building known as Town?" Spence watched Sam's shoulders tighten. He could see the man clench himself as if trying to keep his body from falling apart. "Well," Spence began after a moment, "Town is where all the motherfucking white dudes stay when they come visit. Dig? We separate the black from the white 'cause you ever imagine what would happen if we mixed them? I mean, those dudes are killers, man. They just as soon cut your
off as look at you.
Ain't that right, Tom?
You bet. Me, sir, Baker replied. So, Spence continued, careful to draw his words out in the menacing street slang. You just watch it, 'cause that's where we bout to sing ya. Mother Washington! What was that, Sam? Baker asked quickly.
Washington! Johnny Washington!
Sam's voice was etched with fear. He could barely pronounce the name.
Johnny Washington? That's the dude who gave me the watches. His friend, man. His buddy. I don't know his last name, though.
The arresting officer was standing outside the door, and Spence signaled him over. Keep him locked up for another 48 hours. If nothing's breaking by then, we'll hold him on a selling ordinance. Okay? The young black officer smiled. Yes, sir, I got you, sir. Spence patted the young officer on the shoulder as he and Baker moved away from the interrogation room. As the two men walked quickly toward the information center where they would file an all-points bulletin for the fugitives, Baker found himself smiling. What's so fucking funny, Tom? Spence asked. I don't know, Jim. Sometimes I think I know you pretty well, you know? But every time I go into one of those damn hot houses with you, I always feel relieved when I come out. It's like I was the one who was on the damn hot seat. Detective Spence laughed, then held the door open for his partner before replying. It's like they say about prisons, Tom. You can never tell who the real prisoners are. The inmates or the guards. Detective Baker chuckled. He knew exactly what his longtime partner meant, and it was good to be finished with the interrogation room, at least for tonight. Chapter 6. As an all-points bulletin went out over the airwaves of the Los Angeles police radios, Johnny Washington and Buddy were walking down Compton Boulevard toward the Paradise Room. The streets were filled with people beginning their night's work. The hustlers, pimps, and all started to congregate, and music was blaring out of every bar and dive they passed. But both Buddy and Johnny felt troubled. The day had been a long one that had begun less than 24 hours ago when they had witnessed the brutal murder of their friend Jay. Both youths had returned to their homes in an attempt to get some sleep, but the gift had not come easily. They had met later in the day at Johnny's, and while Johnny's parents sat hypnotized in front of their television set, Buddy and Johnny had discussed their uncertain future. Shit, man, Buddy had said. I don't know what we're gonna do now. Jay is dead, man, and we can't go back to that f***ing yard ever again. Your folks, my folks, everybody depends on us, man. We got to get some coin. After the shock of Jay's death had worn off on Johnny, the young Negro began to see his predicament more clearly. He knew Buddy was right, and he also knew that both of them were in deep. There was no getting out, no hope of a reasonable solution. Johnny knew that they would both have to go all the way. We'll go see the Duke, man, Johnny had spoken, knowing that the Duke was their only way out. Seeking the help of the Kingpin's organization was the only way they would be able to protect themselves. So Johnny had suggested that they just walk down to the man's bar and offer their services. Now Johnny and Buddy stood across the corner from the Paradise Room. The evening traffic was picking up around the area, and the multitude of bars and dance halls gave the street a light, heady atmosphere. Damn, Johnny, this is the Buddy said as he stared across at the club. Man, you got your nunchaku? Yeah, man. I dig where you're coming from, but will the man even talk with us? Johnny looked at his young partner and grinned. His smile eased Buddy's worries. There was something about the way Johnny handled things that allowed Buddy a sense of confidence that he had never when he was alone with himself. Shh, Johnny explained. This man's king shit around here. We're two young studs looking for work. He'll take us on 'cause he'll be thinking he'll have trained dudes on his force. Dudes he got young and fresh, dig?
Buddy nodded absently, then fondled his nunchaku sticks, which he kept concealed beneath his jacket. "All right, man, we got nothing to lose." Johnny started across the street, and Buddy followed on his heels. Then Buddy noticed how Johnny was suddenly swaggering with a confident strut, and the shorter, heavier black youth tried to emulate his friend as they approached the Paradise Room. The Duke stood in his bedroom and admired the lithe, nude figure of Leslie, who was sprawled out across the circular bed. "Man," he thought, "she is certainly a fine..." The tall, dark man couldn't stop the smile that was forming on his lips as he continued to stare at Leslie's sleeping body. The knock on the apartment door brought the Duke out of his reverie. Quickly, he completed his dressing by pulling on his silken shirt and went into the living room. Joe was standing out in the hallway, looking sorry that he had interrupted his boss. "My man, what's happening?" The Duke's voice was friendly, and Joe broke out into a wide grin.
"Hey, man, I thought I maybe caught you."
"Nah, man, business is beginning again, and I'm a happy man right now. So tell me what's going down."
"Two guys, real young, downstairs, want to see you."
The Duke followed Joe down the stairs and into the kitchen of the club where Johnny and Buddy waited nervously. Duke stopped at the entrance to the kitchen and examined the two youths. His mind recorded Buddy's stocky, powerful build and the way he stuck closer to his taller, thinner friend. The tall one, thought Duke, has keen eyes. Finally, Duke entered the brightly lit kitchen and faced Johnny and Buddy. "Yeah, man, what can I do for you?" Duke was in a tremendous mood. Leslie had done things for him that no had done in years. It was because of this that he had agreed to meet with the two young men in the first place. Had it been otherwise in the bedroom, he would have thrown the young studs out the door. "Mr. Duke," Johnny began, trying to sound calm and steady, "me and Buddy want to work for you." "Is that right, my man?" Duke was playing now, having fun with the two youths. "Yeah, we can do almost anything, you know." Johnny felt relief with the man's attitude, although he wouldn't let the thought leave his mind that the Duke was a known killer. "Uh-huh," Duke said, looking at each of them carefully. Finally, he rested his eyes on Buddy. "That nunchaku stick you got there, pull it out." Buddy fumbled with his jacket, trying to extract the stick. Finally, he held up the wired sticks and displayed them to the Duke. Johnny only watched in amazement. The Duke looked powerful and mean, and now Johnny realized that he also had brains. "Can you handle that thing?" the Duke asked Buddy. Buddy nodded, then released his grip on one of the sticks and swung it around in lightning-quick circles. The Duke smiled. "Let's make it out there in the alley and see what's happening with this shit." The Duke led the two young boys out behind the kitchen and into the alleyway. There was a wide open space between the trash cans, and Duke walked to the center of this area. Joe stood behind at the doorway and watched closely, never taking his eyes off the stocky black kid who held the deadly nunchaku. "Okay, my man," Duke began. "Let's set up a little target practice here." Duke pulled two trash cans side by side, then found a large 2x4 board and laid it across the tops of the cans. Stepping back, he grinned at Buddy. "Okay, dude, cut that wood in half." Johnny held his breath and waited. He knew that Buddy was being tested, and that if he failed, they both would be out in the streets again. The small group was silent as Buddy stepped up to the piece of wood. The chunky youth stared at the suspended board as though trying to break it with his concentration. He held the nunchaku easily at his side, gently swinging the free one back and forth. Suddenly, almost too fast for the naked eye to comprehend, Buddy whipped the stick in an arc across his shoulder and brought it down onto the wood. The board broke immediately and fell to the ground. The sound of the nunchaku hitting the 2x4 was like the loud snap of a bullwhip. "Fuck shit, my man!" Duke exclaimed. "I ain't never seen no dude handle that motherfucker like you just did." "Shit," That was something else, man. Buddy broke out into a wide grin and turned to Johnny. Johnny smiled back at his friend. He had never seen Buddy work any more effectively than he just had. The Duke looked at the two young men and realized that if they were serious, he really had himself a find. The taller kid looked like he could handle numbers and accounts, while the nunchaku handler looked as though he could handle anything that might come up in the way of trouble. The Duke made his decision then and there. Back inside the kitchen, the Duke wrote down the addresses of 3 numbers houses. He handed the paper to Johnny. I want those collections once and again at 2 this morning. Got it? Johnny took the paper and stuffed it into his shirt pocket. Yeah, man. Thanks. Duke looked at Buddy and then back at Johnny. Don't mention it, my man. Just do a good job and there'll be bigger things for both of you. As the 2 young blacks left through the rear door, Joe walked up to the Duke with a worried look on his face.
Why you do that? They rip you off?
The Duke laughed. Man, those houses aren't worth shit. One's run by 2 senile old sisters, and the others don't have nothing more than eating money. I just want to find out if those dudes are planning anything. If they come back tonight, then I know we got something happening with them. You dig where I'm coming from, man? Joe smiled and nodded his head. Duke turned and started to go back into the club, but stopped when he remembered the beautiful brown girl sleeping naked in his bed. Although he didn't know it at the time, he had set his mind to have another go at Johnny Washington's little sister. As Johnny drove himself and Buddy toward the address that the Duke had given him on 51st Street, he tried to assemble the plans in his head that he knew he would have to make. Now that he and Buddy had succeeded in landing a job with the Duke, that part was settled. They would work picking up numbers in an honest fashion, wait for something better from the man, but be satisfied with their present gig. But Johnny knew that that was not enough, that everything else about their lives would have to be changed also. Number 1, thought Johnny, he would have to get out of his parents' house. Even though he had come home earlier that morning and slept, he knew it would be a mistake to do it again. He had realized after leaving Sam's that morning that he had committed a very bad error in unloading the watches. The police were looking for the murderer of the security guard, he knew, and the watches were the only evidence in existence. Johnny hoped that Sam would be discreet about unloading the merchandise, but he also knew that he could not trust the man that far. So he and Buddy would have to move out, get a motel room somewhere, and wait until they had enough money saved to rent an apartment. Johnny looked across at Buddy and smiled to himself. His friend had come through for them, and Johnny was proud. Hey, man, you did motherfucking good back there. Thanks, man. I was scared shitless. No need for that no more, my man, Johnny argued. You got it down to an art. Buddy grinned, lit a cigarette, and passed it across to Johnny. The 2 blacks were beginning to feel at ease, to know they were going to make it. Johnny pulled the car alongside the curb in the 5,000 block of 51st, then stopped in front of an old, dilapidated house. The residential street was dark, and the old houses sat quietly and orderly. This is it, buddy, Johnny said as he stopped the car. What the f*** are we supposed to do in there? Johnny laughed as he opened his door. Man, we just walk up that sidewalk there, knock on the f***ing door, and pick up the man's money. No sweat. Johnny waited for Buddy to get out, then started up the walkway toward the house. When he reached the front door, he stopped, took a deep breath, and knocked. He could hear the sounds of people inside, then footsteps as someone came to the door. Finally, the door was opened, and Johnny stared down at a toothless old black woman who looked like she was just short of a century in age. Hello, Duke sent us, Johnny said, after pulling himself together. The old woman looked at Johnny, then at Buddy. There was a glint of madness in her ancient eyes, a sparkle that frightened Johnny. The wrinkles in her black skin seemed etched into her face. Okay, young man, come on in.
She stood back and held the door for the two young pickup men. Inside, Johnny found himself gasping for air. The little house was a mess with cracking walls and disintegrating furniture. And on every possible soft place there rested a cat. All kinds of cats, from the big alley toms to the little striped house cats. Their stench was unmistakable. Obviously, the old woman never bothered to clean up after her little friends. "Shh!" Buddy exclaimed as the three walked through the living room into the kitchen. "Exactly," Johnny agreed. The old woman led them into the kitchen, where there was another woman who looked even older than the first. She sat behind a large kitchen table, the glaring white light above giving her black flesh a gray, almost pallid look. When Johnny and Buddy entered the room, the second old woman looked up at them with fierce black eyes. She did not speak, but only sat there behind the table and glared at the two youths. "Duke called and told us you was coming," the old woman who had answered the door said. "That's fine," Johnny replied, now itching to get out of the place. The kitchen was hot, and with the white lights and stench from the cats, he was beginning to feel nauseous. "He say you boys just starting," the old woman smiled, showing Johnny and Buddy nothing but wrinkled pink gums. "Yeah, listen, we got lots to do, so if you don't mind..." All right, always rushing round. Hey, buddy, always rushing, man." The old woman knelt down in front of the kitchen sink and opened the cabinet. She reached inside beneath the pipes and pulled out an envelope that was smothered in cockroaches. Jesus, Buddy stepped back against the wall. The sight of the roaches crawling up the old woman's arm had shocked him. He had never seen anything like it. The old woman casually brushed the little black bastards off the envelope, then off her arm. She handed the money to Johnny, grinning in a wicked, almost maddening way. "Thanks, ma'am. We do appreciate it." Johnny looked down at the other woman sitting at the table and noticed that she was picking at the wood from the tabletop. He then saw that the rest of the table had been etched out in the same manner, leaving a scarred and ragged surface. Johnny started backing out of the kitchen, with Buddy moving quickly in front of him. The old woman followed them through the living room and to the front door. She looked as though she was herding them out of her house. The glint in her eyes was strong and seemed to possess the energy of madness. "You boys come on back, you hear? We got some mind-finding happenings up here. You know what I mean?" Buddy opened the door and scampered out to the front lawn, Johnny backing out after him. The old woman stood at the door, smiling her toothless smile and cocking her hip outward with her hand placed demurely on her fleshless hip. "Anytime, boys, anytime." Johnny and Buddy moved quickly to their car, got in, and raced away. When they had finally turned off the little street and onto Manchester Boulevard, they began to breathe easier. Johnny lit up a cigarette, then handed one to Buddy. "Man, I ain't never seen no shit like that." Buddy inhaled deeply and sighed with relief as he let the smoke pour from his nostrils. "That was some wicked shit, Buddy. How much bread we got from that place?" Buddy turned the envelope over in his hands. "It's sealed, bro, and I suspect the Duke wants it kept that way." "Yeah, no doubt, my man," Johnny replied as he pulled out the paper with the addresses Duke had given him and read them quickly as he passed beneath a street sign. "How much bread you got left from this morning, Buddy?" "Oh, shit," Buddy began. "I guess about 50, maybe $70. "Why?" "I was thinking," Johnny began, "that after we make the next 2 pickups, since we got ourselves a few hours, we get a motel room somewhere, stay out of sight in the off hours, shit like that. Why, man, we can even call up Anita, and she could bring a girlfriend, and we could have ourselves a little party." The idea sounded good. Johnny hadn't seen Anita for over 3 days, and the finely built girl was a keen source of pleasure for him. Buddy, on the other hand, hadn't had a woman since they had gone down to Big Mama's pleasure palace in San Pedro, and that had been over 2 months ago. Baby, Buddy began with a chuckle, I'm glad to see that at least one of us is thinking straight. Johnny laughed, then gunned his old Chevy and sped toward the next number's house. He was beginning to feel the ache in his loins as he thought about seeing Anita again. After the changes that had come during the last 24 hours, being with a like Anita would provide the perfect tonic for whatever was ailing him. And even Johnny tried hard to keep the shit at the back of his mind. There were a number of things beginning to get to him. After making the next 2 collections, Johnny pulled into the Palm Crest Motel, a little courtyard of bungalows located near Compton Boulevard, about a mile from the Paradise Room. The manager, an aged black man with a powerful limp, had been more than agreeable to sign the 2 young blacks up. As far as they could see, there were no other occupants registered at the motel, and the old man was desperate for tenants. Once inside the small paneled room, which contained 2 single beds and a dresser, Johnny and Buddy began to relax. They had stopped at Bert's liquor store and acquired a bottle of Red Mountain Burgundy. Bert was a longtime friend of the young blacks, always willing to give the kids a little of the juice, for which he charged them an extra $1 on every bottle, but it was worth the price to the young men who were underage. It always struck Johnny as funny that it was easier to score a hit of smack than it was to buy a bottle of liquor. Well, my man, Johnny said as he lay back on his bed and kicked his shoes off, when the girls get here, we can really start to relax. No shit, Johnny, Buddy replied, taking a long swig of his paper cup full of wine. No doubt Anita will bring some fine, huh? That's what she said when I called her, bro. A fine brown, that's what she said. Fucking shit, man, Buddy said loudly, jerking himself up off the bed and looking around the room. What the happens when we get heavy with those, man? I mean to say, brother, ain't no privacy here. Johnny looked around and laughed. Buddy was right, especially when there was a new to be made. Shit, man, Johnny exclaimed. We'll have to fucking play it by ear. Maybe we could turn off the light or something, I don't know. I dig where you coming from, man, 'cause I sure got myself an ache that needs tending to. Buddy drank some more and filled Johnny's glass to the brim. They began to laugh and joke about the women they had known, trying to sound like older and wiser men of the world. Anita stretched her long brown body out against Johnny's and wrapped her leg across his stomach. Johnny moved up against her warm skin and stroked her back easily. In the other bed, Buddy was sound asleep next to the plump but pretty black girl whom Anita had brought with her. The night was successful for everyone, and the lights had been turned down and the 2 couples had moved in the same room. Only the sounds of pleasure had indicated to either of the couples that another couple was present in the same room. Other than that, it had been a very private affair. Now Johnny and Anita were laying side by side, their naked bodies touching at every point possible. Johnny smoked a cigarette and stared up at the darkened ceiling.
That was good, Johnny,
Anita whispered. Thanks, babe. It was mighty fine. There was a long silence as Johnny considered how he was going to tell his girlfriend about Jay. He had avoided the subject all night because he wanted the party to be successful. He needed Anita badly, and he didn't want to ruin it by telling her about Jay. But now he knew that the time had come, and he would have to break the news. Finally, after a long silence, Johnny spoke. This time his voice was soft and distant. Jay is dead, Anita, was all he said. He felt his woman's body tighten and her breathing stop.
What?
Jay. He was killed last night.
Oh, baby, how?
Johnny could hear the emotion in Anita's voice. Jay had practically grown up with all of them, and he was like a brother to Anita. But Johnny knew that. For right now, at least, he couldn't tell her the truth. There was no telling who the police were talking with and who they might approach in the future. Not allowing Anita any information was the best way of protecting her. Otherwise, she might give something away. Then it would be horrible for her when the police questioned her. I don't know exactly. Me and Buddy went there this morning and his mother told us. She just said that he was killed last night.
He held Anita tightly and waited for her reaction. All that came were muffled, sorrowful sobs. She buried her face into his shoulder, and Johnny held her tightly as he felt her warm, wet tears running down her cheeks and onto his shoulder. Her long, lean body was shaken with each sob. Johnny's mind traveled back to the day over a year ago when he had met Anita. It had been just before he had quit high school. Jordan High had thrown a sock hop on a warm Friday night in November. The stylistics had been hired, and everyone around the school had been looking forward to the dance. The dance had only been an hour old when everyone stopped dancing as they heard the barrage of gunshots coming from the direction of the parking lot. Buddy, Jay, and Johnny had fled with everyone else toward the lot and had seen the 5 young black youths lying, bleeding, and dying on the concrete. It seemed that within minutes, the entire Los Angeles Police Department was on the scene, with riot guns and riot wagons surrounding the campus. The tall black girl had been trying desperately to push her way back through the excited crowd and into the gymnasium. Johnny had seen her and had liked the way she walked, her long, lean legs nicely revealed beneath a very short and very snug-fitting pair of hot pants. He had left Buddy and Jay and had followed her back through the crowd into the vacated gymnasium. Anita had fled to the far corner of the room and stood up against the wall shaking. Johnny had approached her, and she had broken down immediately. She told Johnny that she had been out in the parking lot smoking a cigarette with one of the members of the Black Plague, a local gang of teenage blacks that hung out at the high school. Suddenly, a maroon Mercury had sped through the lot toward them, stopped, and opened fire on the group of black youths. Anita had dived behind the nearest car and watched in horror as her schoolmates were shot down one after the other. That fiery night, Johnny had forced the hysterical girl to pull herself together. Then he had taken her through the police lines and to his car. He had then taken her out to a coffee shop and had stayed up all night talking with her. By early morning, the 2 teenagers found themselves lying side by side in Anita's bed. Anita's mother had been seeing a man at the time and dropped by the house only once a day to make sure that her daughter was all right. Since that night, much had happened. Johnny had quit school, realizing that with the constant shootings and chaotic happenings, he will never learn anything valuable that will allow him to survive. At 16 years of age, Johnny had realized that only by making it on the streets would he be able to survive in the jungle of the ghetto. But through all of that, he and Anita had stayed tight with each other. She was a bright, emotional girl and fine in bed. Johnny thanked his luck every time he gazed upon her soft features, her large doe-like eyes, and her fine figure. With her beside him, Johnny felt he could never lose. Anita's sobbing had stopped, and she looked up at Johnny. Her large brown eyes were tear-stained, and her lips were moist.
"Baby,"
she said softly,
"I know you ain't telling me everything, but you got to promise me that you'll be careful. Would you do that?"
Johnny had a smile. He could never fool Anita. "Sure, honey, I'll be careful. I ain't telling it all 'cause it's better that way. You know that."
"Yeah,"
Anita replied, kissing him lightly on the cheek.
"I believe you. I always believe you."
"You just stay with me, honey, and we'll do all right. I'm gonna make it someday, and I'm gonna get everyone out of this place. You trust me, and we'll make it together." Anita planted her mouth fully on Johnny's. Her lush lips parted, and she entered his mouth with her tongue. At that moment, there was no doubt in Johnny's mind as to how he felt. The day had been a nightmare that transformed into a much better dreamlike state. Everything had changed so quickly that Johnny was barely able to keep his balance, but once in the arms of Anita, he found himself again and was able to relax. Now only one more run for Duke, and he and Buddy will be able to return to the motel room for the rest of the night. At 1 o'clock, Johnny and Buddy dressed and left their sleeping women. They would speed through their pickups and rush back to the Palm Crest Motel.
As the two black youths drove away from the motel, they both felt a strange, unfamiliar feeling. For the first time in their young lives, Johnny and Buddy were looking forward to coming home, even though that home was a dilapidated old motor court with no attraction to it except for the two brown-skinned teenage girls who now slept soundly inside. Chapter 7. Leslie woke up in a large circular bed and reached for the massive figure of Duke, but all she found were sheets and blankets. Each morning, for a solid week now, Leslie had awakened to the sweet love-making of the big man. Each day had begun with his forceful, powerful attentions, and each day had ended in the same way. But now he was gone, and Leslie felt the pang of apprehension at his disappearance. Quickly, she jumped out of bed and walked naked into the living room. She searched through the kitchen, then back in the main room again. She sighed to herself, realizing that her worries were foolish. She knew that Duke was a busy man and had business to take care of. For the week that she had been there, it was blissful and exciting. But deep down inside, she knew it would have to taper off sometime. It saddened her that that time had finally arrived. Leslie had never been happier in her entire life. Duke had provided her with everything that she had ever wanted. Clothes, presents of stuffed animals, and had loved her completely and constantly. She had not left the apartment above the Paradise Room during the entire week and would have stayed in the love nest for the rest of her life had Duke only asked her. Now alone, without the comforting, totally fulfilling presence of her man, the young black girl thought about her parents. After that first night, she had called home and told her mother that she would be away for a while. Her mother had become hysterical and demanded to know where her daughter was. Leslie told her that she was fine and that she would be sending money as soon as she could. But now she began thinking again of her sorrowful parents. She imagined them sitting in front of the damn television set, not talking, but just staring as though they were more dead than alive. The image brought a sob to Leslie's throat, but she managed to stifle it. Duke will be back soon, she thought, and rid her of those thoughts. She knew that she needed the man more than ever, more than she ever needed anyone in her entire life. The day passed, and Leslie spent most of it watching the television. During those long hours, every time she heard a noise, she jumped up and ran to the window that overlooked the street in front of the club. But each time she peered expectantly out onto the street, she was disappointed. Duke had not even bothered to call, and Leslie was beginning to know the fear of being left alone. Duke stretched out his long legs as he sat in the back seat of his Cadillac and watched a young teenage black girl eating a hot dog next to him. He had spotted her earlier in the morning as he stood gazing out of the window of his apartment. Leslie had been sleeping soundly and had not seen him race for his clothes and bolt out of the apartment. As Duke sat with the black girl now, his mind raced back to the thought of Leslie. It wasn't with guilt or love with which he thought of the with whom he had just spent a fulfilling week, but rather it was with cold calculation. He was trying to determine the best way to get rid of her and instate this new girl into his apartment. It was always that way with Duke, and the man never tried to correct or deal with his sickness. Young teenage girls had always been an obsession with him, and his continuing changing of never occurred to him as something abnormal. Instead, he just continued doing what he had been doing for the last 4 years.
Hey, boss,
Joe called from the front seat.
We got to get out of this neighborhood pretty soon.
Duke, after picking up his newest addition to the stable, had directed Joe to drive him to a park he knew about in the city of Compton. There he had convinced the brown-skinned girl to perform upon him. Now he had to make his decision. Okay, Joe, drop Jenny here off at the house and we'll take care of business.
Right, boss.
Joe started the car and drove away from the park, heading back towards Watts. It was late in the afternoon, and the Duke hoped that he could have Leslie taken care of by nightfall. Then he could get things going with this new brown of a girl. As Duke entered the apartment, Leslie felt a huge flood of relief surge through her veins. She jumped up from the couch and ran to him, throwing her arms around his large shoulders.
"Oh, Daddy, Daddy, baby, it's good you came home."
Duke looked down at the beautiful black girl and thought for a second of changing his plans. But the image of Jenny had already begun replacing that of Leslie. It was too late to turn back now. "Hey, I got some bad news," he said coldly, pushing Leslie away from him. She looked up at him with her large brown eyes, feeling her body beginning to stiffen. "See, honey," Duke began, "I got business to take care of for a week or so, and we got to have this place. I'm gonna put you up with Molly, a main chick of mine who'll take care of you."
"Oh."
Leslie felt herself sinking, but there was a light at the end of the tunnel.
"Can I still see you, Elliot? I mean, if I go stay with Molly?"
"Sure, honey, no problem, baby. We'll be together every night. It's just this f***ing business came up, and I gotta handle it." As Leslie packed her newly purchased clothes into a suitcase, she felt better. Duke wasn't lying to her, she believed, and things would work out again like they had been. Joe came up to the apartment a moment later and took the suitcase down to the Cadillac. Leslie stood in the living room with Duke. She threw her arms around him, kissed him, then withdrew when he didn't respond. "You go down there with Joe, Les, and I'll catch you tonight. You dig where I'm coming from?"
"Yes, Elliot, I'll be waiting."
"Beautiful, beautiful." The Duke held the door for her, then went to the window and waited for her to emerge onto the sidewalk in front of the club. He smiled to himself as he watched her get into his Cadillac and drive off with Joe towards Molly's. Man, he thought to himself, she was nowhere. I mean, she didn't even know what was happening to her when it was coming down. As Duke shuffled back into the bathroom and began showering, he knew that the next time he saw Leslie, she would no longer be her. Most of them came out of Duke's personal little workshop as hardened, cold women who will work the streets for the rest of their lives. Joe drove down Slauson towards Adams Boulevard. Leslie watched the passing scenery. The clubs, the bars, the markets, and the motels all seemed to blur themselves in her mind. Even though she knew where she was, she failed to recognize the familiar territory. The stock of what had just happened back at Duke's still hadn't worn off. The car finally slowed down and stopped in front of a modern apartment house on Slauson. The exterior of the building sported palm trees and a little bit of grass around the sidewalk. Joe hustled out of the car, opened Leslie's door, and waited for the young black girl to climb out of the back seat. Leslie got to her feet and stood in front of the apartment building.
"This is Molly's, baby. You'll dig on her."
Joe took Leslie's arm and held the suitcase in his other hand as he led her through the iron gates and into the courtyard of the apartment building. It was almost sunset, and the shadows were creeping up the side of the open-air patio. On the second floor at the end of the balcony, Joe stopped in front of apartment number 5. He knocked 3 times on the door, then waited. The woman who answered the door was a middle-aged black and had obviously once been a beauty. She glanced out at Joe, then allowed her eyes to roam down to Leslie. She smiled when she saw the beautiful teenager.
"Joe, he told me she was pretty, but that's too much."
Leslie found herself blushing as she walked into the well-furnished modern apartment. The place was spacious and fine furniture was everywhere. There was even a huge color television set off in one corner of the room. Molly was introduced to Leslie, then she and Joe made their way out onto the patio and whispered quietly to one another for a number of minutes. Leslie spent the time looking at the beautiful paintings on the wall and the vast array of books on the shelves. She had never seen so many books in one place before. Finally, Molly came back inside, closing the door behind her.
"Well, honey, welcome to the home." "Thanks,"
Leslie replied.
"but I won't bother you for long. Elliot will be only a week or so, and then I'll go back with him."
Molly's hard eyes softened for a moment as she regarded this beautiful, obviously innocent young girl.
You bet, baby. But for now, we got to get along and I got to take care, you dig?
Leslie nodded, feeling an instant affection for this outgoing, lively woman. She was so much different than her mother. She smiled so much that Leslie couldn't help being attracted to her.
Okay, baby,
Molly began, heading toward the kitchen.
Let's you and I make some dinner, then we'll have a little chat.
Happily, Leslie followed Molly into the well-kept kitchen. She was delighted by the vast amount of food that was stacked in all the cupboards. It was way past 3 o'clock in the morning, and Duke had not shown up at Molly's apartment. Leslie sat staring at the television set, her face blank, and her dark eyes empty and sad. Molly sat on the couch across the room and watched her visitor closely. This was not the first time Molly had gone through this type of scene with one of Duke's young girls. As a matter of fact, it was nearly the 20th time for Molly. Ever since she had been taken under Duke's wing, strung out on heroin, she had become #1 lady amongst the young whom Duke recruited. It was Molly's job to console the girls after being dumped by Duke, then to offer the young innocent black teenagers another way out. None of them so far had ever refused Molly's offer of white powder and steady income for the rest of their lives. After being with Duke, the girls were ready for anything and hoped that by following Molly's encouragement, they would someday get back with Duke. Of course, this never did happen.
You all right, honey?
Molly asked as the television station signed off for the night. Leslie nodded, then got up slowly and turned off the television set.
I don't know what happened, Molly. He was supposed to come by.
Molly felt her stomach clench. Of all the times she had done this girl was going to be the most difficult. She was very beautiful and very naive. That always made it worse.
Listen, honey,
Molly began.
Men are like that. They'll take you so high you don't ever think you're coming down. Then for no reason, they'll just dump you into the pit. It's always like that, baby. Always. But I can't believe it. We were in love, Molly. Me and Elliot.
Leslie could feel it tighten within herself, the realization that she had been dropped.
Yeah, they always say that. The man is a fucking bastard, Leslie, and we women got to stick together on account of that.
The young black teenager curled up on the end of the couch and looked at Molly openly.
I guess we do, Molly. I guess we do. Listen, baby, Molly began again. Why don't you just pack it in and split back to your mama's house? Get yourself back into school and meet some nice young dude. No,
Leslie replied.
I can't do that. I could never go back there. Never.
Molly sighed. It was always that way. Once out into the real world, the girls would never go back and try to get a fresh start. They had to ride it out, to take the chance that what they had with Duke would someday materialize again. Okay, honey, have it your way. But this mama's got to get herself some fixins to help the pain. You just excuse me for a moment, huh? Leslie watched the middle-aged black woman walk out of the room and down the hallway toward her bedroom. It had been a horrible night, and Leslie had thought of going home when she had realized that she and Elliot were through. But that had been 2 hours ago, and after thinking of her brother Johnny and her parents, she had decided that she would never be able to face any of them again. She was on her own now, and she knew it. There was no place left for her to go but where she was. Now, and only now, is all I got left, she kept telling herself time and time again. Molly returned to the living room with a little silver spoon in one hand and a small plastic bag filled with white powder in the other. Leslie knew that it was dope, most likely heroin, and her heart froze. She had never known an addict before, and now she was sitting in the same room with one. Don't mind me, Leslie. This is for the pain is all. Leslie watched closely as Molly poured a little of the powder onto the spoon, then placed the cupped end in her nostril and inhaled deeply. A smile crossed the older woman's face as the first rush went screaming through her system. Ah, yeah, child. It's better than men anytime.
The younger black girl was at the mercy of her emotions now, and she could not stop herself. She asked Molly for a hit of the stuff, just for this one time, so that she too could stifle the terrible ache she felt in her gut. Molly at first refused, toying with the teenager in order to make her demand the stuff. Finally, Leslie placed a small spoon inside her nostril and inhaled deeply as Molly had done. Her laughter was hysterical and high-pitched. The teenage girl shook with it as she sat on the couch. Nothing seemed to matter anymore. Not Duke, not her parents, not even her brother. Everything was mellow now, smooth to such a degree that only laughter could express the relief she felt as her problems and her pain drifted out of her consciousness in an easy, graceful flow.
See what I mean, baby?
Molly asked after Leslie's laughter had died to a gentle chuckle.
Yeah,
Leslie replied.
F*** Elliot.
Then Leslie began laughing again. She rarely, if ever, used profanities, and the sound of the words emanating from her own lips seemed to her, at the moment, to be the funniest thing she had ever heard. Chapter 8. The residential street was quiet. Only the blue lights of television sets emanated from each of the tiny white houses. Detectives Spence and Baker sat in their unmarked car down the street from the Washington house, watching it for the 6th straight night in a row. The only lead in the freight yard killing had come from Sam the Fence, and so far that lead had not panned out. Normally, the Washington boy would have been regarded as another teen gang member wanted for murder, but the pressure from city officials, combined with the panic at the freight yards, had forced Spence and Baker into around-the-clock surveillance. "Shh, Jim," Baker began. "We've been out here for the better part of our lives, and nothing." "Fucking crunch from upstairs, Tom. Those bastards want this case, and they'll do anything to get it." Spence was tired and anxious to get out onto the streets. His anxiety showed itself in his voice. "You know, we haven't even seen his sister. Johnny's supposed to have a little sister, and we haven't seen any sign of her. I wonder if there's some kind of connection." "Maybe," Spence replied flatly. "But the way things are going, it appears as if we'll never find out." "I just hope," Baker complained, "that this breaks one way or the other pretty soon. I can't go through too much more of this shit." "Anything," Spence replied bitterly. "Anything would be better than this shit. Damn." And with that, both men fell into a deep silence, keeping their eyes pinned to the small white frame house for any sign of activity. The bureaucracy of the department had caught both detectives in a bind, and neither man had the power of rank to break out. It would be this way for the two normally active policemen until either the case broke or the men upstairs decided to chalk it up to another unsolved homicide. Either way, it would take time. As Detective Spence and Baker watched the little house, the telephone inside was ringing. Johnny's father looked to his wife, and she responded by lifting her heavy frame from the chair and moving slowly across the living room to answer the phone. "Hello?" Mrs. Washington spoke slowly and most hesitantly. "Mom, it's Johnny," the voice from the other end said. Mrs. Washington took a deep breath. She hadn't heard from her son in over a week, and, combined with Leslie's running away, she had found herself withdrawing from the situation. "Mom, what's happening? Is everything all right?" Johnny's voice was edged with great apprehension.
"Yes, son. Everything's all right. Where are you?"
"I'm okay, Mom. You and Pop will be getting some money in a couple of days. I moved out with Buddy, and we're both working full-time. 2 jobs. So there's not much time for anything."
Uh-huh.
Mrs. Washington turned back toward her husband, but the man was sipping on a bottle of wine and not paying attention to the call. "Mom," Johnny began again, "let me talk to Leslie." Johnny's mother sighed, then gripped herself. She knew that if she told Johnny what Leslie had done, Johnny would be furious and disrupt the household. She would have to lie.
She's not here, Johnny.
What do you mean she's not there?
She went off to Grandma's for a week, son. Left yesterday.
Oh. Johnny's voice expressed his disappointment. Well, tell her I'll call when she gets back. Everything else okay?
Yeah, sure. Everything's fine. But, Johnny, one thing.
Johnny cut her off quickly. He knew exactly what she was going to say. Okay, Mom. I'll send something to you sooner, all right?
Thanks, son. Your daddy's in a bad way this week, and things ain't so good.
Okay, Mom. I dig it. You take care now, okay?
I will, Johnny. And you be careful too, all right?
Sure, Mom, I will. Johnny hung up his end, and his mother waited for the dial tone before replacing the receiver. She turned back to her husband and told him who had been on the phone. The old man nodded and grunted once, then proceeded to drain the remaining wine from his bottle. Mrs. Washington sat herself down in a torn old chair and felt herself drifting back into the comfortable fantasy land of the television set. Johnny Washington rested his hand on the telephone and looked around his two-bedroom apartment, lost in thought. Anita was sitting on the couch across from him, reading a book. Buddy and Jane, who shared the old upstairs apartment, were out eating, and the place was abnormally quiet. They had been living in the place for 5 days. Each night had been a party. But now there was something wrong, and Johnny could feel it in his blood. He knew that Leslie would not have gone to his grandmother's house in Santa Monica without telling him first. The tone of his mother's voice revealed the fact to him that she had been lying. As he started to dial the phone again, Anita looked up.
Who you calling, babe?
My grandmother. Leslie hasn't been home for a week. Johnny stopped talking as the old woman answered on the other end. When Johnny had finally finished the conversation, he slammed the receiver down and stood up.
Not there?
Anita asked, already knowing the answer. Johnny shouted. No telling what kind of shit she's gotten herself into. Man, why don't nobody watch her when I'm gone? Nobody, man, gives a good shit.
Come on, baby, take it easy,
Anita said soothingly, trying to calm her man down.
Maybe everything's all right. Maybe she's got herself a boyfriend or something, you know.
Shh, Johnny exclaimed, ignoring the pretty black girl who watched him closely from the couch. I don't even know where the hell to begin looking for her. Damn it! Johnny knew deep down inside that something was wrong. The way he had seen his younger sister that morning after the killings, the way she had dressed, and the way she had looked like a woman, something had changed, and Johnny knew that she was in some kind of trouble.
What are you gonna do, Johnny?
Anita asked. Look for her. I got 2 hours before me and Buddy make the rounds tonight. I'll spend that time to look.
Honey,
Anita began.
She's not out there just walking the streets. There's no way you'll find her like that.
Yeah, I know, Johnny said as he pulled on his jacket. But I got to do something, babe. I just can't sit here. Anita watched Johnny as he stormed out of the apartment. The week they had just spent together had been a good one. There was plenty of food and plenty of love between the two young couples. But inside, Anita knew now that things were changing, and she began to fear what was coming. Johnny drove out of the parking lot of the apartment building and onto Central Avenue. He would head up to Adams, then turn right and cruise the busiest section of South Central Los Angeles. He knew that it was a futile search, but he had to make it. Maybe, just maybe, his sister was out in the streets with some dude. If Johnny found her with a man, he knew that he would kill him. 2 hours later, Johnny returned to the apartment and picked up Buddy. Anita had informed him of what had happened. As the two black youths headed towards their first pickup house, Buddy remained silent until they passed Santa Barbara Avenue and headed into a quiet residential neighborhood where the Numbers house was located. Listen, my man, Buddy began. I heard about Leslie. After tonight, you and me can start looking, hit every fucking bar and club in town. Hey, Johnny replied, I dig where you're coming from, buddy, and I appreciate it. I'm so fucking uptight about her, I don't know what's coming down. I just don't have any ideas one way or the other, you dig? So maybe you're right. and we should just get out every chance we have and look. Buddy waited until Johnny had pulled up in front of the 2-story wooden house before replying, "Hey man, I'm with you all the way. Don't sweat. We'll find her." Johnny glanced at his friend and realized that he was lucky to have a guy like Buddy as a partner. "Yeah, buddy, I think we will." As Johnny got out of the car, he noticed for the first time the old Ford sitting in front of the Numbers house. The engine was still running, and clouds of exhaust poured from the tailpipes. Buddy was already halfway up the sidewalk when Johnny whistled to him to stop. "Hey man, you got your nunchaku?" Johnny yelled in a whisper. Buddy nodded, then walked back to where Johnny was standing. "What's happening?" "That car," Johnny said, pointing to the Ford. "I don't know, man, but something tells me things ain't exactly right on around here. Let's go in through the back." Buddy felt the adrenaline shoot through his veins. As he followed Johnny around the side of the old house, he unzipped his jacket and pulled out his nunchaku sticks. The tension and tightness of the young black always felt before using the nunchaku now gripped him. As Johnny crept around to the rear of the house, he silently wished himself that he had bought that .32 revolver he had seen just yesterday. The young black had never carried a gun, had never had a reason to. But now, working the routes for the Duke, he had become more and more inclined to carry a rod. It was always touch and go this late at night, and Johnny had begun to realize that almost anything might happen. The rear of the house was dark, except for one light coming from the kitchen. Johnny crawled on his hands and knees to the back door and lifted himself up slowly so that he could see into the kitchen. Inside, 2 tall black men in their late 20s stood with their backs to the rear door. Johnny could see the gun in one of the men's hands, and he could see the other one stashing the take money into a velvet pouch. "It's a ripoff," Johnny whispered to Buddy. "Shit, what are we gonna do?" "They got their backs to us. The dude on the right has a gun. You get him first, and I'll take care of the other one, you dig?" Buddy nodded. Johnny glanced down at his friend's hands and saw Buddy gripping the nunchaku stick so tightly that his knuckles were turning white. "Okay, my man." Johnny reached up and grabbed the doorknob. Slowly, he twisted the knob until he had turned it all the way. He prayed that the door would open when he pushed. Otherwise, they will be dead men. One more glance down at Buddy, and Johnny pushed with all his strength against the door. The quiet seam inside the kitchen instantly broke into bedlam. The rear door struck both hold-up men and threw them off balance. The black man with the gun accidentally fired his weapon, and the bullet struck the forehead of the old, weather-beaten black man who had been tied up. The man's brains were seeping out of the gaping hole in his skull as he flew backward in his chair. The knots still held, and the butchered black man lay dying while still tied to the chair. Before the other robber with the money could react, Johnny was already on top of him, digging his fist into the man's black face. He had caught them off guard, and instantly Johnny was getting the first punches in. Within a matter of moments, the man's face was being transformed into a churning mass of fleshy pulp. The gunshot had triggered Buddy into action. He had barged into the kitchen with his nunchaku already arcing through the air. The moment the startled gunman had fired, he had crumpled beneath a tremendous blow from Buddy's clubs. The hardwood stick had struck the man between the neck and the shoulder blade, cracking that bone cleanly with a sickening crunch. The gunman went down instantly, splitting his skull on the corner of the table while his gun went flying across the room. Buddy stood over his felled victim, then noticed Johnny struggling with the other black man on the floor. Instantly, Buddy tightened his grip, shrieked, and dove at the feet of the man. Raising his nunchaku high above his head, Buddy whipped the free club down and around, hitting the man directly across his shin bones. The scream was inhuman, as both the man's shin bones cracked at the same moment. A piece of bone from the left leg instantly dislocated and popped out through the victim's pants. The sickeningly white piece of marrow brought a wave of nausea in Buddy. "Shit, Johnny!" Buddy screamed as Johnny rolled off the fainting man and got to his feet. "Fucking nice work! Nice work, my man! Jesus!" Johnny felt exhilaration and complete fear as he examined the bodies inside the kitchen. The old man was still tied to his chair, and his brains were splattered across the kitchen wall. The gunman lay crumpled and silent against the leg of the table, his skull bleeding profusely and his neck twisted in a grotesque clump of bone, flesh, and blood. The two black youths stood across the table from each other beneath the harsh white light. Buddy was still gripping his bloody nunchaku clubs, and his knuckles were still white. Johnny tried to get his mind together to figure out what to do next. On the table between them was a pile of money. Neither youth had ever seen so much money in the same place before. "You okay?" Johnny asked. "Yeah, Johnny, I guess so." "Shh." Buddy's voice was strained as the young man was trying to keep himself under control. Johnny looked down at the money, then back up at Buddy again. "My man," he began, "there's a lot of fucking money here." "I dig where you coming from, bro," Buddy replied, sweat making his brown face glisten beneath the light. "We could take the bread," Johnny said, thinking out loud. "Or we could call Duke. Man, it's a lot of coin here, but the Duke will know what went down. You'll dig on us, 'cause no one else in his organization uses the nunchaku." "Yeah, Johnny, we got too many fucking people after us already, man." Buddy was already shuffling the money back into the envelopes that were used for pickups. "Shit, man," Johnny said finally. "It's better to stick with a dude like the Duke. He'll take care of us, man. He's righteous." "Call him, man. Let's get this shit over with," Buddy said as he laid his bloody weapon down on the white tablecloth. Within a few moments, the Duke and his bodyguard Joe walked into the kitchen. The grisly scene before them did not affect either of the men visibly. Instead, a curled, sneering smile worked his way across Duke's mouth. "Oh, Amos, too fucking bad," Duke said when he saw the numbers man lying in the chair on the kitchen floor. The old black man's eyes were still opened, and Duke knelt down and pulled the eyelids shut. "Shit. We'll have to take care of his woman. Remember to do that, Joe."
Yes.
Joe said, standing against the rear door and staring close-mouthed at the dead bodies strewn about the kitchen. Both Buddy and Johnny stood nervously against one wall. They hardly knew what to expect from the Duke, anger or gratitude. It was tough to figure out how the big man would react. Finally, Duke rose from the side of the old man and surveyed the two dead robbers who had tried to rip off his numbers house. The effects of Buddy's ability with the nunchaku were visible on both men. Duke then turned away from the dead men and leaned over the table. He poured the money out of the envelopes and made a quick count. "Shh! It's all there." Johnny felt relieved instantly. He had hoped the count would be right. It would have been trouble had the money been short. The Duke would have suspected both boys of taking something off the top. "Boys," Duke began, now smiling, "you did some mighty fine shit here. It's been a fucking long time since I've seen two young dudes who could handle themselves like you studs. I dig it." Johnny and Buddy looked at each other quickly, each one thinking the same thing. The fact that they had stumbled onto the robbery had turned out to be a good break. They had proven themselves to the Duke, and now the big man was seeing the evidence of their work. Duke turned back to the money and counted out $500 in 2 stacks. He slid the money across the table to Johnny and Buddy. "Here, you dudes have saved me more than this. A little bonus never hurt anyone, and I'm going to do everything within my power to keep you guys in my outfit." "Thanks, Mr. Duke," Johnny said, as both he and Buddy scooped up the money. "Listen, I want you guys to come back to my apartment for a little refreshment and some fun." Johnny felt his blood surge. Duke's apartment was one of those places in the ghetto that very few dudes had ever visited. Rumors were rampant about what went down in the man's little nest above the Paradise Room, and everyone who knew about the Duke had one idea or another as to what happened inside that apartment. Now, because of what had come down here, he and Buddy would be able to spend some hours with the man inside his famous apartment. "Joe," Duke began, "I'll take these men back to my pad. I want you to call the boys and clean this f***ing mess up. You know what to do with the stiffs, and remember to call Amos's old lady and lay it on her."
Okay, boss.
Joe stepped aside as Duke led Johnny and Buddy through the rear door and out around the house toward his waiting Cadillac. As the three approached the car, the Duke stopped. "Shh," he began, remembering that he didn't have a driver any longer. "Either of you want to do the f***ing driving?" Buddy jumped quickly. "Sure, I'll do it." "Beautiful. Let's make it." As Johnny and Buddy rode through the dark streets of Watts in the luxurious Cadillac, both black youths were experiencing something that had only been a dream in the past. They were riding in a Cadillac with the top man in the city on their way to his pad for a party to celebrate the job they had done. Johnny almost laughed out loud, thinking that only a week before he and Buddy were fleeing the police with nowhere to go and no prospects for the future. It had been some fucking week, Johnny thought to himself as he stretched his legs out on the carpeted floor of the Cadillac. As Duke made his way through the Paradise Room with Johnny and Buddy, he ordered Al the bartender to send up a quart of Jack Daniels to his apartment. Johnny and Buddy both felt the stares of the men and the women as they walked 2 paces behind the big man. Everyone in the darkly lit room knew the 2 youths were being given the special treatment by Duke. "Man," Buddy whispered as they reached the stairway, "this is too f***ing much." "I take it, Buddy," Johnny replied, taking the steps 2 at a time, following the Duke's huge strides. "I even forgot that shit that went down tonight. You know where I'm coming from," Buddy said. Johnny stopped halfway up the stairs and turned toward his longtime friend. What Buddy said had struck a chord. They had killed 2 black men only hours before. Men who might under other conditions have been friends of theirs. The thought had been working at Johnny's mind all evening, and now as Buddy admitted that the killings were no longer on his mind, Johnny felt the same fear he had felt just after the 2 men had died. "Hey, my man," Buddy exclaimed, seeing the worried expression on Johnny's face. "What's happening?" "Nothing, man," Johnny said quietly. "I guess everything's just changed, that's all." "Yeah, but it's a groove." Duke was standing at the top of the stairs waiting on the 2 young black men. "What the gentlemen? You gonna help me with that bottle or not?" Johnny and Buddy scampered up the remaining stairs and followed Duke down the hallway and into the man's apartment. Jenny was sitting on the couch wearing a very sheer negligee. Her breasts and her creamy thighs were visible. Johnny and Buddy both stopped short when they saw the half-naked. "Hey, baby," Duke began easily. "Sorry about not pulling your coat to what was coming down, but don't worry, 'cause these dudes are cool. You just stay where you are and help us celebrate a little." Jenny looked from Johnny to Buddy with her large brown eyes. She made a hasty attempt to put a negligee around herself. "Okay, men, just have yourselves a seat and let's talk." Duke went into the kitchen, cracked some ice, and poured the brown whiskey into tall glasses, filling each one almost all the way. As Johnny waited for his drink, he tried to pull together the strange thoughts that were running through his mind. The sight of the girl sitting on the couch had startled him. He knew that she was no older than himself and that he'd probably seen her around the streets. At first, that was all that bothered him. Just the fact that Duke didn't have an older woman, but instead kept a black. "Hey, Washington!" Duke exclaimed as he strode across the room holding out a glass of whiskey. "Drink this and let's see if you got soul." Johnny took the drink and waited until Buddy had drained over half his glass before sipping. He had never liked whiskey. The taste had always made him gag. Now, however, it was different. He felt the soothing warmth of the drink, then felt his entire body relax. Up until that first swig, he hadn't realized just how tense and uptight he had been. As Duke sat across from Buddy and spoke about the technique of using the nunchaku, Johnny slid into a large, overstuffed chair and sipped at his drink. Jenny watched him intently from her position on the couch.
You and the Duke hit it off real good,
The girl said, trying to sound sexy and mature. Yeah, things were tough tonight, Johnny replied, finding his eyes glued to the young girl's exposed breasts.
Duke will treat you real nice if you do things for him.
Uh-huh. Suppose you're right.
I know I'm right, honey.
Jenny smiled, then shifted herself on the couch so that her breasts and thighs were almost nude. Johnny gulped at his whiskey and thought about Anita. He wished he was back at their apartment, curling up in bed with his beautiful girlfriend. But he knew that he couldn't leave the Duke at a time like this. The whiskey began to take its toll on Johnny, and the image of the people in the room became blurred and unreal. Johnny settled and allowed his mind to wander. At one point, almost asleep from the drugging effect of the alcohol and the emotional fatigue suffered because of the killings, Johnny almost imagined that the half-naked, brown-skinned girl sitting on the couch was his sister. The thought made him bolt upright and join in the conversation with Duke and Buddy. They talked for over an hour about the various ways a man could be killed with the nunchaku sticks. Chapter 9. The young black girl who left the apartment with the older black woman looked beautiful. She was dressed in a pink miniskirt with a tight-fitting sweater. Her hair was worn high. She walked a little unsteadily, and there was a sheen to her dark skin common amongst people experiencing the heat of drugs. But aside from that, she was a beautiful sight.
Molly?
Leslie said as she walked down the courtyard of the apartment building.
I just don't know. Yes, you do, honey,
Molly replied, taking Leslie's thin arm and leading her toward the waiting car.
This whole thing's for Duke. It's all you got, baby. And you better take it.
Leslie nodded rather absently as she climbed into the back seat of the car. Molly squeezed in next to her and nodded toward Joe. The tall, bald Negro turned around and looked at Leslie. His wide grin expressed what he thought of her.
To the house, Molly?
Yeah, Joe. To the house.
As Joe pulled away from the curb, Molly leaned back in the plush seat of the Cadillac. Her mind traveled back a week in time to when she had first started bringing Leslie out. The first couple of days had been difficult ones with the young, disappointed girl. When Duke had failed to show that first night, Leslie had become impossible. Even though Molly had started her on the hard stuff, just snorting it every few hours, the young teenager had failed to calm herself. She had taken to fits of anger, throwing things around the apartment, and screaming out at anyone, including Molly, who happened to be present. Molly remembered Leslie as she would break down and curse out loud at her parents, then pick up the nearest object and throw it as hard as she could across the room, then finally break down and cry. It was after these outbursts that Molly would bring the girl a spoonful of the white powder and tell her to snort it. The reaction to the heroin was slow in coming. Molly had figured that within 3, maybe 4 days, the young girl will embrace the drug and begin to use it steadily as a mean of alleviating her pain. But it had taken longer, and as day after day went by, Molly had begun to realize that she was dealing with a very strong young woman. But Molly had reasoned the strong ones were always the best once they were turned out. The weak ones would usually become apathetic to their trade, and the white men who came to the house for a little jungle pussy, quote-unquote, demanded screamers and wild action. The ones who just lay there and took it were what most of these men were trying to get away from. So Molly figured that she would wait it out with Leslie until the teenager became mellow enough to handle the situation. At that point, Molly would take her to the house and start her out in what would become her life's work. Joe drove through the dark, empty streets of South Central Los Angeles along Manchester Boulevard until he hit the freeway. Then he turned onto the Harbor Freeway and headed north toward the city center. The skyscrapers stood lighted and shining above the rest of the city, giving their promise, false as it was, of bright lights and happy people. Leslie watched the skyline as though it were a movie. She looked about herself, to Molly, then to Joe, and almost laughed. She knew where she was going and what she was going to do when she got there. She knew that she would be paid excellent money to offer her brown body to white men. She knew that in her mind, and she also knew that she was developing a habit, finding it essential to keep a steady intake of the white powder going in order to preserve the flow of what was becoming her life. It was all like a dream, because as in a dream, she knew all these things in her mind, but her emotions were not reacting to them. Some portion of her brain had been cut off and did not allow her to take any kind of direct action. It seemed that all she could do anymore was receive, just lie back and receive. It was an unusual frame of mind for the normally bright girl to be in. But as each day passed, Leslie was becoming more and more used to it. At 6th Street, Joe pulled off the freeway and drove past the brightly lit Statler Hilton Hotel. About a half block down from the huge building, he turned left onto Bradbury Street and immediately pulled the long black Cadillac up into the steep driveway. The old shingled house was 3 stories high, with a 6-foot-high stone fence surrounding it. The lights that emanated from the windows were low-keyed and a multitude of colors.
"Well, honey," Molly began, lighting up a cigarette, "how do you like your new home?"
A middle-aged white man in a business suit walked out of the front door of the house before Leslie could respond. The customer peered inside the Cadillac as he walked down the driveway and out onto the street. Leslie turned her head and watched the man get into a taxicab and drive off.
"Well, honey, I asked you a question." "Fine,"
Leslie murmured, already feeling the pleasant rush from the heroin wearing off.
"That's good, honey, 'cause you're going to be here for some time."
The relief in Molly's voice was evident. The middle-aged black woman was happy to get rid of the troublesome teenager. She had liked Leslie at first, but since she had taken so long and had been so much trouble, Molly had had enough. Now, all she wanted was to get back to her apartment, shoot up a packet, and give her boyfriend a call.
"Yeah," thought Molly, "maybe we'll go dancing or something." "Molly, please."
Leslie's voice was tinged with panic.
"I don't think I want to. Couldn't we just go see Duke right now?" "Oh, honey, I told you about Duke and his ways, but don't worry none, 'cause you'll see him soon enough."
Molly knew that the Duke's practice was to take a flock of girls to the Paradise Room at least twice a month. He did this just to show them he still cared, and it usually worked, at least on the still naive ones.
"Yeah, I know, but I want to see him now."
Molly was losing her patience. Instead of waiting for Gloria, the madame inside the house, to give the signal that it was clear to come inside, Molly slammed open her door and jumped out of the car. Leslie remained motionless in the back seat.
"Joe, couldn't you take me?"
Leslie asked the silent driver. The big dark-skinned man shook his head.
No way, girl. The Duke's way's the only way.
"Come on, Leslie. Get your out of there."
Molly was opening the door on Leslie's side. Finally, once again, Leslie felt herself being overtaken. She climbed out of the car and took a deep breath of the night air.
"You'll dig Gloria, baby,"
Molly was saying as she led Leslie by the arm up the walkway and onto the front porch. 3 knocks and the door swung open.
"Molly, fortunate no one's out here, 'cause you know how upset these niggas can get,"
Gloria yelled.
"Sorry, Gloria, but we got a here who's gonna get them a lot more upset, only in the right way."
Gloria pulled both women inside the house and led them through the immaculate red velvet carpeted room, plush with a large couch and an oak desk and photographs on the walls of 12 beautiful Negro women.
There,
Gloria said as she closed the door behind her. Don't want those feet off to shoot their rocks before they pay. For the first time, Leslie got a good look at the madame. Her hair was dyed an extreme shade of orange, and her eye makeup was the same color. Her clothes were expensive, but didn't succeed in hiding the middle-aged wrinkles and bulges. Leslie disliked the woman immediately. She felt that she was dressed up only to please the white man. Not bad, Molly, Gloria said after examining Leslie up and down.
She's really a fine. We'll pull in 100 a shot. That's what Duke figured, Gloria. At least that. Fine.
Gloria looked directly at Leslie, and Leslie stared back.
Leslie, you're gonna dig it here, 'cause we treat our girls fine. And then when the Duke comes by and takes you out on the town, well, that's when you'll be treated even finer.
Leslie started at the mention of the Duke's name. It was the one thing left she had to hold on to now. Nothing else existed for her anymore.
If the man would just come and take me back,
Thought Leslie,
I'll be okay. Everything will be all right then, when the Duke comes for me. She's got it bad, Molly,
Gloria said in a soft, almost tender voice.
All the from Duke's place got it bad. We got it bad, didn't we?
Gloria smiled, and Leslie couldn't help but see the bitterness etched into her face. The black woman seemed for a moment to be on the verge of tears, but then she broke out of it quickly.
Well,
Gloria said loudly,
let's get this young filly f***ing them white dudes with all the change.
As Leslie was led from the room by Gloria, she heard Molly laughing loudly behind her. His name was Jack, and he was middle-aged and white. After setting Leslie up in an upstairs room, Gloria had brought Jack around for his fling with the beautiful black girl.
This here's Jack, Leslie. You treat him real fine, you hear?
Gloria had said, with a definite change in her voice.
Yes, ma'am,
Leslie replied absently, feeling the heavy-set white man's eyes stripping her. Gloria, Jack said with a big grin on his face, you've outdone yourself this time. She's just what I wanted.
That's good, Jack, baby, so long as you're willing to pay.
Jack laughed loudly as Gloria left the room. His belly shook and his face flushed crimson as he closed the door behind her. Then he turned back to face the beautiful young girl who stood across the room waiting. For an instant, Leslie felt a surge of panic grip her being. The room was small, only with a bed, a bathroom, and a small table as furnishings. The drapes, the walls, the carpet were all done in a bright red color and made the cubicle seem even smaller. Don't be afraid, baby. Daddy'll take care of you, all right. Jack walked across the room and stood across from the trembling girl. Leslie smelled the whiskey on the man's breath and his thick, sweet cologne. She wanted to collapse, to faint, so that she would not be obligated to do anything with him. But that was impossible. Before being brought to the room, Gloria had made sure the novice girl had had a strong hit of smack just to keep her nerves calm and mellow. Leslie had taken the white powder gratefully, feeling her muscles relax and her mind begin to mellow. And now there was no reaction to what was happening inside the girl. Once again, she was at the mercy of those around her, virtually unable to react. That's better, honey. You just be real nice and easy, and everything will be fine. Jack stroked her hair, and Leslie felt his hand move down her neck, then across her collarbone. When he dropped down to the middle portion of her body and cupped her, she sighed. "Aw, yeah," Jack exclaimed. "That's much better, much better." His hands were all over her now, and Leslie leaned back against the wall and allowed him to touch her wherever he wished. He pulled her slinky dress from her shoulder and her nude snaps in it. As he lowered the garment past her waist and over her hips, Leslie reached down and helped him. Jack stopped, surprised at her sudden enthusiasm. "You'll take a while, honey," he began in a hoarse whisper, "but when you get the idea, you really go, don't you?" Leslie just smiled vacantly and nodded as she stepped out of her dress, then slid her silken panties down and stepped out of them. She stood completely naked in front of this hard-breathing white man and waited. "Oh, yeah, fantastic," Jack mumbled over and over and over again as he tore at his clothes. When he was nude, Leslie glanced down at his hard and shuddered. The heroine was coming on strong now, and she was losing touch with what was going on around her. The room softened, and even Jack's presence did not seem to matter anymore. Everything was cool again. There was no need to do anything but to engage yourself. Jack took the black girl into his arms and kissed her passionately. He was breathing hard, and his movements were jerky and almost confused. But Leslie was so loose and pliant that she seemed to melt into each gesture he made. In a moment, they were on the red satin bedspread, Leslie lying spread-eagle beneath the large man. His presence was justified in her mind only by the memory of Duke. Everything else had ceased to exist. "Oh, baby! Oh, baby!" Jack said repeatedly as he... The man was sweating profusely, and he was gripping the sides of the bed as he struggled to keep himself from too soon. But his efforts failed, and after only a few, he moaned loudly and collapsed on top of the girl's brown body. Leslie held the heaving man against her, turning her head away from his red-flushed face. All she could think of at the moment was Duke. With a little effort and a little imagination, she almost convinced herself that the man lying between her legs was actually Duke. It was a satisfying fantasy, and she allowed herself to engage in it as long as she could hold it. Chapter 10. The regulars at the Paradise Room had come to regard the two black youths as Duke's special men, and Johnny and Buddy were treated accordingly. Al, the bartender, never charged them for drinks, but just told them that the Duke wanted it that way. The women who were constantly coming into the place were overly friendly to the two young men, virtually offering their services to them for free. As it stood, the Duke very rarely had taken to new members of his outfit as readily and as wholeheartedly as he had with Johnny and Buddy. The man had been looking for young, fresh blood for a long time, and the duo of black youths who had saved him countless thousands, while at the same time demonstrating their ability to take care of themselves, had convinced the Duke that he had found his young protégés. But Johnny had been the one to whom Duke had been especially favorable. The tall, lean, black youth exhibited an uncanny sense of the streets and a great ability to handle men. It wasn't until the discussion with Buddy after the night of the killings that Duke learned that Johnny had been the one to teach Buddy the use of the nunchaku. Apparently, Johnny was even more adept with the sticks than was Buddy, and that was another favorable comment in his favor. 5 days had passed since the killings, and both Johnny and Buddy knew that they were on their way up inside Duke's little ghetto kingdom. They were the youngest members of the man's gang, yet they were both regarded as the brightest prospects around. It was late on a cold Saturday night, then, as Buddy and Johnny sat in the living room of their apartment and discussed the events that had transpired during the last few weeks. Anita and Jane had taken the weekend to visit Anita's grandmother in Santa Monica, so the two youths were alone. They sat across from each other, listening to the stereo and drinking some Jack Daniels, another token of Duke's high regard.
"Yeah, Buddy said with a metal tone to his voice that Johnny had never heard. "We come a long way in a short time. My f***ing head's still swimming." Johnny regarded his close friend carefully. The days had shown their effect on Buddy, and it frightened Johnny. The night after the killing, Johnny had sensed a strange, cold calm inside his friend that he had never seen before. To even think that his childhood buddy should grow up to become a cold, calculating killer sent chills down Johnny's spine. The hitmen and the killers had always been other places, older men, and a part of a young man's rich fantasy life. "Yeah, man," Johnny began after a long pause. "It's been out of sight, except for the killings." Buddy looked directly at his friend and smiled a cruel, deadly smile. "Really? It stopped bothering me after that f***ing guard at the yards." "Sure, man, I know, but it's a damn to knock somebody off. You dig where I'm coming from?" "Yeah, I guess I do, Johnny, but it wasn't like we were hired or nothing like that. I mean, we were involved in some heavy ish, you know that. We killed 3 men, buddy. A white dude and 2 brothers, man. You dig that? 2 brothers with black skin. Guys like us who were just trying to rip off some bread, man. You know what I mean? I just can't see where they had to die for that." Buddy let out a short laugh and drank steadily from his glass of whiskey. "Johnny, you're the man who laid that down that night. We could have just split, you know?" "Split," Johnny said vacantly, lost in his own thoughts. Yeah, they could have split, but it had been one of those moments when everything seemed to fall into place. The opportunity had presented itself, and Johnny had grabbed it. His quickness had made his decision for him, but it had not forewarned him of the consequences. Although he never showed it except at times like these when he was alone with Buddy, Johnny Washington felt a sickening remorse over the killings. "Damn, man," Buddy yelled. "You f***ing look like the world's caving in. What say you and I make it down to the paradise, have a few drinks, and have a few laughs with some of those broads?" Buddy was already up and putting on his jacket before Johnny could even answer. It did sound like a good idea. Their work was finished for the night, and sitting around in the lonely apartment will only make Johnny feel worse. "Okay, my man, I guess we do have some celebrating coming to us." Johnny went into his room and brought out his best suede coat. "Shit, man," Buddy whistled. "You do mean business tonight, don't you?" The 2 boys stormed out of the apartment, anxious to lose themselves in the noisy, crowded bar where they knew they were welcomed. Saturday night at the Paradise Room was the biggest night of the week. The working blacks, along with the hustlers and street people, all made it by. Some of the people were old friends who had grown up together, while others just dropped in for some good whiskey and conversation. As Johnny and Buddy entered the smoke-filled room, they were both greeted by Joe. He was working as doorman whenever the Duke was enjoying himself inside. Joe knew the face of every man in the country who might be out to hit the Duke. Screening people was the huge black man's job, and so far he had been quite successful. Al slipped the 2 boys a bottle of Jack Daniels as they walked along the bar toward the rear of the room. Smiling, the bartender said, "Duke's in the back. He's got some mighty fine stuff back there with him." "Yeah, baby," Buddy exclaimed. "Let's go back, man. I could use a little tonight," Johnny said as he led the way toward the rear of the crowded room. Already he was feeling better. The thoughts and torment that had begun earlier in his apartment were now disappearing. Everything was clearing up, and it would be a wild, groovy night. Pushing through the crowd, the young men had made their way through the large booth that rested at the far corner of the club. The booth itself was raised on the wooden platform so that Duke could survey his club-goers as he drank and partied. Johnny and Buddy finally skirted the dance floor and stood directly in front of the man's raised booth. "Hey, gentlemen, what's happening?" the Duke smiled, then drew the 2 very young black girls sitting on each side of him closer. He kissed each girl on the cheek, then turned his attention back toward the 2 young blacks standing in front of the booth. "Johnny, Buddy,
You dudes look like you need a little action. Just hop in, boys, and we'll see what the we can do about it." Buddy had already seated himself in the booth when he realized that something was wrong. Johnny stood directly in front of the table, staring up at the young girl seated on the Duke's right. Buddy leaned forward and moaned loudly when he saw who it was. "Leslie?" Johnny's mouth seemed to hardly move, and the word died in the deafening noise of the club. "Johnny," Duke began, not knowing what was happening. "You all right, my man?" This time, Johnny shrieked at the top of his lungs. Leslie's name bellowed forth, and everyone in the club stopped what they were doing and turned toward the source. Johnny was visibly trembling now, and he gripped the edge of the table so tightly that his knuckles were turning white. "You notice?" Duke asked, trying to work out whatever was wrong. "Well, just slide in here, man, and you can play a little, you dig?" By the time it had dawned on Leslie that her older brother was standing directly in front of her as if in a dream, he had been transformed from just another young black man into someone she felt strongly for. The image had finally taken shape, and she had recognized him as her brother. Yet, even with the emotion she felt somewhere deep inside, she could not react to his presence. "What have you done with her?" Johnny demanded of Duke. The big man shrugged his shoulders and tried to smile. The proximity of Buddy, along with Johnny's anger, alerted Duke to danger. He looked quickly across the room and with relief saw Joe pushing through the crowd of onlookers. "I asked you a fucking question, Duke. I want to know what you done to Leslie." "Man," Duke began, "I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, if you know there's something, just be cool and we can work something out for the night." Johnny's anger at seeing his sister sitting alongside Duke with a blank, almost pitiful expression on her face was getting out of control. His first thought had been of the young girl he had seen in Duke's apartment the night of the killings. She was sitting on the other side of the man. The question as to what had happened to his sister was now answered, and the answer blinded Johnny with rage. "Come on, Leslie, I'm taking you home." Johnny reached into the booth and tried to grab his sister's hand, but the strong arm of Joe reached in with him and pulled him back. "Now listen, man," Duke began. "What the is going down?" Johnny took a deep breath, hoping that he wouldn't break out into sobs when he spoke. "That's my sister!" he screamed loud enough for everyone in the place to hear. Suddenly, Duke's expression faded and was replaced by a look of genuine shock. He was as astonished as Johnny was angry. "I said," Johnny repeated, this time loud and clear, "that she's my sister." "What you doing with her?" Buddy had slid out of the booth as soon as he had spotted Leslie. He now stood beside Johnny, facing the Duke. Joe towered over the two young men and still held Johnny's arm tightly. "Listen, my man," Duke reasoned. "This is the big fucking world here, and your sister decided to join it. Ain't nothing I could do about it, Johnny, except try and make it easier for her. That's all." "You motherfucking bastard!" The words were screamed out as Johnny pulled himself away from Joe and flung himself across the table directly at Duke. His first punch caught the man directly behind his left ear and sent him spinning against Leslie. Meanwhile, Buddy had taken Joe and kneed him hard in the groin. The big man stood there with his legs tightly clasped and his hand on his. He glowered down at Buddy and waited as though he had all day in which to strike back. Buddy was standing across from him, not knowing what to do. His nunchaku had bid his lifetime, but he had failed to bring the sticks to the club with him. He was virtually defenseless without them. The Duke, at this moment, was lying down on the seat, with Leslie and the other young girl screaming and crying. Johnny was lying on the table, beating the man with his strong fists, but the blows hardly touched the Duke as the big man just retreated into the womb position and guarded his skull with his arms. Time seemed suspended during those first few moments, but when two of Duke's bodyguards realized that their man was being attacked, they immediately plunged through the excited crowd toward the man's table. One of the bodyguards, a huge 6'6" black-skinned man named Jonah, grabbed Johnny's legs and virtually lifted him off the table. In one swift motion, the giant of a man threw Johnny against the wall. Johnny hit the wood with a sickening thud, and his body crumpled like a rag doll as he slumped to the floor. The other bodyguard, a stocky 6-footer named Stu, came at Buddy. He looked at the fear in the young man's eyes and laughed. "You little black fatso! You're dead, boy!" Buddy tried to run, but the black man grabbed him by the shoulder, flung him against the table, and buried his fist into Buddy's face. At that moment, everything went blank for the two young men who had been so highly touted by the Duke. "Get the motherfuckers out of here!" Duke demanded.
How, boss?
Joe asked, looking at his boss with the question in his eyes. Normally, both Johnny and Buddy would have been taken for a long ride out into the desert north of Los Angeles. There, each would have received a slug from a .45 caliber pistol in the temple. The bodies then would have been doused with gasoline and cremated on the spot. In the Mojave Desert, no one would have noticed. "No, man," Duke replied after thinking about the alternatives. "Just dump them across town. When they find their way back, maybe they'll be more willing to accept things as they are around here." The moment he gave the order, Duke felt a knot grip his stomach as though someone had actually buried a knife inside his gut. He knew that he was making a mistake by not having the two young black men killed. But something inside Duke, whether it was pity or understanding, told him that everything would work out. He knew how difficult it was for a brother to accept what had happened to Leslie, but it wasn't the end of the world. Duke felt that Johnny's outrage was just temporary, and that in time the young man would come around.
"You sure, boss?"
Joe asked again as the bodyguards were carrying Johnny and Buddy out through the kitchen and into the alleyway. "Yeah, damn it, I'm sure! Just make sure you leave them alone, fucking walk home!" Joe shook his head, then trudged out after the bodyguards. Duke turned back to his club. The people were standing across the dance floor, still watching, some talking among themselves. "All right, people, can you dig drinks on the house?" The people cheered as Al began to set up the liquor. Suddenly, Saturday night had returned to the Paradise Room. Leslie watched the club come back to life. She had watched her brother attack the man she loved, then had witnessed her brother's clubbing by the bodyguard. She had felt ashamed and spaced when her brother had first shown, and now she felt confused and sorry. She didn't know what she was sorry for, but the feeling was complete and powerful. "Hey, baby, you all right?" Duke asked her.
"I need something, Duke. Please. I need it real bad."
Duke smiled. "Sure, baby, Duke'll fix it for you. He always does, doesn't he?" Leslie nodded. Duke leaned down and kissed her gently on the cheek. Joel drove the Cadillac speedily through the Saturday night crowds of Los Angeles. He took Manchester Boulevard straight through the center of the city, finally ending up at Hermosa Beach. When he reached the first public parking lot, he turned into the expansive area and stopped the car. The two bodyguards sat with Johnny and Buddy in the back seat.
"This is it, man,"
Joe said slowly. "Yeah, baby," Jonah replied. "I still think we coming from the wrong way, Joe. You dig what I'm saying?"
"I could dig it, man,"
Joe replied.
"But this is the the Duke laid down, and there's nothing we can do about it."
Both Johnny and Buddy were conscious by now, and they listened with thumping hearts to the conversation in the car. Johnny knew that after the attack on Duke, he had put his life in jeopardy, but he desperately wanted to remain alive so that somehow he could get back at the big man who had caused his sister so much harm. Now, that was the only thing he was living for. "Shit, man," Jonah continued, "these dudes are going to lay some heavy shit on Duke. We ought to do a man a favor, Joe. Save him from future hassle."
I know,
Joe replied.
the man's making a big mistake. Anybody could have told him that. But he got to have his reasons, and he was never wrong before.
"It's always a first time, Joe. Always." Jonah had wanted badly to kill the young dudes who had been such a hit with the Duke. Besides being dangerous, they were competition, and the huge black man hated competition.
"Well, man,"
Joe said,
"get these fuckers out of here and let's make it."
The night had been long, and Joe's temper was running short. Before the incident at the club, he had set himself up with a fine-looking, but Johnny and Buddy had caused his plans to be abandoned, and Joe hated them for that.
"Okay, fuckers, split!"
Joe now opened the door and slid out. He took Buddy with him and dumped the stocky young black onto the concrete. Johnny came next, being pushed across the seat by Stu and dumped alongside his friend. Before either boy could regain his senses, Joe was screeching away into the night. "Shh, Buddy, you all right, man?" Johnny asked. Buddy was lying face down on the concrete. Blood was pouring from his nose and his eyes were swollen. He groaned once, then sat up. "Yeah, Johnny, I think so. I wish you would have brought those damn nunchaku sticks. Man, what a drag!" Johnny was rubbing the side of his face where he had slammed into the wall. His jawbone felt sore as hell, and he could barely close his mouth. "I'm sorry, man," Buddy said. "About Leslie. Shit, man. That's a f***ing bummer." Johnny got to his feet, holding himself erect as the ground swirled around him. Finally, he was stable. "Come on, man. We got to get the f*** out of here. The Fuzz are still looking for us. We got to get back to the apartment." After helping Buddy to his feet, the two black youths began walking across the parking lot. Suddenly, Johnny stopped and turned back toward the ocean. "You know, Buddy, I haven't seen the ocean in 10 fucking years." "Yeah," Buddy replied. "I remember the day. We felt like oceanic health out there. All those trying to get their skin like ours. That was too much." Johnny laughed bitterly. "Come on, man, let's go. We got a long night ahead of us." They retraced the route that Joe had taken in bringing them out to the beach. Walking along Manchester, they followed the back alleys, staying always off the main, well-lit street. Whenever they saw a car, they would duck behind anything available and wait for the passing car to get out of their sight. They stumbled and they cursed their way through the miles and miles and miles of endless alleyways, seeming always that they would never reach their destination. Finally, after 5 hours of walking, they reached the Harbor Freeway. They stood under the Manchester overpass and took a smoke. "My feet are falling off, man," Buddy complained as he rubbed the bottom of his feet. "Yeah, I know, man," Johnny replied, drawing heavily on his cigarette. "But we got to figure where we going. I mean, Duke knows where we live, don't he? And what happens if Joe and the other two decided that we should be killed?" "I don't know." "I do," Buddy said, "'cause if I don't fall into a bed pretty soon, I'm gonna die anyway." "Okay," Johnny agreed. "Let's make it back to the fucking pad and we'll figure things out, all right?" Buddy knew what Johnny was talking about. He knew that the situation was not going to be left alone by his good friend. What Duke had done to them was one thing, but what he had done to Leslie was another altogether. Johnny was out for revenge, Buddy realized, and he wouldn't stop until he got it. The idea frightened Buddy, but he felt loyal to his friend and knew that he would have to stick by him no matter how crazy he got. They walked as the sun rose in the east of Los Angeles. It was a cold, cloudy morning, and by the time the two young black men staggered up the stairs to their apartment, they were weary and exhausted. While the rest of Los Angeles was either sleeping or preparing to attend church services, Buddy and Johnny climbed gratefully into their beds. Buddy fell asleep instantly without undressing, but Johnny lay stone still on his bed, staring up at the ceiling. His mind was still working furiously, trying to figure out a way to get his sister back and to pay Duke the debt he now owed him. It was now dark, and Johnny opened his eyes slowly and saw Anita standing over him. She had a worried look on her face.
"What happened, Johnny?"
"Nothing, babe," Johnny answered, still groggy from sleep and in need of a good meal. "Just go into the kitchen there and fix some food, okay?"
"Sure, honey, whatever you say. Eggs, bacon, and toast all right?"
"Uh-huh, sounds fine." Johnny started to get off the bed, but his muscles had tightened so badly that he was almost paralyzed. Anita watched him intensely, fear growing stronger in her eyes.
"Oh, baby, what did they do to you?"
"A little trouble, Anita. That's all you have to know. Now go fix the food. Me and Buddy are starving." Anita leaned down and kissed him on the forehead, then turned and walked out of the room. Johnny struggled with his sore and aching body. He finally managed to pull himself into a sitting position, then swing his legs around and stand up next to the bed. The aches were severe, but he knew that nothing was broken. Buddy was already sitting at the kitchen table, drinking a hot cup of coffee. He tried to smile at Johnny, but his face just twisted up into a grotesque mask. "Man," Johnny said jokingly, "you do look wasted." "If I look bad, Johnny, then you must look like hell." The two laughed as Johnny took his seat across from Buddy. "Where's your chick, Buddy?" Johnny asked. "She's staying out of Santa Monica, man. Another couple of days. Ain't that right, Anita?" Anita flipped an egg in the frying pan before answering.
"Yeah, Jane loved it there. She wants us all to go out there for a while, and spend some time."
Johnny jumped at the idea. It would be a perfect place for him and Buddy to hide out. No one knew it existed except for Anita and Buddy. No one would know where they were while he and Buddy carried through the plan that had developed in his mind throughout the long morning hours. "Beautiful. Let's make it out there. Me and Buddy do need a little vacation."
"Oh, Johnny, you mean it?"
Anita was excited. She had wanted to ask Johnny about going out there, but was afraid that he would turn her down.
"Really, Johnny? You and me, Buddy and Jane? We'll have ourselves a regular ball."
"Sure, Anita. It'll be a gas." Johnny glanced quickly at Buddy as Anita wrapped her arms around his neck. Their eyes met, and both men knew that there were other things coming down besides a vacation. Johnny then turned back to Anita and hugged her playfully. He felt sorry because he knew that it would be a long time and a lot of luck before the two of them would really be able to take a vacation and just have some fun. But Anita always wanted to see San Francisco, and Johnny decided that after he had taken care of his business, he would make sure she got to the city by the bay. Maybe, he thought, maybe take Leslie up, too. Even though Johnny and Buddy were bruised, the threesome riding in the old Buick across town toward Santa Monica looked to all intents and purposes like a very happy group of teenagers out for a Sunday ride. As a matter of fact, the three were happy inside the spacious confines of the old car. Anita had turned on the rock station, and all three were singing along to the songs. As Johnny sang, he watched the passing scenery of South Central Los Angeles. It seemed to hit him during the moments when the music was playing. He had come so far, and yet he had gotten nowhere. As he looked about him, he realized that everything was still the same. The buildings were still there, the music coming over the radio, everything. People were proudly sitting around throughout the city having a peaceful Sunday morning, looking forward to something in the future that did not involve killing and danger. As he looked at Anita and Buddy singing happily, he felt more alone than he had in his entire life. Anita's grandmother's house was a little white shack located in the old Venice Canal district, about a block from the ocean.
What once were the dreams of the city of Venice to emulate the canals of the Italian city were now nothing more than mossy, stagnant ribbons of smelly and turgid ocean water. Lining the decrepit canals were little houses much like Anita's grandmother's, and each house was as degenerated as the canals themselves.
Well, there's her place over there.
Anita pointed excitedly to the little house as she edged the large Buick over a small arched bridge. She turned right after that and pulled up to the front of the house, parking the car on the dirt.
This is going to be fun. We'll go down to the beach, and then they got this amusement section, games and things that we can go play at night.
Anita was like a little girl. Her eyes were lit with excitement. "No shit, baby," Johnny said as he got out of the car. He was trying his best to sound excited, but the plans that had been forming in his mind and the memory of his sister sitting next to the Duke only hours ago were still embedded in his mind. The three walked into the house. When Jane saw Buddy, she got excited and ran across the tiny living room and threw her arms around him. Johnny laughed when he saw Buddy smiling in embarrassment. "Hey, my man," Johnny said teasingly. "You do remember that night at the motel, don't you?"
"Oh, Johnny,"
Jane protested, but with a big smile on her face.
"Come on. I want you to meet Grandma."
Anita led them through the small two-bedroom house and out the back door. There, an old white-haired woman sat on a rocking chair with an easel in front of her. She was painting a picture of the canal that stretched out in front of her. The painting was so much more beautiful than the canal itself that Johnny could hardly recognize it. Anita introduced the old wrinkled black woman to Buddy and Johnny. When the old woman smiled, she revealed her gums. There were no teeth. Johnny liked the old woman instantly, more because of her painting than anything else. "I sure dig this picture, ma'am," he said with conviction. The old woman grinned broadly.
"Why, thank you a lot, son. It ain't but half through yet, but if you kids stay on long enough, I'll sure give it to you."
"Thank you. I dig that," Johnny replied, then knelt down and kissed the old woman on the cheek. Anita made some joke about being jealous, and everyone broke out laughing. The old woman sat there chuckling loudly and slapping her knees. The laughter and happy mood had continued through dinner, which consisted of old-fashioned grits and vegetables prepared by Anita's grandmother. It had continued through the evening when the happy young couples had joined other teenagers on the Santa Monica Pier. There they played the games at the arcades, and when Anita and Jane had finally begged, Johnny and Buddy had consented to ride the old-fashioned merry-go-round. On the way home, Johnny brought everybody some cotton candy, but once Johnny reached the little house by the canal, he suddenly became morose and serious. "I need the keys to the Buick, Anita," he said directly.
"Johnny, where you going?"
Anita was already reaching into her purse for her keys. "Me and Buddy got some business to attend to, baby. We'll be back in a couple of hours." Anita glanced at Jane, then finally handed the keys over to Johnny.
"Please,"
she began, then stopped as Johnny jumped into the front seat, with Buddy getting in on the passenger side. The happy evening ended abruptly for the two teenage girls, and both were in a state of confusion as they walked back into the little house. The Sunday night traffic was light as Johnny pushed the Buick across town toward Watts. Buddy rode in silence for a long time, but as they approached the ghetto district, he finally spoke. "All right, my man, what's happening?" Johnny glanced at his friend, lit a cigarette, then spoke slowly and with a coldness to his voice that Buddy had not heard before. "We're going to start paying back Duke where it hurts him most." "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that we're going to knock off the man's numbers houses one by one. We're going to clean the bastard out as fast as possible. Then when we got ourselves enough cash to live on for a while, we're going to get Leslie out of there, and all of us are going to head to Frisco. That's what I'm saying, man." "I dig where you're coming from, man. But how are we going to hit those fucking houses without weapons?" "Your nunchaku is back at the apartment, right?" Buddy hesitated before replying. Yeah, it's back there under the bed. Okay, Johnny smiled, and I'll get myself a rod. I would use the nunchaku, but I want a fucking gun for this one, you dig?
Shit, Johnny, we got ourselves a fucking long way to go.
Buddy fell into silence. He had been anticipating something like this from his friend, and now that it had finally come, he wasn't sure how to take it. Taking on Duke and his men was a little more than Buddy had in mind. But once again, no matter what the young black's thoughts were, his devotion to Johnny overruled him. "I'm with you all the way, Johnny," Buddy said after a long silence. Johnny turned to his friend and smiled. "Thanks, Buddy," he said sincerely. "Ain't many fucking dudes left like you in the world." Buddy grinned back, and the two teenage black men hooked thumbs and shook hands as if they were about to start a friendly game of football. After stopping off at the apartment and picking up the nunchaku sticks, Johnny drove for 52nd Street and turned left on Adams Boulevard. In another moment, he was pulling into a dark alleyway behind Wally's gun and ammo shop. Johnny left the car running with the headlights off as both boys jumped out and approached the rear entrance to the shop. There was an iron gate padlock across the wood door. Johnny looked at Buddy and did not need to say anything. The nunchaku sticks fit nicely between the padlock and the gate. Buddy was silent for a moment as he held both ends of the stick. Finally, he cried out as he pulled with all his muscle against the lock. The steel snapped against the wood and pulled the frame right off the wall. "Beautiful, man. Always beautiful," Johnny said as he pulled the gate open. Now all that stood between them and the store was the back door. "Okay, my man," Johnny whispered to Buddy. "Just one more time and we're home free." This time, Buddy slid the stick between the doorknob and the frame. Without hesitating, he yanked back and snapped the knob, and it's locked right out of the soft wood door. The gun store was there for the taking as the shattered door swung open. The two youths fled into the store. Johnny broke a glass case and pulled out a .357 Magnum, then took 3 boxes of cartridges. The weight of the gun plus the presence of the shells sent chills up his spine. Finally, he thought, as he and Buddy ran back to the car, "I'm ready to get the Duke." As they sped away from the store, they talked excitedly about the robbery. The one thing that had upset both of them was the fact that there had not been an alarm. Johnny feared that the alarm was a silent one, rigged directly to the South Central Police Station. His fears were not unfounded, as a squad car was already being dispatched to the scene. Buddy knew exactly where to drive. They had both been there twice a night for the last couple of weeks, picking up the numbers tape for Duke. As Buddy slowed the car down in front of the dilapidated little house occupied by the two senile old ladies, Johnny loaded his Magnum. He knew he wouldn't need it now, but he was beginning to feel comfortable with the gun. "It's gonna be a gas to knock over these old hags," Buddy declared as he jumped out of the driver's seat with his nunchaku stick flashing. "It ain't gonna be much of a take, bro, but by the time we finish with the fucking route, we'll have some fucking real cash." Johnny and Buddy walked quickly up the walkway that they had first used many days ago when both had been honored and pleased to be collecting for the Duke. But the times had changed that, and now they were going after the man's money. The two old women let the collectors into the house without any argument. As far as they were concerned, everything was still as normal as it always was. As the saner of the sisters fished out the envelope from beneath the kitchen sink, Johnny looked around the roach-infested house and realized that it would be the last time in his life he would ever have to enter the decrepit place. As he glanced at Buddy, he realized that Buddy was also feeling the relief. "There you are," the old woman said, smiling wickedly behind her black, wrinkled face. "You boys like a little taste?" "Nope. We got to hustle," Johnny said, backing out of the house as he had done every time they had collected.
The old woman was worse than a leech, and once she got a hold, there was no letting go. "Shh," Buddy said as they drove away. "It's fucking worth it to knock off the Duke's houses, just so's we don't have to make that place again." "My man," Johnny replied, fondling the white envelopes on his lap, "I dig where you're coming from." They drove the route as usual and managed to collect from 7 more houses. The Duke had not even bothered to get the word out yet, since it had never crossed his mind that Johnny would be so bold as to attempt to rip him off. The usual people were inside the houses, and the rip-off was going easier than expected. "Man," Johnny began as Buddy pulled up to the final house on the route. "This shit's too fucking easy. I don't know." "Don't sweat, bro, 'cause we just moving too fucking fast for Duke. Ain't no other explanation to it." But Johnny was worried. They had been doing the route now for at least an hour, and it was entirely possible that during that time someone had called or the Duke had called one of the houses. If that had happened, then they would be in real trouble. "Let's just make it easy on this one," Johnny said as they climbed out of the car. "We'll make it around the back first and just check it out." Buddy nodded, then followed Johnny to the rear of the old house. The freeway was nearby, and the sounds of trucks bringing their wares into the city to the north filled the night. As Johnny crept along the side of the house, he gripped his heavy pistol firmly in his hand. Tension had gripped his back, and his sore muscles were already aching. "What's happening?" Buddy asked as Johnny peered into the kitchen window. Inside the kitchen, there were rows of adding machines sitting on a table along the wall. 2 old men were stuffing envelopes with money. Everything looked as it should have. "Nothing's happening, Buddy," Johnny whispered. "But get yourself ready for anything, all right?" "I take it, Johnny," Buddy replied, clutching at his nunchaku. Johnny stood up straight and headed towards the rear door. He knocked 3 times, and soon the door opened. Dave, the old black man who ran the house, faced Johnny.
"Hey, Johnny, what's happening?"
Dave asked. Instantly, Johnny was alerted. Dave was sweating profusely, and his eyes were darting off to his left as though he expected something to jump out of the woodwork. "Not much, babe," Johnny replied, gripping his magnum tightly beneath his jacket.
"Okay, fuckers, up against the wall!"
The command came from behind Buddy. Instantly, Buddy whipped around and slashed at the black man's face with his hardwood stick. Stu was the smaller of the 2 bodyguards, and as he went down beneath the skull-crushing blow, he screamed a scream that was not human. Johnny heard Jonah, the huge black man, trying to get by Dave inside the kitchen. Instantly, Johnny slammed the back door closed and fired twice through the wood. The thunderous retort of the gun blasted out the glass windows, and the shells shattered the old wood of the door.
"Buddy, let's go!"
Buddy was still standing above his victim. The end of his nunchaku was bloody, and hair from the black man's skull was sticking to the wood. The smell of urine and excrement filled the air, giving testimony to the fact that Buddy had killed again. Johnny grabbed Buddy, and they ran alongside the house toward their car. Buddy jumped into the driver's seat, and Johnny into the passenger's. Within moments, they were screeching down Santa Barbara Avenue. The huge bodyguard, Jonah, had waited until he had heard the 2 youths running down the side of the house before moving out of the kitchen. He dropped the old black man to the floor, tried to keep himself from vomiting at the massive glob of the man's brains that rested on his pants, and ran from the house toward his car, which was parked in the alley. He saw the old Buick take off down the street and knew generally in which direction they were headed. Buddy drove like a madman down the empty streets as Johnny watched out the back window. When he saw the high-powered Cadillac turn out of the alleyway and immediately start gaining on them, he knew that he would have to do something. There was no way the old Buick would outrun the new caddy. "Buddy! Buddy!" Johnny shouted. "Let the fucker catch us!" "What the fuck are you talking about? You crazy?" Buddy screamed. "No, man, do it! Do it! Damn it, slow down!" Finally, Buddy took his foot off the accelerator and the car lumbered to a lower speed. Johnny, meanwhile, had leaned out the window, his waist resting against the door. He held his huge pistol with two hands, aiming it directly toward the approaching car. As the caddy quickly came up to them, Johnny unloaded 4 rounds of booming shells into the caddy's windshield. As soon as the last shot was fired, he threw himself back into the car. "Come on, man! Jam it!" he screamed to Buddy. As Buddy stomped down on the gas pedal and the old Buick slowly picked up speed, Johnny peered over the back seat and through the rear window. What he saw made him smile, a cold and brutal smile. The Cadillac was weaving madly back and forth on the street. The windshield was completely shattered. As Johnny watched the huge black caddy move wildly toward the right, it continued on up the sidewalk and headed into a gas station. Hitting the gas pump head on, the car, along with the gas station itself, burst into a towering inferno of orange flames. They could see the flames behind them as they drove quickly toward Santa Monica. Johnny lit a cigarette and gave one to Buddy. They did not speak because both of them were filled with so much emotion that the words did not come. The few people who had heard the crash stood outside the danger area of the gas station and watched the spectacular fire. The first few who had arrived had listened with horror at the blood-curdling screams of the man who was obviously trapped for the brief remainder of his life inside the fiery car. Chapter 11. The booth at the Paradise Room was occupied by 2 men, Duke and his bodyguard Joe. There were no women, and the remainder of the club was quiet and well-behaved. It was a Sunday night, and much had gone down over the weekend that did not suit Duke. The moment the call had come from the 3rd number's house on the route, Duke had reacted. He hadn't really figured that Johnny would go as far as ripping off the houses, and the news came as a slight surprise. But the handsome, middle-aged black man had dealt in the unexpected all of his life, and he was geared to reacting quickly to the sudden moves of others. Duke had dispatched the 2 bodyguards, Jonah and Stu, out to the last house on the route, giving the men enough time to set themselves up and wait for the young hoods to show up. Then they would apprehend and return them to the Paradise Room, where Duke would take his pleasure questioning them. But the night had worn on, and the men were at least an hour overdue. Something had gone wrong, and Duke knew it. "What do you think, Joe?" Duke inquired of the large black man sitting next to him. "You think we ought to check it out?" Joe nodded.
"Yeah, something ain't right, that's for sure."
"Okay," Duke said. "Get the car and let's split." As Joe left the club to get the other 2 bodyguards, Duke sipped slowly on his Jack Daniels. His mind wandered back to Leslie and her sweet presence. She had been good, he thought, but not that good. "Damn!" he said out loud, to no one in particular. He knew that sooner or later his fixation on young girls would get him in trouble, and now it was causing him more than he needed. It was one of the few times in Duke's life that he ever felt badly about his sexual activities. Duke and Joe sat in the rear of the caddy while Eddie B drove and Jim rode shotgun. The drive was short, and within moments the 4 men were walking quickly up to the front steps of the numbers house. "We better be cool, men," Duke said as they approached the front door. The men split up.
two on each side of the door, and waited. When Duke finally nodded, they all reached into their shoulder holsters and pulled out snub-nosed .38s. Duke held his lightly, then used the weapon to wave the men inside. Joe tried the doorknob and found it locked. He backed up a step and kicked the door off the hinge. With a loud crash, the door fell into the living room of the old house. Joe led the way through the darkened room toward the light in the kitchen. The three men followed closely. Finally, Joe peered around the doorway and into the kitchen.
"Oh, boss,"
he said, with a sick feeling in the pit of his stomach. Duke pushed by his man into the brightly lit room. The old black man named Dave lay next to the shattered rear door, his brain seeping out of the massive hole in his skull and onto the floor. The stench was sickening, and Duke covered his mouth and nose with the back of his hand. Ugh. Each man heard the low-keyed moaning sound coming from the washroom located off the kitchen. Stealthily, holding his .38 at the ready, Joe moved across the kitchen and into the washroom. He found the other old man who worked with Dave cowering in the corner, trembling with fear. The slight-built little black man was drenched in his own vomit, the end result of his absolute fear.
"Duke, it's old Steve, man,"
Joe said. Duke pushed aside Joe and peered into the dimly lit room. The old man stared back at Duke with wide-open eyes, yet he saw nothing. "He's in shock, Joe," Duke said calmly. "Call up some more boys. We're going to need to clean this shit up." Duke stared at the catatonic old man for a second more, then walked back to the grisly scene inside the kitchen. The back door was shattered, a ring of bullets obviously having come from the backyard and in through the old wooden door. Duke walked back to the door and went into the backyard. At first, just the fresh air without the stench of death was a relief. But as the big man stood in the night air, lighting a cigarette, he smelled something else. It was the same horrible stench, a combination of urine, excrement, and dried blood. He looked about himself frantically and finally saw the lumped figure lying near the bushes at the base of the house. "Eddie B!" Duke yelled back into the house. "Yeah, Duke," Eddie B called back from the kitchen. "Grab a flashlight or something." In another moment, Eddie B appeared with a light. Duke grabbed the flashlight and pointed the beam at the crumpled body. "Nunchaku!" Duke said out loud. "Huh? What you say, boss?" Eddie B asked. "Look at his skull, man. Split wide open. Only one thing I know does that to a man. Nunchaku. And only one cat I know uses the fucker well enough too. Buddy." The dead bodyguard's skull was split wide open from the forehead back to the midsection of the head. The man's hair was tinted with blood and a seeping wet slime that Duke figured could have easily been the man's brains. From the moment he had seen Dave, Duke knew that Johnny and Buddy had been responsible, but the sight of the bodyguard's smashed skull had given him the proof that he needed. The horrible scene was all the work of two black teenagers who were just beginning their revenge. "Shh," Duke said as he walked back into the house. "Those Joe returned from the living room where he had made the telephone call.
"I got the boys, boss."
"Little Stu's out in the back, Joe," Duke said, now regaining his cold tone as he began thinking clearly. And he was f***ed over by the nunchaku.
"Buddy, huh?"
Joe said immediately. "Uh-huh. Johnny and Buddy. And I can tell you right now that they ain't stopping here. Those dudes are out for f***ing blood, man, just because of that little of a sister of his." Joe was about to answer, but stopped when he heard a car pull into the driveway.
"That must be the dudes now,"
Joe said as he went to the front door. Within a minute, there were 5 more black men, all employed by Duke, standing around the small kitchen. Okay, men, Duke began slowly. This is what's happening here. I want this fucking place left exactly as it is. By that I mean I want everyone left as he is. There's another dead man, you guys know him, Stu, out in the rear. Leave him too. Eddie B looked at his boss with shock. Why, Duke? This fucking place is hot? That's what I was getting to, my man. Now, let me pull your coattails to what's coming down. You guys clean this fucking place up of all evidence linking me to the house. I mean, you go through every fucking drawer, corner, and even the bowl and collect every piece of that could tell the cops this place was ever a numbers operation. Joe nodded as the understanding of what Duke wanted dawned on him. Duke paused for a moment, then continued again when he saw Joe's response. You can dig it, 'cause we got a dead man hid out there by a nunchaku stick. Now the fuzz got themselves a good fucking lead, and maybe if we're lucky, they'll use it. Otherwise, we'll find the little bastards first, one way or the other. We coming out fine. You guys got that? The men nodded in unison. Okay, beautiful. Now, Eddie B, Duke said, turning to the slightly built bodyguard, I want you to wait till the fucking place here is ready for the cops, then give them a call and let them know there's been a little trouble here. Okay, Duke, I dig where you're coming from. All right, Duke began again. Get started. Me and Joe are going out for a little visit. I want this place face clean within 2 hours, dig? Duke did not wait for the answer, but walked past Joe and out through the living room. Quickly, Joe took off after him, and the two men walked hurriedly toward the black Cadillac parked in front of the house. Johnny and Buddy's apartment was easy enough for Joe to break into. The door had opened quickly after Joe had played with the lock for a moment with his pick. Once inside, Duke and Joe rummaged through the place, looking casually through dresser drawers and underneath the beds.
Boss,
Joe said finally, holding a bureau drawer in his hands.
What the we looking for?
Something, man, Duke replied. Anything that might give us a lead as to where those fuckers are. But there was nothing. After an hour of searching through the apartment, Duke decided to leave. In his angered mind, he felt some satisfaction in letting Johnny and Buddy know that they had at least gotten to their apartment. It wasn't much, but Duke had nothing else to go on. As the long night wore on, Duke was becoming more and more bitter. It wasn't so much that the young men had taken off the numbers houses, or even that they had killed Dave and one of Duke's bodyguards. What made the man furious was his own fear. He had seen Buddy work with the sticks, and he had seen the coldness that could creep into Johnny's dark eyes. He knew the two youths were a powerful team when he had first seen them, that being the reason he had given them jobs. And now they were against him, and the thought made Duke shudder. It had been some time since he had felt fear over any man, and feeling it now because of two teenagers was almost too much to handle. The Duke decided as he climbed into the Cadillac with Joe that he was going to have to do something drastic. Let's go to Gloria's, Joe, Duke said coldly to his driver. Joe nodded and did not try to question his boss. He could tell that Duke was preoccupied, and Joe had seen the mood before. Normally, when the Duke was in this kind of mood, somebody ended up very dead. Joe pulled up into the driveway of Gloria's house and left the motor running. He knew that Duke wasn't going inside for fun, so it wouldn't take too long. Be right back, my man, Duke said as he climbed out of his car. He walked quickly up the stairs and onto the porch. Without knocking, he entered the house. Gloria was just coming out of the parlor when she saw Duke. She stopped short, surprise written across her face at his unexpected presence.
Duke, what you doing here?
Where's Leslie? Duke demanded.
Man, she's upstairs.
What room, Gloria?
6, Duke. She's in 6.
Duke walked quickly past Gloria and started upstairs. Before reaching the top, he stopped and faced her. You got a nice load of stuff, Gloria?
Sure, Duke. You know I always do.
I mean uncut, Gloria. Me and Leslie going away for a while, and I want to carry some pure shit with me. Can you do it? Disappointment showed itself on Gloria's face. It always did when Duke came for one of the girls. The middle-aged black woman always hoped that the man would someday come for her.
I can do it, Duke,
she said finally. Get it ready. I'll be back in a second. Duke raced up the stairs and turned left down the plush hallway to room number 6. He stopped outside the door and listened for a moment. He heard nothing. He tried the doorknob and found it unlocked. Taking a deep breath, he turned the knob and barged into the room.
Jesus fuck!
The nude man yelled when he saw Duke barge into the room.
Leslie!
Duke yelled. The girl had her mouth on the man and was involved in formalness. Her back was to the door, but when Duke yelled her name, she pulled off immediately.
Duke?
Leslie exclaimed excitedly. Get dressed, babe. You and me going for a little trip. Duke had managed to control his voice now to make it sound cool and calm. Leslie tried to cover herself, then finally lost all sense of false modesty and ran to her closet and began tearing out her clothes. As she dressed, the white man sat sprawled on the edge of the bed. His passion had dwindled to a bare memory, and as much as he wanted to speak, the fear had gripped him tightly. Duke stood across the room and glared at the white man with a look that melted whatever courage the man could have ever come up with.
Come on, Leslie, we got to make it,
Duke said hotly. Finally, the young black girl was dressed, hushed with excitement, and feeling the elation that comes when suddenly taken out of a disastrous environment. It was much the same feeling the girl had had when it rained at school. Duke pushed the excited girl through the door and before leaving himself, turned back to the white man. Don't sweat, man. Gloria will fix you up. You'll get it off. Duke laughed sardonically as he closed the door behind him. It was the kind of laugh that sent chills through the white trick's body.
You all ready to step out, eh?
Gloria asked as Leslie and Duke descended the stairs. There was a touch of bitterness in her voice, something that normally would not have bothered Duke. Shut up! Ain't none of your fucking business what the fuck we're doing. Gloria was shocked by his tone and stepped back against the wall. In her left hand, she held the little leather packet and offered the stuff to Duke. All there? He asked coldly as he snatched it.
Yeah, Duke, everything you asked for.
Now there was a touch of fear in her voice. Thanks, Duke said curtly as he led Leslie out through the front door and down the driveway. As Joe was driving the couple away from the house, Leslie began an incessant strain of chatter. She was like an excited little girl, so happy to be stepping out with the man she loved. As her high-pitched voice worked in his ear, Duke sat against his seat and thought. He wished the night was over because he did not like the prospect of what he was going to do. But it was something that had to be done, because if Johnny ever discovered where Leslie was working, the kid would come on strong. He would frighten away the white from the establishment for a long time to come, and that would be very bad for business.
Duke?
Leslie continued. She hadn't stopped talking since leaving Gloria's.
Where we going? We're going for dinner, Duke? Please, I'm hungry.
Duke glanced at the beautiful marriage and felt his stomach tighten. It would have to be done. The source of his troubles will have to be eliminated. Everything connected with the Washington family will have to be eliminated.
Huh?
Leslie begged.
Where we going, Duke?
The man sighed, then answered loud enough so that Joe in the front seat would be able to hear. Baby, we're going to the Biltmore Hotel. Duke did not respond when the teenage girl kissed him happily on the cheek. Duke walked hand in hand with Leslie through the lobby of the Biltmore Hotel. A few out-of-town conventioneers, some badly dressed white man off the street, and a few lined the garishly lit lobby. The old hotel had seen better days, having once been the finest in Los Angeles. It had become in recent years a mecca for those who didn't know where to stay when visiting the city. I'll take a room for my daughter and me, Duke said to the short white man standing behind the counter. The hotel keeper looked first at Duke, then down at Leslie. The teenage black girl looked to be anything but Duke's daughter. Her lips were slightly parted, and she was breathing hard. The white man returned his gaze to Duke.
I'm not sure, sir. Could I see some identification, please?
For a quick moment, Duke felt like reaching across the counter and taking the little man by the throat. Instantly, he thought better of it. He didn't want anything to happen, at least for the time being. Well, my man, Duke whispered in a conspiratorial tone, you and me, we, men of the world, you dig where I'm coming from? There was something about the tone of Duke's voice that put the little clerk on his guard. He nodded agreeably. So I got this little thing here, you dig? And I feel pretty lucky. So I'm going to share a little bit with you in the hopes that maybe you can get yourself some later on. With that, Duke reached into his breast pocket and pulled out his wallet. The little clerk followed the progression of $10 bills from Duke's billfold and into his own hands. Now, Duke continued, anytime anyone comes itching around here asking about this little piece, you say nothing.
Sure,
the clerk whined, taking the money.
No problem, sir.
If there is, Duke added coldly, you not only a poor man, but you a dead man, dig? The clerk tried to smile, but obviously it had been some time, if ever, that he had heard a voice as cold and menacing as Duke's. He just stood there, barely peeking over the counter, smiling and nodding like an idiot. Duke reached across and patted the man's balding pate, then laughed. Come on, Leslie, let's get to our room.
My God, Duke, I ain't never seen nothing like this,
she exclaimed, jumping onto the bed and laughing. It's all yours, baby, Duke said. All yours forever.
It's better than anything I thought I would ever see.
Duke stood at the foot of the bed. He put his hand into his coat pocket and felt the small packet of heroin that Gloria had given to him earlier. He watched his beautiful black girl laughing and playing on the bed. Not once did he feel a sense of loss or remorse. What he would do, he would have to do. There was no question about it. She had brought the situation upon herself by having a brother like Johnny Washington. Duke started to take the packet out of his pocket, but was stopped midway by Leslie. She was lying on the bed, slowly unbuttoning her blouse. Her eyes were wide with hunger, and her flesh seemed on fire. What you doing, Leslie? Duke asked.
What do you think? We didn't come up here to look at the fucking walls, did we?
Leslie grinned broadly, then pulled her blouse apart. Beneath her breast were visible dark rounded mounds of firm flesh capped with rich pink. Duke attempted to halt the stirring below his belt, but found the slow striptease impossible to ignore. He stood dumbfounded as Leslie pulled off her blouse. Then she began on her miniskirt. She raised her small, firm hips off the bed and slid the garment down over her legs. Her luxurious body was revealed as she slid her panties off. Now she lay nude on the bed, her hips raised slightly off the bed. Her bombs shone beneath the harsh light and beckoned to Duke.
Oh, baby, I love you.
Leslie split herself and beckoned to him with her arms. Within a minute, Duke was heard out. He felt her body melt beneath his as she accepted all of him.
Oh, Duke, please, love me, Duke, love me.
Her sobs and moans were like those of a small animal as Duke she was shaking, crying, and writhing. Now unable to control her own movements, Duke sagged and felt Leslie shudder, then raise herself off the bed and collapse. She held him tightly.
I never want you to leave, Duke. Never,
she moaned. "Baby," Duke replied, his mind drifting back to the business at hand. "I'll never leave you again, as long as you're alive." Leslie smiled trustingly up at the big man above her. She thought she saw love and kindness in his dark brown eyes, but her own were so clouded with the mist of love that she missed the cold brutality that existed there.
You mean that, Duke?
"Sure, baby, sure," Duke replied as he lifted himself. He walked across the room and pulled out a cigarette from his coat pocket. Lighting it, he regarded Leslie's nude body once again.
"Duke,"
Leslie said,
"come on over here. I'll do something real special."
The thought crossed his mind again. His loins began to speak, but then his brain cut in, and he knew there would be no more partaking of her fine body. At least, Duke thought, I'll be the last man she ever has.
"Duke?"
Leslie called again. The man smiled at Leslie, then reached inside his coat pocket and pulled out the packet of white powder. He showed the stuff to Leslie.
"Oh no, Duke,"
she said.
"We don't need that. Not tonight."
"Aw, baby," Duke said, grabbing Leslie's purse and pulling out her spoon and hypo. "We gonna do it right. I mean, you think it was good last time? Just wait till you see what happens after a little hit of this."
"But Duke, I don't really need it now. I mean, I got you here, and that's all I ever needed."
"Come on, baby. Do it for Duke. I want to see you really get off." She watched the man helplessly from the bed as he prepared her stuff. He functioned with a timeless expertise, measuring out the proper amount, heating it just right, and sterilizing the needle. Leslie had learned the art well, but she was no match for Duke. His fingers were nimble and he was quick. Leslie had never thought of Duke as a user, but now she wondered.
"Duke?"
she began. "Yeah, baby."
"You ever, use..."
Duke laughed out loud. He turned toward her with the hypo in his hand. A smile worked his way across his face. "Sure, baby," he said. "As a matter of fact, as soon as you finish with your, I'm gonna make myself a little taste." Leslie was disappointed and she was relieved. She didn't want it by herself and would have liked to have Duke with her. The fact that he had offered to shoot up after she had finished relaxed her and made the needle much easier to accept.
"I'm glad,"
Leslie said as she took the hypo from Duke.
"'cause we're gonna have one kind of night tonight."
"We sure are, baby. We sure are." Duke stood above her and watched her as she took the needle and directed it into her already well-used vein. Expertly, the young naked teenager pushed the needle deep into herself, then pushed the mixture of uncut heroin into her life stream.
"Ah, Jesus,"
Leslie moaned when she had emptied a tube of its contents. "Feel good, baby?" Duke asked, waiting.
"Yeah, Jesus."
He watched her closely. Her eyes rolled back into her head. Her naked flesh took on an unnatural sheen. She reached down and grasped the sides of the bed, then began flinching, struggling as if out of oxygen. Duke knew that it would be a matter of only a few more moments. The sight of her naked body, writhing and twisting beneath the force of the overdose, excited him. He stood above her, still naked, and found that he was again. Leslie began shuddering horribly, her nervous system jumping and shorting out as the heroin surged through her body. A trickle of urine poured from between her legs, and her bowels emptied onto the bed. Her twitching then increased violently, and then just as quickly stopped. Duke found himself dismayed by the horrible scene before him. The stench in the room was suffocating. Her body had emptied itself, and even though her naked flesh was sprawled across the bed, she became, in his eyes, the most undesirable woman he had ever seen. Quickly he dressed, then he went around the room and wiped every piece of furniture with a handkerchief. He made sure that Leslie's needle was in plain view. Feeling the adrenaline surging through his body as he did at the moment of death, he walked from the room and out into the hall. The stairway to the rear of the building was cold and empty. Duke took it 2 steps at a time. The smell of death was still on him, and it seemed that, no matter how quickly he ran, he could not shake it. Joe was waiting in the alley behind the hotel with the Cadillac. Duke climbed into the back seat and sighed.
"Everything all right, Duke?"
Joe asked, seeing the condition the Duke was in. "Yeah, my man. Nothing bad coming down. Nothing that a little Jack Daniels and one of Gloria's broads couldn't make well again." Joe chuckled as he pulled onto 5th Street and headed towards Wilshire. The evening traffic was ebbing and the streets were virtually empty. Joe drove until he hit a liquor store. He parked in front, disappeared inside for a moment, then returned with a quart of Jack Daniels. "Beautiful, my man. Beautiful." Duke took the bottle, unscrewed the cap, and drained off a good amount of the whiskey. After he had taken another couple of slugs, he passed the bottle back to Joe.
"Yeah,"
Joe exclaimed after his belt.
"That stuff sure has the power of gold."
Duke laughed, feeling the warming effect drive through him. Already his head was beginning to clear. He was turning back into his old self again and regaining control. "Hey," Duke called out, "let's make it on over to Gloria's and have a taste of another sort."
"I dig where you coming from,"
Joe exclaimed happily. The big man was always relieved when Duke was able to pull himself out of one of his moods. Joe lived for Duke, and the boss's passions and upsets were his too. When Duke was down, then so was Joe, and when Duke was up, Joe always went along for the ride. The moment Gloria saw Duke, she knew that Leslie was dead. Duke knew that she knew. He could see it in her eyes, but Gloria was too afraid to say anything. Instead, she just looked at the big man coldly and tried to smile. "Gloria," Duke began, "I need a little relaxation, you dig?"
"Which one you want, Duke?"
Gloria asked. "Stuff. You got some stuff?"
"Sure, baby, we always got stuff. You know that."
Duke waited for a moment while Gloria ran up the stairs calling out the name Pat. Finally, she appeared with a black girl, a thin, scrawny girl who had barely had time to fill out properly before being called into Duke's service.
"Duke, honey,"
Gloria began, pushing Pat out in front of her.
"This here's Pat, one of our finest and one of our—"
Pat tried to smile, but the corners of her mouth quivered. She was nervous and afraid. Duke walked up the stairs and right past the black girl. "Bring her to the bath." Gloria led Pat down the hall and into the bathroom where Duke had 2 years ago installed a large Japanese tub. Gloria leaned down and started the water.
"Honey,"
she yelled over her shoulder,
"you best rid yourself of those clothes. The man likes 'em naked and hot."
The girl quickly disrobed. She stood naked in the center of the room. Her thin body looked even more emaciated than before. Her breasts were the richness that a woman possesses in her body was nowhere evident. Skin and bones was all that the girl had to offer a man. Duke entered the bathroom wearing his silken robe, which he kept on the premises. Gloria walked over to him and pulled the expensive cloth from his body. The large black man stepped naked into the tub and waited for Pat.
"Go ahead, Pat. He's all yours."
Gloria looked once to Duke, then left the room. Pat bent down and began washing Duke. She tried her best to look sexy, to act the role of the experienced woman, but her body betrayed her. Duke looked at the girl for the first time. He was shocked something that he had not confronted in all of his years of hustling girls. She was like some kind of foreign being to him. It seemed impossible that he would become aroused by her presence.
Is everything all right, Mr. Duke?
Pat asked in a trembling voice. Duke felt himself lose control.
Get the f*** out of here!
He screamed. Pat bolted from the room, slamming the door behind her. Gloria was inside the bathroom immediately.
Duke!
Gloria shouted when she saw the rage that filled him. Where'd you get that shit? He demanded.
You, Duke! You brought her here!
Gloria, no f***ing way. I would have never touched something like her. Duke felt himself tense, then felt his body begin to tremble.
Come on, baby. You best get out that tub.
Gloria could see it coming. She knew that what had happened with Leslie was affecting him. Duke had killed a lot of men in his time and had driven a lot of innocent girls into drugs and prostitution. But in all the years that she had known him, Duke had never murdered as he had that night.
Listen, baby.
After she had taken Duke back to her bedroom and made him lie on the bed.
You got a killing on your mind, and you're gonna get f***ed up if you don't watch out.
Shut up, woman! Duke yelled. Ain't none of your damn business what goes down outside this house. Gloria took a deep breath. What she was about to say was something she would have never even dreamed a week ago. She felt her body tense and her adrenaline begin to flow.
Duke,
she began softly.
You took that girl out of here tonight and you came back without her. The way I see it, you didn't drop her off at no bus station and tell her to leave Los Angeles. I mean, you wouldn't risk none of that shit.
What are you trying to say? Duke demanded.
I'm saying what I said before, Duke. You got a killing. You murdered Leslie.
There was a long pause. Duke stared at the woman hard. His eyes seemed to dig into her soul, but she would not turn away.
This time,
Gloria thought.
This time I'll beat him and free myself.
But Duke was too strong. Gloria had conjured up the one emotion that was Duke's strongest weapon, his hatred. She had challenged him, and he had responded. Had she been a man, she would have been lying stone dead on the floor. But since she was a woman, she would be made love to by Duke. It was all over in a few moments, and Gloria lay trembling beneath Duke. She kept calling him her man. Duke lifted himself above the woman and gently stroked her cheek. Everything all right now, baby? He asked soothingly. Gloria looked up into his cold, chiseled face. A voice that did not seem her own answered with a soft yes. In her mind, Gloria knew that Leslie was now gone. She would be mentioned no more. Chapter 12. The sun was rising in the east on a cloudy, cold Monday morning. The policeman, the coroner, and reporters were milling inside the old Numbers house. A few men were in the backyard staring down at the sheet-draped body of Duke's former bodyguard. The men's voices were muffled in the early morning heaviness. Detective Jim Spence stood above the body of the dead man in the backyard. He had already seen the mutilated body of the old man inside the kitchen, and there was nothing abnormal about the killing. The usual gunshot and the usual after effects of a bullet blowing apart a man's skull. But out here in the backyard, things were different. "Tom," Spence yelled into the kitchen, "come on out here." Detective Tom Baker pushed his way through the crowded kitchen and out the back door. He walked up to the side of his black partner and stopped. "Tom, you seen this one yet?" "No, haven't got a chance to." Baker watched as his partner knelt down and pulled back the sheet from the corpse. "Jesus," Baker exclaimed when the sight of the man's smashed skull hit him. It was the same feeling of revulsion and unexplained fear that he had had that morning weeks ago at the railroad yards when he had seen the security guard. That man's head had been split open in the same manner as this black man's. "Nunchaku?" Spence nodded, then pulled the sheet back over the dead man's head. The detective turned to the county coroner, who was waving patiently nearby. "Okay, you can take him away." The coroner nodded, called out to his associate, and began lifting the corpse onto a stretcher. Newsmen were snapping their cameras as the body was wheeled around the side of the house and out toward the wagon. Jim Spence walked slowly to the other side of the yard, lit a cigarette, and turned back to survey the rear of the house. The fingerprint specialists, along with uniformed policemen, were inside searching the premises for clues. So far, nothing had shown up. "What do you make of it?" Detective Baker asked his partner after joining him near the fence. "There's no doubt, Tom. It was a nunchaku. The clean hit, the force of the blow, everything about the wound indicates it was the same weapon used out at the yards." "Okay then," Tom began slowly. "We got a house with an old man shot inside. Another, much younger man bearing a weapon is killed outside with the nunchaku, probably by the same person who knocked off the security guard. So where does that leave us?" "Not much better off than before," Spence replied, drawing heavily on his cigarette. "But there's got to be some reason for all this. If the lab boys can come up with something about this house, what, if any, operation was taking place inside, we might be on our way." "Numbers, I'd say offhand," Baker added. "No doubt, if there was anything at all." Spence moved away from the fence and began walking back toward the rear of the house. He was ponderous, and as his white partner followed, he began thinking out loud. "Tom," he began in a quiet voice, "if it was the same two boys who killed the guard, then something has happened to them in the last couple of weeks." "How do you mean that, Jim?" Baker listened intently. It was during moments like these that his black partner seemed to gain tremendous insight into the workings of whomever they were after. "Well," Spence continued, stopping in the middle of the lawn and facing his partner, "at the rail yards, we had what looked like a possible self-defense, right?" "Yes, almost has to be." "Okay," Spence continued. "A couple of kids looting a boxcar is something quite different from cold-blooded murder. This scene here just looks like a rip-off, and cold-blooded murder was thrown in. Somewhere between the incident at the yards and last night, this Washington kid and his friend went through some mighty heavy changes. You agree?" Baker was silent for a moment, then sighed. "Yeah, I can see your point, Jim. But we don't know for sure that they weren't killers to begin with. Maybe you're trying to tie them in with something more." "Uh-huh, that's right," Spence replied, his eyes cold and determined. "I just have the feeling that these little fish are swimming in bigger waters now." Before Baker could add anything, a young white policeman approached the two detectives. In his right hand, he held a piece of paper.
"Sir,"
the uniformed officer began,
"I found this slip inside the toilet bowl. It looked like someone had tried to flush it down, but it got backed up."
Spence took the slip and read the blurred, water-soaked writing. What he saw made his heart jump. It was a number slip with an account and the beginning of a man's name. "What is it, Jim?" Baker asked. "Numbers. You were right, Tom. This house was a numbers house." The white officer beamed. "We've searched everywhere inside, sir, and it appears that the whole place had been cleaned out." "That's okay, officer," Spence said. "This is good enough for right now. Good work."
"All right," Baker said. "We got them knocking off a numbers house. So what?"
"Numbers operations have operators, Tom," Spence began. "We find out who runs it down here, in this part of town, and we get inside and follow the man. Because two kids like we're after can't knock off a house, kill two of the men, and expect to just walk away. Whoever runs this piece of action is going to come after those boys with everything he's got. And," Baker added, now seeing the direction of his partner's thoughts, "if we manage to get close, we'll get the both of them." "Exactly, Tom. We got ourselves a break that could lead us right into the center of the volcano." The detectives started walking back into the house when another officer called out to them that there was a call for them on the radio. Spence jogged around the side of the house and out to the front where his car was parked. The neighbors had gathered, and a silent, hushed crowd of onlookers, mostly black, stood in the early morning chill like a disappointed audience at a sporting event. Spence here, over, the detective said as he leaned into his car. Detective Harmon Mason, a longtime friend and associate, talked excitedly over the radio.
Jim,
Mason began.
we got a possible suicide, possible homicide over here at the Biltmore Hotel. Either way, it's an overdose. She appears to have just started with the poison.
Why call me? Spence asked.
Well,
Mason continued.
I know you guys were on the Washington case. You know, the security guard killing. The kid's name here is Washington, Jim. Leslie Marie Washington. And her home address is the same as Johnny Washington's. Jim, the dead girl is your fugitive sister.
Damn it, Harmon. We'll be right over. Stall the coroner's people till we get there.
Okay, Jim, I'll keep 'em off. Over and out.
Jim Spence replaced the receiver, jumped into the driver's seat, and started the engine. His mind was racing fast now. Something was coming down out there, and he had to get to it before it exploded. The pieces were all starting to fall into place, but the links were still missing. Detective Baker ran to the car and jumped in beside his partner after hearing Spence blasting the horn. The two men raced away from the scene of the murder toward the scene of another. Her body was sprawled across the large double bed in the room on the 11th floor. Detective Harmon Mason, a heavy, middle-aged white man, pulled back the sheet and revealed the splendid nude body of Leslie Washington to Detectives Spence and Baker. The smell of urine and excrement was strong in the room, and the sheets of the bed were soiled beneath the young girl's body. Leslie Washington, Mason said simply. Okay, Harmon, Spence said, feeling a definite rage seep through his veins. On the drive over to the hotel, he had excitedly discussed the possibilities that the death of Johnny Washington's sister would have on the case. But now, after seeing the young, beautiful black girl soiled and dirty on the bed, the excitement turned to pure revulsion and anger. Shit! Nice wish! Yeah. According to the work permit we found in her purse, she was only... Mason added. Detective Mason nodded to the waiting coroner, then took Spence and Baker into the adjoining sitting room of the hotel suite. There, the three men lit cigarettes. We checked with the doorman and the bellhop downstairs, and also with the desk, Mason began. And we found out she came in with an older black man around 2:30 this morning. The guy at the desk said the man paid with cash and signed under the name Bill Smith. He said the dude looked like he had money and that the girl Leslie looked happy and excited. Have you checked the smack? Spence asked Mason. Yeah, pure uncut. There was some particles in the bathroom. She did it to herself, we think. But, Baker added, she didn't know what she was taking, right? Yep. That's why it's not a definite suicide, and the guy who brought her in. Mason's voice trailed off. The guy who brought her in, Tom, Spence began, has something to do with Washington. There's too much coincidence here. Way too much. I agree, Jim, Baker said, but we don't have the connection yet. Spence drew on a cigarette and moved his large frame off the dresser he had been leaning against. His mind worked feverishly. Everything was falling in front of him, but there was no connection. Finally, he reached a point where they had begun. That f***ing little fence. You remember him, Tom? Baker thought for a moment. Yeah, Sam, right? Right. We still got him? Nope, Baker replied. Had to let him out. Couldn't hold him no more than 3 days. He made his bail. Okay, let's pick him up, Spence said sharply. An older black man who travels with Goines girls got to have something happening for himself. And a man with that kind of perversity shouldn't be too difficult to find. Sam will know who this bastard is. You sure, Jim? The little frightened already. You remember that? Shit, Spence said, his words coming fast and strong now. We'll get it out of him. The way he said it frightened Baker. When Spence was determined and smelled the solution, there were very few obstacles that he would let get in his way. Needless to say, a hustling fence wasn't one of them. As Spence and Baker started out of the room, now devoid of the body of Leslie Washington, Detective Mason stopped them. "Who's going to tell the parents?" Mason asked, knowing that Spence would feel obligated because of his color to tell the girl's folks. Spence looked at Mason, then at the floor. "I'm grateful to you, Harmon, for bringing us in on this. But could you do it? I've done it once so far in this case, and right now, I don't think we have the time." Detective Mason smiled. He knew he shouldn't have taken advantage of Spence's color. "Okay, Jim. Sorry I asked." "No reason to be sorry, Harmon," Spence replied with a cold, cynical smile. "I was the logical choice." Mason chuckled and turned back into the hotel room. Spence and Baker headed down to their car, and as soon as they were inside, they issued an APB for the little black man called Sam. Chapter 13. Late in the afternoon, the fog moved in off the Pacific Ocean and virtually encased the Venice area in its murky presence. The little house on the canal was shrouded in the moist gray matter, and the stillness of the neighborhood was oppressive. Johnny Washington sat alone inside the living room next to the telephone. Anita's grandmother was in the kitchen preparing the dinner, which would consist of a potato pie, black-eyed peas, and a chocolate cake for dessert. But the fine smells emanating from the kitchen went unnoticed by the stunned young black man. It had taken one phone call by Johnny to set this mind in a direction that he knew he would follow through the end. Whatever doubts he had had about doing justice to Duke were now a thing of the past. Leslie was dead. She had been found in the hotel room with an overdose of heroin in her veins. His little sister was the one person besides Anita who had meant something in the way of motivation to him. Everything he and Buddy had done had been done for them, and now one of them was dead. The shock of hearing his mother tell him that his little sister was dead had still not worn itself off. The only thoughts working through the young black's mind were those of death. If it was the last thing he would ever do on the face of the earth, he would kill Duke. Johnny knew that there was nothing else left to do. Tonight, with or without Buddy, he would have to put a bullet through that bastard's skull. "Hey, Johnny, what's happening?" Buddy walked in from the outside, where he and Anita and Jane had been strolling up and down the boardwalk. "Leslie's dead, Buddy," Johnny said blankly. "What? What, man?" "She's dead. Duke killed her." Buddy looked at his friend and saw the cold, stark hatred that filled Johnny's eyes. He knew instantly that there was going to be a price to pay. "Shh," Buddy said, now feeling the shock move through his mind. Johnny looked up at his friend for the first time. He stood up and faced Buddy. "I'm going to kill Duke, Buddy. I'm going to blow his fucking brains out." Buddy just nodded. There was little he could say to a statement of purpose like that. "You don't have to come with me, Buddy," Johnny said, his voice still flat and cold. "You've been a good friend, man, and I appreciate everything you've done. But you don't have to come with me. You can take our money and the girls and make it to Frisco. You dig where I'm coming from?" "I dig it, Johnny," Buddy said, feeling the icy hatred beginning to capture his own mind. "But we've been through a lot of shit together. Leslie was like a sister to me, too. I'm with you all the way, Johnny." Johnny was moved by Buddy's loyalty. "Thank you, man." At that moment, Anita and Jane entered the house laughing and squealing like little girls. Johnny had never seen his girlfriend happier than she had been during the short time they had spent at the beach. The dark dread that Johnny had known and felt was now a complete reality, but he also knew that he would have to do everything possible to keep it from Anita. He couldn't let her know what was happening. "Hey, Anita," Johnny said, trying to sound light and cheerful. "We're taking a trip."
A trip? Where?
Anita's eyes opened wide. "Frisco, baby. You and Jane going up right now, soon as you can pack. Me and Buddy got some business to take care of. Then we'll join you later tonight."
How come, Johnny? Why don't we just wait for you till then?
Anita asked. "No questions, baby. You and Jane get yourselves together, okay?" Anita looked from Johnny to Buddy, then back to Buddy again. She had begun to learn that certain questions should not be asked. She could tell by the look on Buddy's face that this was one of those times.
Okay, Johnny, we'll pack.
Johnny and Buddy said their goodbyes to the old woman, shocking her because they were leaving so soon. The grandmother had become heartened with the young people's presence and had gone out of her way to make everything as fine as possible during their visit. Johnny was saddened by the look of disappointment on the woman's wrinkled black face when he told her they would have to leave. The old woman's loneliness had been temporarily forgotten, but now it was returning again, and she could not hide her feelings. The two couples then drove in silence to L.A. International Airport. The gloomy day was now turning into night, and the line of rush-hour traffic heading out of the city made their voyage lengthy. Finally, Johnny pulled Anita's old Buick into the airport parking lot. Each girl had a suitcase, and Johnny and Buddy carried them into the terminal. They had a half an hour before the plane took off. Johnny and Anita sat in the waiting area while Buddy and Jane walked throughout the terminal. Being in an airport for the first time, they were fascinated by the modern glass enclosed building.
Johnny?
Anita began softly.
You've got to tell me what's going on. I know something is.
Johnny squirmed in his seat. He had known this would be coming from Anita and had hoped the plane would depart right away in order to avoid it. "Nothing, babe. Nothing's happening. Me and Buddy just got some shit to take care of. We'll be up later tonight." On the way to the airport, Anita had watched his lean black face closely. He had not said a word in the car, and many times during the ride, it appeared as though he was ready to break out in tears. Anita was worried, but she knew that she could not press him too hard.
I'm sorry, honey,
Anita said, putting her arms around Johnny's neck.
I didn't mean to pry or anything like that. I just have this feeling, you know?
"No sense to that, Anita," Johnny replied. "We're going to be all right. Isn't that what I've been telling you all along? You just got to trust me, that's all." Anita leaned over and buried her face in his shoulder. She was afraid, really afraid this time, and it was getting difficult for her to conceal the fear she had. The previous Saturday night, when both Johnny and Buddy had returned with their bruises, had frightened her, but she had been around the streets long enough to not to have been too shocked. But this sudden departure and the urgency and quietness of Johnny had been something that she had never confronted before, and it frightened her terribly. Buddy and Jane returned from their tour of the airport. Jane was in high spirits. She had not known Buddy long enough to realize that something important was happening.
We saw a 747!
Jane exclaimed in her excited, high-pitched voice. "Yeah," Buddy added, "some monster motherfucker."
We gonna fly one?
"No way," Buddy replied. "You'll take a smaller one. It's only an hour's flight time up there. No need to use the big planes." And the conversation turned to airplanes. None of them had ever flown before, and Johnny was happy to see the excitement in Anita as she began realizing that she was going to take her first flight. At least, it was a hell of a lot better than dwelling on their separation.
May I have your attention, ladies and gentlemen? Flight 852 to San Francisco, now boarding at gate 47. Flight 852 to San Francisco, now boarding at gate 47.
"That's you, baby," Johnny said, getting to his feet.
I just can't believe we're going. This is too much.
Jane was practically drunk with excitement. She pulled Buddy by the hand across the waiting room and to the boarding gate. Johnny and Anita walked arm in arm behind at a much slower pace. "Listen," Johnny began when they approached the boarding turnstile. "You get a room at the Regency Hotel downtown. I saw an ad for it in a magazine once, and it looks like a fine place."
Okay,
Anita said, staring at the floor. Listen, we'll be there tonight sometime. Then we'll all go out and have some fine kind of dinner. They got seafood up there that's out of sight from what I hear. Anita still stared at the floor. Finally, she looked up, and there were tears in her eyes. She threw her arms around Johnny and kissed him long and passionately.
Come on, Anita,
Jane yelled, already inside the boarding area.
this ain't no time for that kind of thing.
Buddy and Jane laughed. Finally, Anita broke away from Johnny and presented her ticket to the well-dressed clerk, then made her way with Jane down the carpeted tunnel and into the body of the airplane parked outside the terminal. Buddy and Johnny stood and watched them disappear around the corner. Well, Buddy said, that's that. No, man, we'll catch him later tonight. But Johnny's voice didn't hold the conviction he tried to master with his words. Buddy looked at him and felt his own adrenaline pouring through his body. He reached beneath his coat and felt the comforting hardness of his nunchaku sticks. It was going to be a long, cold night. As the two black youths worked their way through the heavy airport traffic, two much older men were attempting to work their way through the fears and stubbornness of a plump, balding black man. In the interrogation room of the South Central Police Station, Sam the Fence was beginning to feel as though his life had been doomed by the two detectives who stood angrily over him. The harsh light from the bulb blinded him, and already the sweat was trickling down his flabby body. The questions had been coming at him for most of the afternoon, and he hadn't told the two policemen what they wanted to know. Earlier in the afternoon, Sam had been picked up near his apartment and brought directly to the police building. No charges had been made, and Sam had known that the arrest had been an illegal one. Yet there had been nothing he could do about it. Detectives Spence and Baker had wanted information, and they wanted it fast. Legal matters had obviously been too time-consuming to even consider. Detective Spence leaned against the wall, dumped his cigarette on the bare wood floor, and ground it out slowly with the heel of his shoe. Now then, my friend, he began coldly, tell us again what you know about the operations of certain big-time dudes in Watts. Sam squirmed in his chair. The same question had been coming at him for what seemed like an eternity. Jim Spence glared at the little black man. His mind traveled back in time to that first night when he and Tom had gotten the names of Johnny Washington and Buddy out of the frightened little fence. At that time, the names had belonged to two young punks who had killed the security guard at the yards. This time, the name they were after could very well be a big one, and Spence was preparing himself to go as far as necessary to get that name. He could taste it. He could smell it, and he wasn't about to let it slip through his fingers. Now, come on, Detective Baker began before Spence could continue. All we want is a name. Some dude down here who digs the young broads? Like girls in you dig it, Sam, don't you? I told you guys, Sam whined. I don't know anyone like that. Like you don't, Spence bellowed. You know every fucking piece of action that's going down at Watts. So you better open that mouth of yours and utter something we can use. Sam lowered his head and stared at his tightly clenched hands. He was going to try and make it, though. He felt confident that the detectives, especially the black one, wouldn't get too violent with him. All he had gotten last time was a threat and a slap across the face. After that interrogation, the little man had gotten down on himself for breaking so soon. Sam had always wanted to make it big, and he figured now if he could just hang on and get out, he would be able to go to the Duke and warn him. That, Sam figured, would certainly guarantee him a prime spot in the big man's future plans. Sam, Spence began again, his voice icy cold and soft. We know there's a cat down there doing numbers, selling smack, and running girls into prostitution. It's the same fucking game played in every damn ghetto throughout the country. We got a chance to break it here, and we need your help. We gotta murder one against a dude so we can do it. Spence waited. He had made his plea, hoping that some sense of decency left in the chubby black man. But when Sam just turned his sweaty head away, Spence knew that there was nothing left that he could tap. "One more time," Baker said. "We're giving you one more time, Sam. If you keep that trap of yours shut, we'll nail you on a conspiracy charge." "Ain't no way you'll catch." Sam stopped himself. He felt his stomach sicken. "Okay, man," Spence said. "Now we know that you know the dude. You got 1 fucking minute left." Spence moved a step closer to the sweating little man while Baker stood up and moved to Sam's other side. Both detectives stood over the man, waiting. "Anything you want to say, my man?" Spence asked finally. "You can't do nothing to me," Sam said with a tinge of desperation in his voice. "It's police brutality, man." Spence laughed sardonically. "Tom, that door locked in here." "Sure is, Jim," Baker replied. Jim Spence moved closer to Sam, reached down, and grabbed the smaller black man by the lapels of his coat. In one motion, Spence had Sam on his feet. He turned the frightened little man toward the corner and pushed him up against the wall. Sam's face was pressed against that wall, and Spence started pushing him harder and harder. It felt as though all of his facial bones were being crushed one against the other as Spence exerted more and more pressure. Sam tried to turn his head to the side, but it was impossible. Another second and his nose will be broken. "Come on, baby," Spence said coldly. "Just one fucking little name, and you might have a nose left." The pressure was to the point where Sam heard his own bones beginning to crack. The pain flashed through his brain, sending sheets of white light through his skull. He began to feel a wave of nausea grip his belly. Spence exerted a little more pressure. "Come on, bastard," Spence said, and then Sam let go. He felt his bladder empty. The warm urine ran down the insides of his pants leg. Then his bowels emptied, and the room was filled with the sickening stench of his excrement. "You poor little bastard," Spence said when he realized what had happened. "It's going to get worse." Suddenly, Spence pulled his victim away from the wall and hurled Sam like a dummy across the room and into the opposing wall. The little black man lay crumpled and beaten on the floor, his eyes glazed, his nose twisted in a grotesque angle to the right. "There's a dude," Sam began, trying to hold back the tears. "In the Paradise Room. In Compton. They call him Duke." "What's his real name?" Baker asked excitedly. "I don't know, man, I swear." And then little Sam fainted, his eyes rolling back into his head as a glob of vomit poured from his mouth and nostrils. Spence turned his back on the sight, feeling a wave of sickness run through his body. He called out to the guard and had Sam taken to the infirmary. "Get him fixed up," Spence said to the policeman, "and lock him up for his own protection." "Should we move in with everything?" Baker asked as he and Spence walked quickly from the little room. Spence thought for a moment before replying, "No, that place is hot as hell down there. We bring in an army and we're going to have a riot on our hands. You and me, Tom, we'll go in alone for right now." Detectives Spence and Baker ran downstairs to the garage and jumped into their unmarked car. For the first time in a long time, Jim Spence felt as though he were about to start paying back those black brothers who had brought so much pain and misery to his people. It was Monday night at the Paradise Room, and the club was dark. Inside the main room, the chairs were piled upside down on the tables. The glasses were stacked on the bar, and most of the lights were turned off. Al, the bartender, worked quietly behind the empty bar, washing glasses and putting the bottles of liquor in order for the upcoming week. Joe leaned back against the table in the far corner of the room. He was dressed tonight, wearing a blue mohair suit that he saved for important occasions. Jim and Eddie B, the other two bodyguards, sat at the table itself and smoked cigarettes in silence. They were all waiting for Duke. Upstairs in his apartment, Duke was completing his shaving. He stood in front of the mirror, pulling his razor against his smooth black skin. He was relaxed now. He had made his decision, and there was nothing more to think about. Earlier in the morning, after he had left the Biltmore Hotel, with Leslie slowly drifting towards death in the room upstairs, he had begun thinking intently about how he was going to handle the situation with Johnny and Buddy. He knew that eventually Johnny was going to find out about his sister, and when he did, Duke knew the kid was going to come after him. At first, the man's inclination had been to stay and fight it out with Johnny, to draw the boy into his own territory and wipe him forever off the face of the earth. In the deeper recesses of Duke's mind, that had been one of the prime motivations behind giving Leslie the last overdose of heroin. That and the clean quickness of getting rid of her forever. The scheme of drawing Johnny and Buddy into his turf would have worked 10 years ago. Duke had fought and killed to get control of the terrain he now held, and during those years he had not been afraid of any man. But with success came softness. Having men like Joe around him constantly allowed Duke to lose his hunter's instinct, to relax in his bid for survival in the concrete jungle. That cold, calculating mind that had won so many battles had been replaced with an obsession for young and pretty girls. Fortunately, Duke thought to himself, I am smart enough to realize that. So the big man had decided that the best way to settle the matter would be to leave the killings in the hands of men now better equipped to kill. Joe, Jim, and Eddie B were hungry, and they would do anything for Duke. They would lie in wait for Johnny and Buddy, while Duke himself lounged in the comfort of a hotel in Las Vegas. The tall black man wiped his face clean, poured on some expensive aftershave lotion, and pulled his silken shirt off the hanger. He dressed hurriedly because he was anxious to get out. The stage had been set, and he knew that it was only a matter of time before the players were to begin coming on stage. Duke walked into his bedroom, pulled his suitcase shut, and snapped the catches. He searched around the room, looking for anything that he might have forgotten. His suede coat was lying on a circular bed, and he put that on. He grabbed up his suitcase and started for the door. Just make it to the airport, he thought, and Joe'll take care of those little bastards. Downstairs, inside the Paradise Room, the Avengers were waiting patiently for their man. Each man was dressed especially well, as though ceremoniously attempting to get themselves up for what they knew was an approaching showdown. Each man carried .357 Magnums instead of their usual snub-nosed .38s, and the bulges inside their jackets were unmistakable. We dumped those rods before we go into the airport, gentlemen, Duke warned. Yeah, don't worry, boss,
Joe replied. Duke was anxious to leave. He had keyed himself to getting out of the place, and time was running out, but his plane was not due to take off for yet another 2 hours, and the man did not want to sit around the airport for an hour. Come on, Al, Duke said, resting against the edge of the table next to Joe. Let's give my men here some liquid refreshment. Al scurried behind the bar, pulled out a half-full bottle of Jack Daniels, and brought that and 4 glasses over to the man's table. Duke grabbed the bottle and poured large shots for each man. They raised their glasses to the center of the table in the form of a salute. Gentlemen, Duke said, success in Vegas and keep cool here. They agreed in unison. Each man took a long swig from his glass. The 3 bodyguards had known what was happening with Johnny and Buddy. They knew that the kid was out for blood because of his sister. But only one of the 3 had any suspicion at all that Leslie was dead. When Duke had finally come down from the hotel room the night before, Joe had asked him about the girl. I told her to get out of this fucking city, Duke had said, sliding into the back seat of the car. But Joe had wondered about that. It wasn't like Duke to leave his girls hanging like that, no matter how much trouble they might have caused.
And then, earlier in the afternoon, the Duke had revealed his trip to Las Vegas to the men. He had told them that he was setting up a contact for smack in that town, and that wealth would befall them all if the deal went through. Joe had asked him about Johnny and Buddy. Duke had told them that, in case they showed their faces, they should be disposed of. But, Duke had added rather quickly, I doubt the little bastards are still in town, you dig? But be careful anyway, and keep on your toes. It had worried Joe because he had never known his boss to run out on trouble when it came his way. And these two young black men were definitely not lightweights, even with their age. There were forces on the streets to be contended with, and yet Duke seemed to be now taking them lightly. For a brief moment, Joe had had the incredible thought that possibly his man was running away, using his bodyguards to take the brunt of whatever was coming from the young dudes. But Joe had wiped the thought away as quickly as it had come. He had been with the Duke too long now to ever think the man would run from a confrontation. Now, as the men stood around drinking in the empty club, Duke was chatting in a light-hearted, excited manner. And we get that fucker set up, we run right through Vegas and into the other Nevada cities. We can pack the stuff with some of the girls working the ranches and set up a groovy network. I'll tell you guys something. If this fucker goes through, we all gonna be rich. I could dig that, Eddie B said, running his hand through his large afro at the thought of wealth. Yeah, Jim added, shifting his light frame on the seat. That sounds all right, Duke. Duke looked from one man to the other. He knew he had them behind him all the way. He knew the secret working of money and how it served to alleviate a man's doubts. Even Joe seemed to be for the idea.
Yeah, Duke,
Joe said slowly.
that sounds real fine.
The man smiled and poured another round of drinks. The soothing effect of the whiskey had taken the edge off his nerves, and the Duke was beginning to relax. As anxious as Duke had been to get away from his club, from the ghetto, and from Los Angeles, the whiskey had served to soothe that anxiety and erase it from his memory. Duke now laughed easily with Jim and Eddie B, and Joe wondered, as he watched the easygoing men, if his fears concerning Johnny and Buddy and the Duke's sudden trip to Las Vegas had ever really been justified. Chapter 14. The black Cadillac was parked on Compton Boulevard in front of the Paradise Room, waiting for the Duke's trip to the airport. The old Buick that cruised slowly by was not seen by anyone who would have recognized it. The only man, Jonah, who had seen the car was now nothing more than a plastic bag full of unidentifiable ashes and burnt marrow. "He's in there," Johnny Washington said coldly. "That bastard's inside." "No doubt, Johnny," Buddy agreed as he turned the corner and parked the car on Manchester Boulevard. Traffic was light, and at the moment there was no one on the streets. "You about ready, my man?" Johnny asked. Buddy smiled and pulled out his nunchaku. He tapped the end of the yardwood stick against the steering wheel. "Yeah, I'm ready, Johnny." Johnny pulled out his magnum, opened the barrel, and checked his load. 6 bullets. Only 6 chances to blow the man's brain out. Johnny snapped the barrel shut and put the gun inside his jacket, holding it tightly in his hand. "Leave the keys inside the car, Buddy. We got to make it to the airport fast." "Okay. I dig where you coming from, Johnny." The two young black men sat in the old Buick for a moment longer. Johnny knew that once they left the car, they would be committed to a road with no end in sight. If they left right now and drove back to the airport, they would both be in San Francisco within 2 hours, sitting in a comfortable hotel room with their girlfriends with enough money to live on for the next half a year. It had crossed Johnny's mind, the idea of splitting right now and forgetting about the Duke. But that's as far as the thought had gone. Johnny knew himself better than that. He knew that he would never be able to live with himself as long as the Duke walked the streets of South Central Los Angeles. "That bastard has got to die," Johnny said out loud. Damn right, Johnny, Buddy agreed, tapping his stick against the steering wheel with a building kind of intensity. We got to get him now, Buddy. No other fucking time but right now. Buddy looked at his friend. Let's go, man. We don't want the bastards splitting on us. The two young men climbed out of the car and stood on the empty sidewalk around the corner from the Paradise Room. The night was cool and the air was damp. The usual noise and the commotion found on the street corner in Watts was not present this night. Occasionally, a car drove by, but that was the only indication that any life existed here this night. Slowly, Johnny and Buddy walked to the corner of the building. Johnny peered around the corner. The black caddy was still waiting in front. He nodded back to Buddy, and the two boys walked quickly toward the entrance to the Paradise Room. On either side of the front door were large bushes. Buddy slid himself between the bush and the wall on the right side while Johnny took his position on the left. They would have direct access to Duke as he left the club, no more than 5 feet either way between the two young men who were waiting anxiously to kill him. Inside the Paradise Room, Duke put the bottle of Jack Daniels down on the table with a thump. Okay, men, let's make it to the airport. Eddie B and Jim slid out of the booth and started walking to the front door ahead of Duke and Joe. The men were mellow, each having had enough of the whiskey to relax and let their guard down. The two front men passed through the velvet curtains and finally stepped out into the night air. They stood at the doorway for one moment, scanning the street carefully before allowing their man to expose himself to the elements. Buddy crouched in the bushes, not allowing himself to breathe, holding his nunchaku with the tight intensity that preceded its use. The small black-skinned bodyguard stood no more than 2 feet away from him, with his shoulder and head at a sideways angle. Buddy saw in his mind his nunchaku stick whirling through the air directly into the side of the bodyguard's neck. He also saw in the same image the stricken man being thrown into the other, taller bodyguard who stood next to him. Johnny saw the intensity in Buddy's eyes as he peered around the legs of the bodyguard and into the bushes on the other side of the entrance. He prayed that Buddy would not move too soon, but the image in Buddy's mind was strong, and the young man felt his muscles building, the tension in his body increase as he slowly raised the nunchaku up and over his head. A short, inhuman scream was the only warning the small bodyguard had that death was approaching. The stick caught the bodyguard exactly where Buddy had envisioned. The sickening crunch of the man's bones snapping and shattering broke through the night silence. Eddie B screamed out as he felt the hardwood stick cracking his shoulder and breaking through his neck muscles. "Damn!" Johnny screamed when he saw the stick flashing toward his victim. The force of the blow staggered Eddie B, and he crashed sideways into the taller bodyguard. The startled black man was hurled right into the bushes where Johnny lay waiting. Buddy had no time to pull his sticks together before the explosion of Jim's magnum resounded through the streets. The bullet caught Buddy directly between the eyes, and as the young black was thrown backward, half of his skull was being thrown up against the wall of the Paradise Room. Johnny was only inches from the bodyguard, who was now lying on his back in the bushes. The teenage black raised his own magnum, put the barrel against Jim's skull, closed his eyes, and pulled the trigger. The man's skull shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. Johnny could feel those pieces of skull, the oozing masses of brain matter, and the sickeningly warm wetness of blood soaking his face and shoulders. The bodyguard slumped forward and lay face down in front of the door. His partner lay crumpled next to him. Johnny leaned for a second against the wall. He knew that Buddy was dead, and he knew that Duke was somewhere inside the club. His mind was working furiously as he tried to decide what to do. Should he run, or should he barge into the club firing his magnum? Duke stood just inside the door to the club against the wall. The moment he had seen Eddie B's neck and shoulders smashed by the nunchaku, he had thrown himself back inside and up against the wall. The two shots had come milliseconds apart, and now 3 men lay dead just 10 feet away. The man was real angry, and he was frightened. He looked across the entrance opening to Joe, who had assumed the same position on the other side. Both men knew that Johnny was somewhere outside the door. Duke, considering coming out shooting, decided that it would be safer to send Joe out first. He nodded to his tall, black-skinned man, waving his pistol in the direction of the street. Joe tightened, knowing that there was a good possibility that instant death awaited him outside the door. He also knew that Duke would be angry as hell if he didn't follow orders. There was no choice in Joe's mind. He was well trained. The moment Joe started to make his move, Johnny made his decision. He had quickly determined that against the 2 men, he had no chance. He knew how Duke worked, and he knew that the shootout would most likely come between himself and Joe. Both of them might die, Johnny reasoned, and that would leave the Duke alive. Johnny had decided to make a run for it and try again sometime in the future. As Johnny bolted from the bushes and started running down the sidewalk toward the corner where the Buick waited, Joe came out of the doorway shooting wildly into the bushes where Johnny had been. The bullets rang out as they skipped off the cement walls. Joe then stopped long enough to spot Johnny turning the corner at the end of the street. He raised his magnum quickly, fired with one hand, and hit the sidewalk just behind Johnny's fleeing feet. The keys were in the ignition. Johnny cranked the engine furiously, pushed down hard on the accelerator, and threw the car into first. The heavy machine lumbered forward and finally picked up enough speed to spin the rear of the car wildly. The big bald man stood at the corner, watching the old Buick skidding wickedly down the street. He did not fire, but ran toward the Cadillac. Duke was now standing at the door, holding his gun at the ready.
"Come on, Duke! We'll get the bastard!"
Joe yelled as he jumped into the driver's seat. Without hesitating, Duke jumped into the passenger side. The doubt and the insecurity that had plagued Duke earlier had now left. He was beginning to feel the old excitement of the kill in his veins, and he knew his chances were good. Only 10 minutes before, he had been running from the action. Now, however, he was going after it head on. He wanted in on the kill. Joe threw the caddy into first, and the screeching and burning of the tires shattered the strange quiet that had settled on the blood-stained street. They turned the corner and headed down Manchester toward East L.A. Johnny's taillights were still in view as Joe pushed hard against the accelerator and went after the black teenager. The blood was already beginning to dry on the sidewalk in front of the Paradise Room when Detective Spence and Baker screeched to a halt. The 2 men jumped out of the car. "Damn," Spence cursed as he surveyed the 3 massively destroyed bodies sprawled on the concrete. He walked over to where Buddy lay and stared down at the nunchaku stick that the young black man still had gripped tightly in his hand. It was an eerie, grotesque sight, because the better portion of Buddy's head was oozing against the wall, dripping down slowly into the bushes. "Buddy?" Baker asked, coming up next to Spence. "Yeah, gotta be," Spence replied. "I'll get on the horn, Jim," Baker said, returning to the car and calling for support and ambulances. Detective Spence pulled out his snub-nosed .32 and walked carefully between the velvet curtains and into the Paradise Room. Al, the bartender, was curled up on the floor behind the bar. He was shaking with fear. "Okay, buddy," Spence yelled when he saw the frightened figure. "Hands over your head and on your feet." Spence held his gun with two hands, pointed it directly at the trembling man's head. Al stood up slowly, not wanting to do anything that might throw the large black gunman off balance. As far as the bartender was concerned, Spence was the victor in the shootout with his boss. "Okay, get over here," Spence ordered, holding the gun on the man as he walked from behind the bar and out into the center of the room. Where did they go? The truth dawned on Al. Suddenly, he was filled with relief. "You the cops!" "That's right, mister. Where'd they go?" "I don't know," Al began. "I heard 2 cars take off. I thought everybody was killed, man." The sound of the approaching sirens told Al that he was in safe hands now. At least, the police wouldn't murder him in cold blood. Or so he hoped. The Paradise Room was filled with uniformed cops. Their guns were drawn as they stalked through the abandoned club, searching out every room. But Al had been the only remaining tenant. "Shit," Spence said to Baker as the 2 men lit up cigarettes outside the sidewalk. Crowds had gathered now, and the night was filled with sullen black faces looking in at the gruesome orgy of death. The ambulances had arrived, and the 3 black corpses were being wrapped and put on stretchers. "I know, Jim. A minute, maybe 2. That's all we missed it by." Baker felt the same tension that he knew his partner was feeling. Somewhere in the vast expanse of Los Angeles, the 2 men they were after were stalking one another. At that moment, a uniformed officer raced over to where detectives Spence and Baker stood. "Sir," the officer began excitedly, "there's a report of gunfire over at the Santa Fe railroad yards." Revelation flashed through Detective Spence's mind like a sheet of white snow. "Damn! Tom! Kid's going back! He's taking them into his own turf!" Spence turned back to the uniformed officer. "Get all available units over there! Put it on red!" Spence led the way through the crowd to their unmarked car. As he gunned the engine and started out toward the yards, he turned to his partner. "Damn it, Tom! You should have guessed it!" The freight yards were dark, the huge boxcars looming like a city of shadows, neatly stacked one against the other. Johnny Washington crept between 2 long trains, keeping at least 100 yards ahead of the 2 men who were stalking him. When he had first pulled up outside the yards, the young black man had temporarily wondered why he had come to the yards. Then he had realized that it was his own game. He knew the cars, how to climb them, which ones would be accessible and which ones would be trouble. It wasn't much, he knew that, but at least it gave him a small edge over the 2 black figures. As he had bolted out of his car, with the headlights of the Cadillac coming closer every second, Johnny had run to the fence and jumped it without concern for the barbed wire on the top. He had felt his skin tear as he hurled himself over and down into the yards. Then he had heard the sound of the magnum firing, then felt the concussion of the explosion as it reverberated through the huge boxcars. The bullet had struck a car only a foot from where he stood. Quickly, before the next 2 rounds were fired, Johnny had thrown himself to the ground and had crawled between 3 cars, gotten to his feet, and began running through the darkened alleyways between the cars. Duke and Joe had followed their prey over the fence and into the yards. Neither man had ever been inside the boxcar jungle, and they found themselves moving on pure instinct. Joe in the lead, Duke following close behind. His heart beating wildly, Johnny had run as fast as his legs would carry him. He knew he had to put distance between himself and his hunters. Stopping for a moment, he listened to the approaching footsteps somewhere behind him. His mind racing furiously, he figured he had enough time to climb the ladder at the side of the car. He grabbed the first rung and climbed the ladder quickly, throwing himself flat on his belly on the wooden top. The roof of the boxcar gave him a limited view down the dark alleyway between the trains. He held his magnum balanced against the edge of the roof and waited. The 2 dark shadows stalking him appeared against the sides of the boxcars. Johnny held his breath, afraid that even his breathing would give his position away. The dark shadows moved closer. Joe led the way. He was sliding tightly against the side of the cars, unwilling to expose himself at all. The footsteps they had been tracking had now ceased, and there was a dead silence throughout the area. Suddenly, Duke tapped Joe on the shoulder. "You go up ahead. I think maybe he's trying to circle around behind," Duke whispered. Joe nodded and began inching forward, his keen eyes searching frantically for some sign of the elusive black youth. Johnny watched the tall black man approaching his car. It was perfect, except for the fact that it wasn't Duke. But Johnny would be satisfied with eliminating Joe. At least then it would be 1 against 1. Lowering the barrel of his magnum, Johnny held the gun tightly and sighted it at Joe's massive head. He took a deep breath, held it, then squeezed the trigger. Joe's gun went off as the huge bullet shattered his skull, throwing him back against the boxcar. 2 sudden flashes of light illuminated the entire area for a split second, as though lightning had struck. Johnny lay on the roof of the car, holding his magnum with both hands and trying to keep himself from trembling. He knew that Duke was not far behind Joe, and he knew that Duke would attempt to run if he realized that his main man lay crumpled against the boxcar. He would have to make a move, and quickly. At that moment, Duke had seen in the quick flash of light the body of his bodyguard flying through the air. He had heard the sickening crunch as the man hit the boxcar. Instantly, Duke had begun to back up, sliding against the cars in an attempt to get himself out of the yards. Taking his shoes off, Johnny stood upright on the roof of the boxcar. He would take the chance and run Duke down. With light, noiseless steps, Johnny began creeping along the running boards atop the cars. His movements were protected from the wary ears of Duke by the rumbling of a freight train pulling out of the yards. The empty tracks that the train was using were only yards away from where Johnny and Duke stood. Each man felt the ground begin to tremble as the huge train approached. Each man saw his means of escape in the approaching train. The noise was becoming deafening now, as Johnny leapt from one boxcar to the other without regard to the noise he was making. He looked over the tops of the other boxcars and could see the swirling lights of the engine as it approached them slowly. Suddenly, Johnny halted. On the ground directly beneath the car on which he stood, he saw the shadowy figure of Duke. It was only a glimpse, but Johnny knew that he had his prey. Duke moved along the base of the car, then reached the gap between that car and the next one. He started to climb across the huge metal links when instinct made him look up. Johnny Washington stood with his legs spread, staring down at Duke from the roof of the boxcar. It had been a long time for Johnny, and the moment had finally come. But just firing the gun was too easy. There was too much involved. Johnny felt the need to linger for a second longer, just to capture, for all time, the look of death on Duke's face. "This is for Leslie!" Johnny screamed above the roar of the freight train, which was now passing only 2 sets of tracks away. Duke was trained and responded immediately to the figure of Johnny above him. He lifted his magnum, and before taking aim, fired the gun repeatedly. The first bullet struck Johnny Washington in the pit of the stomach, ripping through his intestines and spewing blood and parts of his intestinal tubes out through the gaping hole in his back. As the white heat of pain shot through the young black's brain, he fired his gun, but the force of Duke's bullets had already staggered him, and he was firing off balance. The bullet followed its aim and struck Duke in the meaty portion of his left arm. The young black man flew backward through the air, hit the roof of the boxcar, and rolled off, bouncing once into the air as he hit the gravel. He was still twitching as Duke stood above him and emptied his gun into Johnny Washington's head. Detectives Spence and Baker had to wait at the crossing on Santa Fe Avenue for the freight train to pull out of the yards. As the caboose crossed in front of them, neither policeman noticed the crouching figure on the roof. Instead, they both cursed as they crossed the tracks, heading toward the east side of the yards. A multitude of squad cars had already gathered near the Buick and the Cadillac when Spence and Baker pulled up. A young uniformed officer ran over to them.
"There's a dead boy inside,"
the officer said. "Name's Washington." Detectives Spence and Baker walked through the hole in the fence that the police had cut the moment they arrived. The freight yards were now almost completely illuminated with spotlights and flares. Uniformed cops stood guard against each boxcar as the two detectives followed the young policeman through the maze of cars toward the dead youth's body. Johnny Washington's body lay face up, his back twisted and broken by the fall. His face was only a pulp of bone and blood, and where his mouth had once been, there was only a disgusting mass of flesh. Detective Baker felt his stomach churn as he looked down at the mutilated body. Jim Spence took the wallet from the officer who knelt down beside the body. He flipped it open and saw the photograph of the good-looking young Negro on the driver's license. "Yeah," Spence said bitterly. "It's Washington." The police officer looked up at Spence.
"Looks like you got your killer, detective."
"No, man," Spence replied coldly. "We got ourselves a young hoodlum. The killer's still out there somewhere." They searched the railroad yards through the long and chilly night, but the man known as Duke had vanished. It wasn't until detectives Spence and Baker sat over a cold and uneaten breakfast that the image of the passing freight train crossed their minds. Both men jumped, knowing that they had solved the mystery, but by that time, it was far too late.